around the world. Have they got about this 12-hour win? They've definitely got plenty of Nürburgring 24s to their name, as well as competing in IGTC and 24-hour series. So anytime they launch a new model, there's a lot of weight of expectation on it, because it's got to follow in those wheel tracks of the M6, the Z4, and all that came before that.
It's a shame though, Peter, that I think Tyler was the fastest whenever he was racing with the number one car, if I recall correctly, when he was in the car. But the unfortunate thing, if I remember correctly, the team had got a 2-lap penalty at the very start of the race, because I think they crossed the pit lane under the red light when they actually had problems gritting in the pit lane.
That's correct, yes. The car wouldn't go into gear. They did get it fixed quickly and got going, so it was just an unfortunate thing. But yes, not only Tyler, but his young teammates. Bryson Morris was incredible. He was right on the pace as well, and Harry Gottsacker too, alongside team owner Samantha Tan. So well done, Tyler. If you're watching and listening, it's absolutely super job. We're all very proud of you. Right. It's about to go racing here at the Red Bull Ring in the Styrian Hills. 6 hours ahead of us here on Race Spot TV. We hope you're sitting comfortably. We hope you're ready for this action. This is sim racing at its finest, and some big names taking part: Mala, Williams, Team 75, R8G, BS Competition, Pure Sims, Core Sim Racing. They're all there, and they are all super quick teams. And we'll have the qualifying results for you in just a moment. In all 4 classes, don't forget, 4 races going on at once. The front row, Mala Racing Team and Williams Esports. It's a Porsche and a BMW on the front row. Then it's Team 75, Bernhard, with Bram van Putten alongside joint championship leaders R8G Esports. Row 3 will be Salva Talens for MSI Esports Blue alongside RSR by G Performance BMW. Row 4 will be the BS Competition machine of Vasilis Belotius and Luca Kita for Bila Racing Team. Row 5 will be Ross McFarlane, Pure Sims Esports Lamborghini and Manatee Racing round out the top 10. And row 6, Team Redline and Logitech Altus Esports in their Porsche. Row 7, Sven Hasse for Bila Racing Team Euronics alongside the IUSPS powered by Vendaval BMW. Arnage Porsche and PRT Ronin BMW are your 8th row, with the 9th row German Sim Racing BMW and Go Team Racing BMW. And finally, 19th, Ronin Simsport BMW. 19 cars in GT3. It will be very competitive indeed. Top of the shop in the Porsche Cup class, Jordan Caruso for Logitech Altus Esports alongside Oscar Mangan for Core Sim Racing. Row 2 will be Josh Bosch Thompson, Williams Esports alongside Team 75 Bernard. Row 3 will be Manatee Racing and Aztec Simsport Volante Porsche Cup. Sims Esports and Pure Sims Esports will be your 4th row, with Orange Racing MRW and Raccoon Racing rounding out the top 10. Row 6 will be MB Racing Esport Nordic and Inertia Mega Auto. And 13th in the Porsche Cup class, Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, Tim Claessens in that blue and orange machine. Top of the shop in GT4, Matthew Turnbull, Pure Sims Esports alongside Acetec Simsports Volante. Intropic and Team 75 Bernard are on row 2, with Team Fordzilla and Carbon Simsport on row 3. Row 4 for the GT4s will be Undercup Racing Team alongside GermanSimRacing.de, with Race Gear and Torque Freak Racing rounding out a 10-car GT4 field. So an opportunity for some of those a little bit off the pace to get up and get a good result if there is a high rate of attrition. In the TCRs, it's Impulse Racing on the top, with MSI Esports on the front row. The Odox Motorsport Team, Monorail Largo, sit on row 2 with Core Sim Racing alongside. And Team Heusingveld and Simsa Esports are on the 3rd row of the grid for the Audi TCRs. And rounding out the 7-car pack for them, Junkers Racing. There's a name that IndyCar fans will know. They are sitting 7th, with Junkros de Palma taking the qualifying honours there. Right. The cars will soon be gridding up, ready to go. It's going to be busy, these opening laps. What do you think, David?
I mean, one of the things we often have with those 4 categories is the first time GT3 catches the TCR cars happens very early in the race, even more so around here. A shorter, quicker lap GT3 is doing 90-second laps compared to 2-minute lap times last time out at Sebring, but then we often have GT3 catching GT4 as GT4 are catching TCR, and there's going to be a point somewhere in this first stint of the race where we're going to see not only fast cars zipping around slower cars, but then an intermediate class mingled in that as well. It is going to be eyes on stalks, heads on swivels through the traffic in this opening 30 to 45 minutes of the race, with 4 speed categories represented. And of course, we've got big grids of GT3 here with 19 cars, 13 cars for the 992 category, and then it starts to trail off a little bit to 10 GT4s and 7 TCRs.
Well, it's going to be a constant conveyor belt of traffic. There will only be just a couple of laps of relaxation time for our drivers. Of course, they'll have to worry about those that are in their class. But yes, it's going to be very busy multi-class racing. But that's what we come for. Mala Porsche on pole position, and how fitting. Of course, just before Christmas, we lost Eberhard Mala, who the son of the founder of the Mala Engineering Company, who was the 1966 European Hill Climb champion in a Porsche 911, so very fitting. And the incredible Mala aluminium piston, which revolutionised engine technology back in the 1950s, has been in every model of Porsche since the 356. So a great partnership there. Wonderful to see the BS competition slash Turner Motorsport Zebra machine. Always cool to see that car out on track. Of course, Turner Motorsport will be debuting their BMW M4 GT3s at the Rolex 24 Hour in 2 weeks' time. One of them is embroidered the taco machine on the nameplate, which I thought was quite cool. So, it'll be Sotomuto who will lead us away into 6 hours of racing in the Mala Porsche 911 GT3R as they come down to the final corner, the Red Bull Mobile corner, and the checker flag will fly. Very tight turn 1 here. You've got to be super careful not to get pinched. The field bunches up very, very close as well, waiting for Sotomuto to hit the power, and there he goes. Green, green, green. Here at the Red Bull Ring, and look at this, 4 wide Talladega style. This is going to be tight as well. Look at Williams Esports having a look up the inside, but Sotomuto says not on your life as they all swoop through cleanly. And already, whoa, BS competition, 2 wheels on the grass, with Christine Bernhard shutting the door. That's Bram van Putten on board that machine. David, take us through the Porsche Cups.
Yeah, so staggered class start. Looks like a bit further spread out for the 992 cars than it was for that GT3 start, where they were almost 4 wide stacked up behind second place. But your pole sitters in 992, Altus Esports, gotten away pretty cleanly. You can see Williams Esports right behind them, but then a bit of a gap to 3rd, 4th, 5th as they go side by side up towards the top of the hill.
Lorenzo, over to you for the GT4s.
Yeah, we had just had quite a chaotic start for the GT4s, going to turn number 1 of several cars involved, including Team Fordzilla and a few cars in the back as well. Race gear, now I think I saw Team 75 by Bernhard getting involved into it as well. Marvin Strella's car is basically very injured as he's going to be all the way into the back, but other than that, everybody just kind of like falling into single file lines.
Yeah, the TCR's away as well, looking pretty clean as well, but just like that, the GT3s are already round to the start of the opening lap. So it's Sotomuto for Mala Porsche leading the way from the Williams Esports machine of Alessandro Bico with the RHG Lamborghini. What a start from the RHG Lamborghini. That's Vlad Kimichev at the wheel of that machine, and already making a bit of a breakaway from Bram van Putten in the Team Bernhard 75 machine. Just a little bit of a gap there to already emerging as well. So maybe the top 3 might just keep it in a line here and try and break away. But it's Porsche from BMW, from Lamborghini. That's what we like to see. All the manufacturers up there and fighting.
And one other thing to touch on is qualifying was simulated in yesterday's time of day. We've flicked over into the race session. You can see quite a bit darker out there, a lot more headlights. It's Bathurst 12-hour style, starting right on sunrise. Cool track right now is going to heat up over the next 6 hours. Expect to see a lot of double stinting tyres this time around from GT3 and 992, but will that last if it's a clear day and the track heats up?
very good point. Of course, the hotter the track is, the harder it is to make those tyres last. Very, very tricky indeed. But in these cooler conditions, the lights on, headlights on, and there's nothing better than an endurance racing car with the full headlights on. Look at this train of machinery. Fantastic stuff. BMW M4 front engine machine, as Lorenzo mentioned earlier on, a turbocharged straight six engine chasing down the Lamborghini 5.2 litre naturally aspirated V10 in the middle of that car. And then the Porsche, again naturally aspirated as well, 4 litre flat six in the back. Now, what has happened to William Chadwick, winner of the Roar before the 24 yesterday? He gets pinched hard into turn one, and that is a chaotic start. There's a number of cars off, the Bernhard car into the wall. Now, Lorenzo, it looked like William got away without damage there, but not the ideal start to his day.
Yeah, not the ideal start for our new Race Pod broadcast member as well, William Chadwick. He was slightly concerned maybe with the start right there, but I think he got a little bit of the curbing. Everybody was pinched into to one another, pretty much what we saw in the GT3s and the 992 as well. But it's a long race. He can catch it back, and it's going to be interesting how Fordzilla is going to catch them back, because one thing we've seen is that the fuel range can be very important in this one, as we see what happened on the TCRs.
Oh my. Wow, fantastic avoidance there from every single one of the entire...
like a zipper.
Oh yeah.
Yes, that's a very good analogy. Yes, they did. It was just like a zip on a pair of trousers, and they all made it through clean. There was no catching on the zip. Oh dear, we've started. Oh dear. Porsche Cup cars. Yes, let's talk about them. The Porsche Cup class led by Logitech Altus Esports. A wonderful looking machine with the blue and the gold on it. Very nice indeed. With Williams Esports right in behind. And they've made quite a strong breakaway already, Lorenzo.
Yeah, they did. I think that is the benefit of being the leader and dictating how they're going to start this race. So breaking away, but followed closely by the Williams car, which I think has been quite of a trend. I think we saw that on the Sebring race, that the Williams car was following closely, and then on strategies alone, the Altus car was just being more dominant throughout the race. But Red Bull Ring is a harder track for you to break away once you're in the toes. It's going to be an interesting one, how the car that is driven right now by Jordan Caruso is going to do it.
Yeah, Jordan Caruso for Logitech Altus Esports. Josh Thompson, the Manxman, in the Williams Esports Porsche. Of course, Josh, a regular in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, which will be kicking off quite soon. And Josh will be... now, forgive my ignorance, David, I presume Josh is entered for that championship, or not. I'm not sure.
I was looking at the penalties sheet. What were we talking about?
The Josh Thompson, maybe Lorenzo might know. Josh Thompson, is he driving in the Porsche Esports Super Cup this season?
Yeah.
He is. Okay, I thought so. I just wanted to make sure. Of course, Josh will be practicing very, very hard in this car at the moment. So, perfect opportunity. 6 hours of racing here, and right in the draft of the Logitech car. A little bit further back in third, that's the Core Sim Racing machine. Oscar Mangan driving that car. And already the gap between them, it's about 1.3 seconds, which is just outside of the draft range. Maybe a tiny slither of draft, but Oscar Mangan will hope to get a little bit closer and then start to pull in using the slipstream of the two cars in front. But back at the front in the GT3 machines, it's still Mala Porsche, Sotomuto, with Daniel Lafuente actually driving the Williams Esports car. It's Alessandro Bico doing the qualifying, but Daniel Lafuente in the Williams BMW. That's a throwback, isn't it? I bet you there would have been a Williams... Now, there's one. What did a Williams BMW race here at the A1 ring, as it was formerly called? There's a trivia.
Yeah, almost undoubtedly in the early 2000s. My boy Mark Webber, I think, only got one season before BMW dipped.
My boy Mark Webber. Yep, he didn't have the best of times at Williams, did he, the poor soul? I think he was definitely better off, funnily enough, going to Red Bull. That's quite apt.
Well, one thing he did after his Le Mans experience was, as he got literal flying wings on Le Mans, was being with a company that says would give you wings.
Yes, he took that quite literally, of course, back at Le Mans in the CLR Mercedes.
Little hip and shoulder there in TCR, did you notice? Hoisting felts to Simza here. Traffic and lappery all underway right now.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my, and it starts. We are not even 9 minutes into this race, and the conveyor belt of traffic has begun. This is multi-class sports car racing. You've got these GT3 machines, around 500 horsepower depending on the model. Huge aerodynamics, rear-wheel drive, of course, traction control, ABS, all of the gizmos. They're a properly quick racing car. And the little TCRs, they're very quick in their own right, but they're front-wheel drive, about 350 horsepower or so, a lot closer to a road-going machine. So lap time-wise, they are completely different. But the lap time at the moment, fastest laps are 128.9, with first set by most of the top 10, all on a 128.9, quite incredible. For the TCRs, it's a 139. So yeah, about 10 seconds a lap difference. So they'll be coming round to lap quite often, sort of every 12 laps or so. But big squeeze there for the R8G. Lamborghini stuffs it up the inside of the Sim RC Team 75 Bernhard Porsche. In fact, I do apologise, that's the Bila Racing Lamborghini. The R8G car's further up the road, but we're right on board with BS competition, and this is what it's like at this level. So fractious, so tense. And just the slightest mistake here at the Red Bull Ring, Lorenzo, if you just a tiny mistake, those barriers are not far away in places.
They're not far away, and we know, for example, from Kimi Räikkönen's perspective, once he had the crash on the back straight, that those barriers are not fun at all. And there was a little bit of a nearly chaotic moment between Kita and Brent Van Putten going to turn number 1. Beliotis tried to go on turn number 2 on the inside, blocked immediately by Kita to try to go 3 abreast on turn number 2, which is turn number 3, but we all say turn number 2 because it is the proper cornering number. So it's going to be an interesting one. Now they're going to be negotiating with traffic and trying to overtake each other through the corners.
So David, a couple of cars that have had already a difficult start to the day, 111 and 975. What's going on there?
Yeah, I just caught a little incident in turn 2/3, however you quite want to call it, as Lorenzo was bringing up. And yeah, it was, again, more of these GT3 cars, which it must be said there's a lot of trying to work their way through the TCR cars. And Go Team Racing from the Nordics, here they are in the BMW coming down the inside of who've got MSI around the outside, I think, and just a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact. Go Team gets checked up, and then another big hip and shoulder TCR car to TCR, and poor MSI, facing the wrong way around, have to wait a long time for all the traffic to come through before they can get going. You get these huge concertina effects at the apex at turn 1 and up the top of the hill there.
That's a pity. That is a pity. A couple of the Team 75 by Bernhard cars having a difficult start to the day, but their top car, the GT3 car, in the top 5 at the moment is Luke Bennett makes a move for Team Redline. Not often do we see Team Redline qualifying quite far down the order, but making moves at the moment. Redline, they are now in 8th position with the BMW, the RSR by G-Performance BMW of Alex Eurings, right, and they're behind it. It's a spin for Bila. Oh, and then backs it into the wall. Now, who is that? That is the sister car. It's Sven Hasse. Mistake for Sven. Oh dear, oh dear. So the Frank Bila owned team, difficult start, and Lorenzo, I think there might be a bit of damage at the back of that car.
There is. Looks like there is some slight contact from Anidi, but it wasn't on the back. From looking from the replay angle right here, Sven tried to dive on the inside of the RSR by G Performance, Alex Hudinga, and made some contact on the side of the car of Alex, and Sven was just spun around.
So great work. Oh yeah, just a little tiny side-to-side contact there as well. That's really unlucky. Apologies, I said mistake for Sven Hasse. That's not fair at all. Apologies, Sven. That is really unlucky. But this is what happens. It's so hot and heavy in these early laps until the field kind of sets itself up a bit. But back in the GT4s, the leader in GT4 at the moment, all Porsche Caymans, and that is SERIES Esports, Matthew Turnbull, who's pulled away to a significant lead already. 5 seconds. Wow, 5.2 seconds back to Matt Corona here, who's leading this second bunch. There's Matt Turnbull. What a start, David, for the Pure Sims team.
Yeah, and that often becomes pretty important in GT4 and TCR. They're slower cars, proportionally spending a bit more time on throttle. They slipstream and pack up more closely than GT3 or 992. So when you can break that toe, especially around a pretty slipstream heavy track like this, that can be pretty important. You saw on the far side of that long shot there, you've got your GT4 leader and everyone else as they run at the moment. Now, fuel-wise, is that going to be the smart thing to do? Well, if they can build out enough of a lead, it's not going to matter.
Very good point. I mean, Lorenzo, you've been doing a little bit of looking into what we can expect for stint times. What have you got?
No, GT3s, I think GT3s, me and David were covering a league, I think last week or second to last week. The GT3s are the funnier one because they can go over the hour and they can go pretty much above and beyond that. They can go up to 45 laps. That's about a 1 hour and 10 nearly on their stint length, which makes the strategy wide open. The 992 class goes for between 32 to 35 laps depending on the fuel saving. GT4s, because you don't have the clutch and you have to basically lift and coast for you to save fuel, you basically can get 32 to 33, maybe 34 laps of fuel. And in the TCRs, you can get around 30 to 32 because of the restrictions you got.
Okay, so we'll see how that plays out when they get to their first round of pit stops. But at the moment, it is Sotomuto for Mala Porsche doing a really, really good job here with the rapid Daniel Lafuente right on his engine cover the whole race. For the first 15 minutes, he has not left the rear of that Mala Porsche, and looming behind ominously is Vlad Kimichev for RHG Esports, the joint championship leaders with Bila Racing. They're just back there in fourth to see them. And if you're in that Lamborghini, David, in third position, you're in a mighty good position because the pace is really good. But with that slipstream in front, you can be a little bit lighter on the throttle and therefore a little bit lighter on the fuel.
Yeah, tyre wear also not going to be a huge factor in this first 2 hours of the race. I think we will keep an eye on that track temperature as it begins to edge up across the race. But right now, very, very cool. So you're thinking about, you know, how far are you from the leader? Are you losing any time to the leader? And then how much fuel might you be saving that the leader isn't? So yeah, this top three, it looks pretty good for all of them. And like you touched on, R8G currently rolling along in third place here, equal for the points lead at the moment with the Bila 45, which we saw spun around and back into the wall. So a podium, a top five, they are tough to come by in this very, very stacked GT3 field. So R8G be pretty happy with where they're running right now. Points don't go all the way down to the bottom of the class, and GT3 is the class with the most cars in it, with the most participants. So it's the one where points are the hardest to come across. You know, if you're looking for the championship in TCR or GT4, you're looking for wins, you're looking for podiums. If you're looking for the championship here in GT3, realistically, you're looking for consistency and you're looking for top fives. So they'd be happy with where they are right now.
Just to give an impression of just how difficult the Porsche Cup cars are going to be for the GT3 machines on lap time, a 129.9 is the best time for race leader, or class leader, sorry, I should say, Jordan Caruso for Logitech Altus Esport. The best time for race leader overall and in GT3 is at 128.9, so there's just 1 second of difference. And the GT3s will make up all of their time on the brakes and in the corners. On the straights, there's nothing really to separate them. And the way that the Porsche 992 Cup car gets out the corner as well, a slow corner, it's got great acceleration. And that is going to be a nightmare for the GT3 cars when they get through. But it's going to take quite a while for them to get to that lap point. Only really when we start hitting the pit stops, I think. will that start to be an issue? But Lorenzo, that's going to be quite a challenge. We saw it be a challenge at Hockenheim, but maybe even more so here.
Yeah, it's going to be way more over here because it is a fast track. I think it is the shortest track of the season, if I recall correctly. So the laps come quick, and the overlapping process, I think, when they get to the 992 Cup class cars, is going to be the trickiest one of the bunch because they got the power, like you said, and because it has so many slow corners, like going to turn number 1, 2, and 3. It's hard to make up the ground, you know. The lap delta is pretty much similar. It's just seeing Sotamuto do a 129.0. Jordan Caruso is only a second and a half slower, which is mind-boggling to think about with these new generation cars.
Yeah, when you consider how much better the GT3 is on the brakes and through the mid-corner, that just shows you that the 992 likely to be quicker actually on the straight. So I think we're going to have to see some GT3 drivers taking the brave pill on the brakes to try and get past the Porsche Cup cars. But at the moment it is a multi-manufacturer train at the front. The Mala Porsche from Williams, BMW and R8G Lamborghini, with just not too far back in fourth Luca Kita for the Vila Racing Lamborghini team. There's a gap of about 1.4 seconds now between Luca Kita in that Vila Lamborghini at the back of shot there and the R8G Lamborghini in third. Now, if Luca can put in a couple of hot laps here, he's going to be getting close to reaching the slipstream. As we say that, here comes Vlad Kimichev.
Yeah, and you've been earlier this weekend with John Hindhoff, and he loves a little bit of traffic. Giveth traffic, taketh away. That's so key to the GT3s right now, is if you're 2 seconds clear of someone and it was only a GT3 race, you'd be able to hold that gap. But with the traffic, how it sits for you, how it sits for your opponent, any gap like 2 seconds, 5 seconds can disappear very quickly.
Well, there we go. It just did. You know, just with that little bit of side by side, and Kimichev, I think he can see Kita coming, and he says, "Right, let's make a move." Whereas Sotamuto in the Mala Porsche, he's going, "Oh, brilliant! Keep fighting, guys. That's superb. I'll just escape at the front." So we ride on board then with Luca Kita as Kimichev tries to take his opportunity with a bit of TCR traffic. That's so clever. Risk-reward ratio spot on there for Vlad Kimichev. What a move there. So he gets past Daniel Lafuente, and it's allowed Luca Kita to get in there as well in the Vila Lamborghini. Meanwhile, Lorenzo, Sotamuto, he's saying, "Thank you very much, chaps. See you later."
Yeah, a little bit of a domo arigato from Sotamuto towards the underground. Let's look on the replay because this move was neat. You can see Kimichev going late on the braking, and unfortunately Lafuente, because he was caught in the middle, just couldn't get the grip enough and the run that he wanted towards the outside of the corner, and basically gave the edge towards the RPG Esports Lamborghini to make the move and go up one place. Nice move from Kimichev.
Very good instinct driving there as well. Now, this is the battle a little bit further down the pack for 16th position, and as you can see, no less fierce. The bright pink Arnage competition Porsche, the pink and white machine, with the BMW for Go Team Racing right behind, and in this car, the Vendaval Racing, Spencer Kostovic for IUSPS, powered by Vendaval, also in a BMW. Trying to keep things clean and tidy in these early stages, and that's important. 5 hours and 38 minutes to go.
Talking about keeping it clean and tidy, before the green flag even dropped on this 6-hour race, there was 3 penalties on the penalty sheet from infractions in qualifying, so impeding other things. What have we got? 20 seconds for the 187 in TCR, which is Odox Motorsport, currently running in third. 20 seconds for 418, which is one of our GT4 competitors. It's Undercut Racing, currently running in third. 20 seconds for the 975 in the 992 class. And that car, I think, didn't even take the start of the race anyway. So race control still looking over quite a few of the things that have happened in this first 20 minutes or so of the race, including some of the lappery and some of the other things. But even early on, race control, a very vigilant eye, trying to make sure everyone races as clean as possible.
Well, we're just getting a word. The number 89 BS competition car has been given a 30-second time penalty. Big news here. The 5th place car, Vasily Belosoitis, for BS competition, 30-second penalty for jumping the start, accelerated before the pole sensor. We did see Sotomuto hold the pack back, as is his right. So that is, Lorenzo, that's huge. 30 seconds in this context when they'll serve that at their pit stop, and they've got 90 minutes to serve it. But whoosh, that's huge.
Yeah, that's huge. But the starting procedure is that they have up until the marshal stand to take the green flag, and basically what happens, so to kind of left that until the marshal post to get towards the green flag. We're gonna look here on the replay. There's a marshal post on the left hand side. He goes on, and you're gonna see on the left hand side of the screen, basically Vasilio is jumping the gun a little bit. That's why I thought it was a little bit interesting how fast he got into the car and it was making some moves.
Yeah, and just actually got so checked up there, clipped one of the BMWs. I think it was the MSI Esports BMW, Salva Palins there. So a big news then here in the GT3 class. So the stewards not taking any prisoners there. And, well, I'm going to say, unfortunately, sorry, Bruno Spengler. Of course, this the Rolex 24-hour last year in the outdoor world, of course, Bruno Spengler doing pretty much a carbon copy of that, hitting the loud pedal too early and clipped the back of the WeatherTech Porsche of Kevin Est. So there's the stewards taking a pretty dim view of that one. So 30-second penalty to be served at the next stop by BS competition.
And for everyone who's watching the 24 Hours of Dubai earlier in the weekend, it's a very, very similar penalty system here. There's a penalty box right at the start of pit lane that the teams will go to before then being released down the pit lane towards their crew for their service with their pit stop. And I don't know why anyone wouldn't have been watching the 24 Hours of Dubai.
Especially with Peter Mackay on the broadcast.
I was only there because Tyler Maxim was racing. I was no, it was a real pleasure. My first time on the Dubai 24-hour broadcast with the 24-hour series. A great way to kick off the season. Won by, well, I mean, talk about WRT Audi are just on a Team WRT are just on a roll. They win Le Mans in the prototype class on their debut last year, winning championships last year. They signed Valentino Rossi.
Team WRT a bit like saying ATM machine? Doesn't the T in WRT stand for team?
Team, I suppose so. Yes, it does. That's correct. Yeah. You're such a pedant, David Haynes, but pedants are correct.
I'm just holding you to high standards because I believe in you.
Very true. It's WRT stands for Werts Racing Team. Charles Werts, and the team run by Vincent Vos. But yeah, it's been a pretty good weekend for them, David. They win Dubai 24. In fact, won 2 Dubai 24, and they sign a washed-up old motorbike racer as well.
I'm excited to see what they're going to do in the LMDH hypercar space as well, because I'm really excited for the future of prototype racing in all corners of the world, hoping that the customer racing kicks off as well as and as successful as GT3 has been around the world. I'm hoping for some big overall prototype car counts in many of the world.
It's fantastic. It really is. A lot of credit to check there, the 977 Porsche Cup car and the 907 MB Racing car. A little bit of hip and shoulder and rubs on by. So Johan Royer, I'm sure he will be a little bit bristled after that one. But again, we'll talk about this a lot through the next 5.5 hours. Through the traffic, you've really got to be decisive, and occasionally we will see little bits of contact. But back at the front, and RAG Lamborghini are on the move, and it's contact there. Oh dear. Just at the kind of check-up point there, Lorenzo, at turn 3.
Yeah, it looks like that Kimichev went a little bit late on the braking and checked up the Porsche push of Sotomuto, just giving the Japanese a little bit of a scary moment. But now, instead of a 3-car battle, I would say it's becoming a 5-car or 6-car competition of sorts, because BS competitions managed to narrow the gap on all 3 and even 4 cars if we're putting Luka Kita into the conversation, and Brim Putin is not following too far behind. I think once we get into the next round of overlapping for the GT3s, this could kick off pretty much the way we want.
A 128.6 last time by for Vlad Kamichev, his fastest lap of the race, and by my calculation, yes, the fastest lap of anybody in this race. So Vlad Kamichev on the move, and he's right on the back of Sotomuto from Porsche. That nudge, well, I'm sure also would have bristled Sotomuto in the Porsche. And meanwhile, Daniel Lafuente, he's not letting the scent get away at all. He's quite comfortable there in 3rd position. With Luka Kita, there he is in the Bila Lamborghini, and as you say, Lorenzo, the gap is definitely closing between these 2 leading groups, and it's going to be one mega group, I think, to be fair to say.
Yeah, taking it all the way back to Salva Talons, which is the last car off the train. Everybody separated. Biggest gap is never set.
Crazy, isn't it? 3.3 seconds covers the top 8 right now. There they are, almost all in shot there, all at once. And this is where we are, David, nowadays. 6 hours, you would think, oh, that's a long endurance race, but nowadays, especially at this level, it is just a flat-out sprint.
And those of you playing along at home who had 6-hour sprint race on their bingo cards can tick it off now.
There you go.
But, I mean, you are exactly right in this style of racing. I love that camera shot there, as you would have seen, 7 or 8 leading cars in the pack all zipping past. 3 manufacturers for our top 3. And they're still a long way away from their first pit stops. Anywhere between the top of the hour is probably risky here in GT. You saw in particularly the first round of Hockenheim, and then it also came into play at Sebring quite heavily. The teams that couldn't do 60 minutes to a tank of fuel, 60 minutes of flat-out green flag running, ended up in a really compromised strategy position. So early on, you want to, muscle your way towards the front into the podium positions early when the field is more packed together, when it feels like the positions are easier to make up and the passing might be easier. But you still got to think about that fuel. Right now when the track is cold, fuel consumption is going to be higher to make it that first 60 minutes so you're not on a strategy back. You want to make this a 5-stop, not a 6-stop race in GT3.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. If you've got to do that extra stop by not hitting the hour mark, then I think your day's done, to be honest, at this level. You cannot afford to give any edge at all to your rivals. A 6-hour race. Yeah, just a stop on the hour. And of course, we might well see tyres only being taken at, what will it be, two of the stops, a 2-hour stint on the tyres. So of course, here on the iRacing platform, the pit stops are worked out as such. If you're used to watching, say, IMSA in the outdoor world, where they fit the tyres and the fuel at the same time, that doesn't happen here. So if you put tyres on, it's an extra investment in time, if you like. The fuel goes in, then the car goes up on the jacks to put the tyres on, and that takes quite some time, David.
Yeah, that's absolutely true of GT3 and 992. To make things a little confusing, for GT4 and TCR, they're able to fuel and change tyres at the same time. For GT4, that means every time they refuel, they can put on 4 fresh new tyres. For TCR, that might not always be the case. If they're going to take 2 front tyres in TCR, should be covered by the fuel refuel, but 4 tyres on TCR might add just a little bit of extra time. So we've seen some teams will change front tyres every stop, and then at one stop somewhere in the race change all 4. But I do think we've also had a winning strategy of carry the rear tyres for 6 hours.
Yeah, of course, the touring car, the rear tyres really are there to stop the rear dragging on the floor. Of course, front wheel drive machine. So yeah, if you can look after them and not slide the car too much, I think that could possibly be a strategy that we might well see. Of course, the TCR and the GT4 machines in the real world, most of them they basically have lug nuts like the old NASCARs do. You know, basically you've got to take all 4 or 5 lug nuts out, change the wheel, and then screw them all back in again, rather than a single kind of centre lock wheel that you would get in the GT3 car. Although, if I'm not mistaken, the McLaren in the real world has a centre lock wheel in GT4, but I don't know if that's simulated on the iRacing platform. Probably not.
And it's not something we're going to have to worry about here, because we've got no McLaren GT4. But definitely what IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge were doing is teams with 5 lug wheels got 2 wheel guns, and teams with 1 centre lock got 1 wheel gun, and that kind of evened some of the things out.
That's very clever. That's a good way to do it. Of course, you see even the centre lock wheels. If you buy a Porsche 911 GT3 road car, it's got the centre lock wheels, which are very cool. Whoa! Very tight, Lorenzo. That was so tight.
That was tied to bits. La Fuente and his dodging actions were insane right now.
Oh, that was Daniel Lafuente in the BMW GT3 car there for Williams Esports, nearly getting a clip from the MSI TCR car, which I don't know, maybe didn't see Daniel or something like that, but it was a little bit of an erratic move, and luckily both cars lucky to get through there without right. This is Daniel's eye view from there as well. So he's got past one TCR car, he sees the gap, you think there it is, whoosh, door shuts. Wow, he's had his coffee this morning,
or a shot of Monster Energy drink.
I think he put it into an IV and went straight for the cat reflexes.
Oof, that is Marc Marquez-esque cat-like reflexes. Very, very, very good stuff there from Daniel Lafuente, and that's just, these little moments will happen on a more regular basis, and we think we can only catch them so many of them on the broadcast. But wow, that was tight. That was very, very tight there, as well as they split the GT4 cars. Sotomuto still holding that front spot. Now you've got to think at this point, 35 minutes in, Lorenzo, and Sotomuto in that Malaporte has been doing all the heavy lifting. He's been basically breaking the air. You've got to think right now, he's maybe, well, just as I say that, Vlad Kimichev has a look up the inside, and I wonder if Sotomuto will fight this too hard, because he's been doing a lot of heavy lifting out the front there.
He has.
Oh.
Look at Michev going for the over and under, but just couldn't get the run that he wanted on turn number 5, and that RVG Lamborghini looking a little bit feisty. The Bulls was trying to show the horns, whereas the Porsche, and unfortunately the Porsche being able to hold its ground. I would say that Soto shouldn't fight way too much. I know he's been leading for a good portion over here, but you know, leading a train of cars like this does give you the disadvantage on the fuel gauge. And like David said, you really don't want to be going for a 6 pit stop race where fuel is going to be the essential point for these GT3 cars.
The only thing maybe it could be is that you know, the Porsche with it's a tricky car if you've got to follow cars in front of you, particularly if it's a big car like the BMW. You get quite a lot of front end push, so maybe Sotomuto's thinking about the front tyres on that Porsche and thinking, if I'm in clean air, maybe I can keep them in better condition than if I'm in the back of the pack. But Soto now starting to really drop the hammer now, pulling a couple of car lengths over Vlad Kimichev, saying, no more Mr. Nice Guy, off we go. But thrilling stuff at the front here as well. But BS Competition, they're there in 5th in that split liveried machine with the Turner Motorsport on the left and the BS Competition zebra pattern on the right. They have a 30-second penalty to serve at the next pit stop, which will drop them right the way down. In fact, will drop them to, as things stand, the last car in class is only 19.6 seconds off the leader. So that 30-second penalty is effectively a drop right to the back of the GT3 field.
Not long ago, the last car running in class was the number 45 Biela Racing Team Euronics, your co-championship leader. Remember, we saw them spun in the infield section. They dropped to the back of class. Well, they've caught the pack. And they've now gone past Arnage Competition, Ronin Simsport, and Go Team Racing up into 16th. So they are hungry to get back into this race and get back into a points-paying position.
brilliant stuff, fighting back. Of course, it doesn't seem like the little bit of rear damage to that car is holding them back at the moment, as Vlad Kimichev is on the lights flashing of the R8G Lamborghini, looks to the inside. He's going to have a big look here as well. Sotomuto gives him a car width on the inside, very fair, and Kimichev doesn't squeeze either. Good respectful racing here as they go side by side now down towards Schlossgold, who will come out on top here as well. This is very, very tight here between Kimichev and Sotomuto, and I think Kimichev might well get this done, but yeah, just closes the door in time. Super stuff there. So R8G Lamborghini hit the front here in the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring for 24H Series Esports, powered by VCO. And now we'll see Lorenzo, if Sotomuto, will he now sit there comfortably, or will he try and get his place at the front back?
Yeah, and it's amazing to see that here Kimichev already opened up a little bit of a gap to Sotomuto on that overtake, basically for 1/10 of a second, nearly half a second split the cars, but now it becomes a 6-car fight since the MSI car got involved into traffic and lost chunks of time. So now I think it starts to become a little bit of a positioning yourself towards the pit lane, because they're on lap 27. They're soon to start to come towards their first pit stop off the race. So who wants to have that advantage in terms of fuel coming into the pit lane and play the mind games of strategy towards the other drivers?
Oh, big look there from Vila Lamborghini there. Luca Kita going, just holding the inside line, holding the BS competition machine back as well. And look at Bram Van Putten, he's back on the game, David, in that Koos Team 75 by Bernhard Porsche.
Yeah, your top, what is it, 6 running underneath 2 seconds at the moment. You can see that ever so clearly as they're all in one shot. And just a little bit of time backwards to still have your top 10 inside 10 seconds as they run right now. So with everyone this close on track, I think it is going to be big what happens in the first round of pit stops here for our GT3 machines. Who makes it to the hour, who doesn't? I'm still suspecting almost everyone going to double stint these tyres. Track temperature has risen to a scorching 21 Celsius after starting at 19. So very cool, very tyre-friendly conditions so far.
Very much indeed. I think I'd be amazed if we see any teams taking new tyres at the first pit stop. This will be, and for that matter, likely that we won't see any driver changes either, because usually the driver changes and tyre changes are done at the same time normally. Although it wouldn't be the first time we've been surprised by a strategical play. Now, a few more penalties coming in. Car 404 has been given a 5-second time penalty for effectively squeezing another car, not giving enough room. That car 404, that is Texan Sports Volante. Matt Corona getting the attention of the stewards for that, but a 5-second penalty. Not huge, but still a penalty nonetheless. Car 412 has been given a 5-second penalty again for kind of conduct in the fight. Now, trying to get 412, car 412.
And Chopik, last place, GT4.
Okay, so not going to affect too much at the front then as well. So the stewards, Lorenzo, they're being kept busy in these early stages.
Yeah, they've been kept busy. I think it is the nature of the track. You know, it's so small in terms of lap times, and it gets so clustered with traffic. You try to weave left, right, up and down, and you try to make moves on your opponent. So the attrition is set to nearly maximum around the track. So one lap feels like you're driving for an entire day at a rush hour. So it's a tricky one. You need to be patient.
I've never seen such decisiveness through traffic than when I went to Kuala Lumpur on a business trip years ago, and I met the underbone scooters, the kind of slightly sporty scooters that lots and lots of people drive in or ride in in Kuala Lumpur. The in rush hour traffic, I've never seen. There's decisiveness and there's just absolute chaos, and it was sort of halfway between those two. It's never seen anything quite like it. It was like a Moto 3 race going on through traffic. It was crazy stuff.
Full sends everywhere.
I've heard similar things about the roundabout, the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. Is just look, you've just got to commit and you've just got to send it, because it's the people who hesitate that die.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
something like it.
Exactly. Well, Vlad Kamichev he's threatening just to stretch the pace a little bit at the front. Let's see what this lap time is. This could be a very quick time for the number 88 RHE Lamborghini. Comes last time a 128.7, 128.6 last time by, but actually the fastest lap there, Sottobuto, Porsche in the Mala Porsche, 128.5 there as well. They dragged their way up towards turn 3. Remus corner, named after the fantastic exhausts that are made here.
And then
down
are just right now for really quick lap times as well, because they've burnt off about 3/4 of the weight of the fuel. The track has started to rub it in on the racing line, but without getting greasy or over rubbered. It's gone from green to nicely rubbered right now. They've got a good clear bit of traffic as well. Track temperature hasn't risen, visibility really good. You're right in that window in the next 5 to 10 minutes to be setting really quick laps.
And just to be real quick here, so Temuto's lap would have been the fastest up the race if he didn't get an off-track incident. I think on the second to last turn.
Yeah, that's. I was just noticing exactly the same thing, Lorenzo. Actually, yeah. So we must mention that track limits is something that is often a discussion here at the Red Bull Ring. The way that it's going to be dealt with today here in this 24H Series Esports event, the teams have 25 off-track or track limit abuses, if you like, until they get a warning. And after that warning, once they've done another 25, they will then be given a 25-second penalty. But to have 50 off-track penalties, that's 12 an hour. That would be really pushing it to get that amount. So the teams, if they can go up to that amount, you might as well use it.
I think it's going to be pretty close.
You think? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, every single time you watch them as they go through that final complex of corners, put off the corner and the final quarter, they're always within 10 centimeters of the allowed track limits there. How many laps are we doing an hour? I mean, up to 40 or so?
Yeah, about 40.
Yeah, so I mean, it's only got to be every fourth lap that, you push that track limit, avoiding traffic. You push that track limit because you're 1.2 seconds off the car in front, and if you get within 1 second, you'll get that slipstream and you'll catch them. Every single lap, you've got a good excuse to try to push the limit through here, but only 1 in 4, 1 in 5, 1 in 6 can actually step over the limit before you start trouble and burning through your track limit abuses more quickly than that checkered flag is approaching.
A very good point. Very good point. Well, we'll keep an eye on that one then as well to see. Well, we'll get a good impression when, if and when track limit warning comes in. We'll know if that's before the 3 hour mark. Well, that means that they need to calm it down a bit, because if you're effectively you're allowed 50 off-track abuses. Well, most of these top teams will try and get up to 49, because obviously one of the reasons why track limits is enforced is because, well, if you abuse it lightly, you're able to gain time, as David has eloquently explained. Now, we couldn't be too far away. We're approaching the pit stop times. We expect that to be on the hour for the leading GT3 machines. It'll be just before and then coming out of pit lane just after the hour mark. As we've mentioned, if they don't hit that hour mark, then that's not good news for strategy, and we'll put, if a team do not hit that hour mark, they're going to be behind the 8 ball for the rest of the race. So leader in GT4, well, dominant in GT4 is the Pure Sims machine of Matthew Turnbull, leads by 12.6 seconds. Incredible. And remember, the Aztec Sim Sports Volante car has a 5-second penalty to serve at the next stop. They're in second position, so that'll drop them down a little bit at their next stop. In 911 Cup, for the Porsche Cup cars, at the moment, Jordan Caruso has actually opened up a gap of 3.7 seconds, David, to Josh Thompson. I have to say, I'm surprised by that. It's very difficult to break the draft in those cars, but Jordan Caruso has done so.
Well, they've been unstoppable, unbeaten so far in that category. 2 wins from 2 races for the 943 Logitech G Altus Esports shiny new Cup car. So someone's got to put a stop to him. Second in the championship is 14 points. That's Aztec Sim Sports Volante, then Core in third. So it's their championship that they're running away with at the moment, and they have broken a couple seconds to second place as they run at the moment. Pit stops are going to be quite soon in that class. They're going to be before the top of the hour. They're going to be before GT3, and in fact I think we've got our very first GT4 pit caller right now as well. It's going to be busy in the pit lane in the next 10 to 12 minutes. It's like a code 60 in Dubai.
Absolutely, yes, that queue at the pumps. Lorenzo, who have we got down in pit lane?
That was the race gear GT4 that is into the pit lane, but it's longer than what I initially anticipated for a normal pit stop. 1 minute and 10, and it's still going for that number 429 car. So probably trying to get repairs on the cars that's running. Looks a little bit damaged from what it looks like. Just trying to get over here on the gyro cam to see if there's any damage on the wheel. Doesn't look like it. Might be something else that he probably wants to get out with it with his car.
So in TCR at the moment, Corsum Racing, Corentin Guinez, the SRW TCR champion, leading the way by 7 seconds from Impulse Racing's Chris Shorter. And in third, Odox Motorsport Team Hoisingveld. They're back and forth at the moment. You can just see them on screen right now in the silver, red and blue car. Team Hoisingveld leading the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series at the moment, and indeed 24-hour of the Nürburgring VCO, 24-hour of the Nürburgring winners in 2021. So they know endurance racing inside out. It's sponsored by the sim racing pedal manufacturer in Hoisingveld. And you wouldn't believe the realism of Hoisingveld, or indeed any of their competitors, the realism of the load cell pedal. You've got to give it a good shove, but you get great feedback as well. And David and Lorenzo, you both race at a far higher level than I, but I'm reliably informed that pedals rather than wheels are the best investment in equipment if you want to go quicker.
Well, the best pedal is whatever gives you a reliable, repeatable brake trace, typically. I am not a owner of any particularly high-level equipment, but I've seen some brake traces in my time, and it's all about knowing, okay, I need this kind of pressure for this particular braking zone, being able to reliably, consistently get to that pressure and hold it so you're repeating the same perfect action lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, so from what we
just their pit stall there.
Yeah, that's not good at all. But just going really quickly on the pedals, yeah, on paper, here's the thing. For me, I think it is a little bit more on the wheel than the pedals, because the pedals more like the feel. The feel is all about, you know, from what we say, the higher the brand, not the brand, but the better the gear is, the more comfortable you can get, or more consistent braking you're going to get into the car, so the fuel is better. So by the fuel getting a little bit better, you can be comfortable going a little bit more aggressively into the braking zone and be more consistent with it, thus getting faster lap times. That's why people say that battles should be the first investment you do, then the wheels should come up later.
Well, interesting stuff. The Porsche Cup machines have just taken their pit stop, and the leader, Jordan Caruso, coming out right into the path of not impeding them, but right in amongst the leading group of cars, and tucks in there nicely. Now, as we spotted in the pit lane, an error hitting the pit stall for, now, was that Williams Esports, David, that missed the pit stall?
Yeah, I think it was Josh Thompson just overshooting the mark there by, a foot, 2 feet, having to find reverse gear, and it just cost him, I think, about 2-3 seconds in the stop there for Oscar Mangan, who's gone a lap longer than everyone else. No dramas, and someone else behind him there. Everyone else has gone 1 lap longer coming in now. So this is basically your 992 field, everyone through the pit lane. What we saw first in that Hockenheim ring was, I think, people changing tyres almost every stop on these cars, but I think a lot of people have honed down on the endurance setup, and like we said, very cool, very tyre-friendly conditions early on in this race. Double stint on the tyres for almost everyone in the 992 class. GT4, that's 2 cars in the penalty box there. That's where the penalty box is at. And so then they're going to move forward and find their pit crew. I was wondering why they didn't immediately go up on the jacks, but for GT4, you're going to see fueling and tyres at the same time.
Yes, they're always busy in the pit lane at the moment. So around 33 laps or so. Yeah, about 33 laps for the GT4 machines, 34 to 35 laps for the Porsche Cup and TCR. We have one of our leading TCR cars that coming down pit road at the moment. That's Chris Shorter, whereas Corson Racing and Team Hoisingveld, they carry on. So that's interesting. 33 laps for Chris Shorter, and it'll be 34 for the Corson Racing and Team Hoisingveld. So it's busy in pit lane at the moment, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and just looking over here at the laps that are coming in is right on what I estimated to be on the range for everybody. 992 coming in on lap 32, 33 for Gore right there. GT4 is within the same range, 33, 34 laps on their stints. So right over there as well. I think 1 lap extra. TCR's coming in on lap 32, 33 for them. So a little bit impressive. Now we have to look towards the GT3s though. We are 4 minutes and 50 away from the first hour done of this race, and they're on lap 38. So whoever goes on 39, 40 should be concerned right now.
Well, this is where it gets very tense to see who's got the ace up their sleeve here in GT3, but in the Porsche 992 Cup class, fascinating stuff. Now, we did see it was a gap of around 3.5 seconds or so when they came into the pit stops between Jordan Caruso and Josh Thompson. Things have changed quite a bit. So, Jordan Caruso still leads, however, he only leads by 2 seconds, and not from Josh Thompson. He leads from Oscar Mangan, who, of course, got that extra lap. They were in the pit box for more or less the same amount of time, but Jordan Caruso about 0.4 of a second slower than Mangan in the pit lane, and of course Josh Thompson giving away 0.8 of a second to Mangan and 0.4 of a second to Caruso in the pit stop. So those tiny little pieces of execution are really, really important to winning at this level at tiny fine margins. As we're 5 hours and 3 minutes to go, a couple more laps to go. Will there be any car in this leading group, do you think, David, who's got something up their sleeve? Anyone do you think will be able to manage it?
I mean, it's all going to come down to Payson's second stint for some of our GT3 leaders here, isn't it? It's going to be, were they chewing through their tyres to hold on to the pace in this opening stint, or do they still have, plenty left in reserve? We've seen the Porsche in this class kind of run out of front tyres sometimes. We've seen the BMW run out of rear tyres. We've seen Biela Racing Team 46 there almost pushing the Williams BMW along there as well. So it's going to be interesting. We've got to keep an eye on that clock for the top of the hour, for when they pit, how many laps people go, and then what kind of pace on the second stint these teams have got, because that's when it becomes an endurance race.
Yeah, that's right. Keeping the tyre in condition for a 2-hour stint is something you've got to look at over the whole 2 hours. You can't just start it halfway through. You've got to be in that conservation mode. I mean, certainly no conservation mode right now for Vlad Kimichev. Obviously feels comfortable with the fuel number he's hit, and he's dropped the hammer big time through traffic. Just tried to pull a bit of a gap. It's 1.1 seconds the gap. That's by far the biggest it's been all race long between the leader and any car. Any takers for pit lane yet? Nope, they carry on. So that will take them nearly to the top of the hour. Certainly by the time they leave pit lane, it will be how far to the top of the hour can they get. So any takers for GT3? Certainly not from the leader so far. So for the team managers, they'll all be happy with that, with their fuel numbers. Likely we'll see them coming down the pit road in just a moment. So we hope you're enjoying the coverage here on RaceSpot TV of round 3, 24-hour series esports powered by VCO. Do let us know where you're watching from in the world. What are you eating? What are you drinking? Do let us know. The endurance racing snacks are very important. David, Lorenzo, what have you guys got on your on the platter for this event?
Well, I had lunch at my parents' place today. They've still got their Christmas tree up. Pinched a bunch of candy canes.
Nutritious. Lorenzo, what about you?
So before the race, I had what we call banoffee pie, which is cinnamon on the top, some cream in it, and and banana on the bottom of the pie. So it's a little bit of a good combination for a pie early on in the morning, and some iced tea later on.
That is breakfast of champions, banoffee pie. There you go. Lorenzo bought her banoffee pie for breakfast. I love it. Ooh. Interesting, the GT3 leaders all come through and carry on. So they hit the top of the hour, and they will be about a minute and a half over the hour.
Sims into the pit lane.
Okay, so Pure Sims, the first of the GT3 cars. That's Ross McFarlane in the Lamborghini Huracan. Also Sven, now, David, Sven Hasse, championship leader, number 45, into pit road as well.
So only a few callers, but these guys still count as past the top of the hour in my book, based on when they're going to leave pit lane.
Yep.
For Pure Sims, I'm not sure what's going on there, but for Sven Hasse, for example, to get into the lane a little on the earlier side, probably not a bad idea for a car that is equal championship leader at the moment. A very capable car, good driver lineup, and they've shown a little bit of pace. They just want to be able to do something different and maybe get a tiny bit of repairs done as well at the stop. I don't think they're going to get the chance for that. But again, we're seeing fuel only like we probably should have expected based on the weather. Pure Sims for Biela, Arnage and Ronan. Well, it's fuel only for Ronan. And for Arnage, I think we're about to see their pit stop complete for their Porsche 991 GT3. Yeah, they're out of the way and rolling as well. Here comes.
So Mala Porsche go into pit lane, as do Push Team 75 Bernhard, Ram Van Putten. However, RHG Esports carry on, as do Williams Esports, Biela Racing, BS Competition, MSI Esports Blue, and Team Redline going well over the hour as well. But pole sitter and former leader, number 55, Mala Porsche in the lane, Sotomuto. So it looks like we're going to see 43 lap stints here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, which is, in my opinion, not slightly surprising. We saw that last week, but the only difference was the GT3s weren't the top of the class, basically were prototypes, and because of the lapping procedures, I think we saw a few teams, one or two of them, going 45 on the gallon on the fuel range, and basically those 45 laps were what kind of dictated the race winning out of that car, because those 45 gave them basically 2-lap advantages. They could push better than everybody else without trying to fuel save towards the latter portions of the race. It's going to be an interesting one now if Vlad Kimichev comes into the pit lane and does his service, because he's about to do that right now, and I think everybody's going to follow suit.
Yeah, Vlad Kimichev indeed does come into pit road in the leading RAG Esports Lamborghini, and a very impressive stint indeed. An hour and more or less an hour and 3 minutes as well, followed by Bila Racing Team number 46, Williams Esports, BMW, MSI Esports, BMW, Team Redline BMW, RSR by G Performance BMW, and the Manatee Lamborghini as well. Now, of course, as we know, BS competition, don't forget, got a 30-second penalty to serve. Now, David, they've got 90 minutes to serve it, but are they serving it right now? They're in the penalty box.
Yeah, the number 89 just leaving the penalty box now is then going to come down and find their crew about right as all these other guys, all these other teams are about to get going. Oh, there's a driver change potentially for one of the yellow cars back there, but for Vlad Kimichev, he stays in side by side. Where's he going to be relative to so I think he's going to be ahead by a bit too.
The news for a penalty for the number 122 Impulse Racing Machine, driven by Chris Shorter. A 5-second penalty for that car. Now, I wonder if they have already served it or not. Time issued and deadline, it's been issued, so it has not been served yet. So the 122 Chris Shorter has a 5-second penalty hanging over as well. Now the gap is already up to 8.3 seconds. Kieran Harrison now on board the car, so he's taken over from Corentin Guinness. Both Kieran and Corentin fired super well. They've been incredibly fast in the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series together. Not had the luck, but they've been super quick and won some races as well. But Sotomuto coming around, pit stop done. Let's see where he comes out in relation to the RAG Lamborghini.
My eyes deceive me, or Kimichev opened up 6 seconds?
Your eyes do not deceive you.
Kimichev short field by about 3 seconds relative to everyone else in the class, I think.
Okay, that's a fascinating piece of strategy there. So, RAG Esports Lamborghini, number 88 lead. Vlad Kimichev staying on board and leads now by 6.2 seconds, which in the context of this race is about a month, because they've all been absolutely glued nose to tail, but Kimichev
we had
is
6 within 2 seconds, remember?
Yes, we did. So 6 seconds is just, that's incredible. That's almost the whole field before. But so pit stop times, the time in the box, 39.4 seconds for Kimichev. Sotomuto, 41.8. Daniel Lafuente, 42.2. So a big difference in time in the box, but also time in the lane as well. 57.1 seconds in the lane for Vlad Kimichev, and 1 minute and 0.7 seconds for Sotomuto. So Lafuente not only quicker, he's not only been quicker in the pit stall, but his in and out laps have clearly been rapid as well, David.
And overall, I don't mind this strategy. What's the fuel tank capacity in the Lamborghini? About 120 litres. They've gone a couple laps past that hour. Now, instead of taking on board 120 litres, take on 110, 108, something like that. This second stint on the tyres, the car's going to be a little bit lighter, a little bit quicker all the way through. They're still going to make it to the top of the next hour, but this is going to be a quick stint for them, hopefully. They'll be hoping, compared to everyone else, because they've taken that slightly shorter pit stop, given themselves some clean air, and they're going to be running around a little bit lighter than everyone else, and that might help with their tyres.
Now, looking at this Porsche in front, sorry Lorenzo, this Porsche in front there of the RAG Lamborghini, that is not a GT3 car, that's a Porsche 911 Cup car. You can just see the difference. The car is so fast, that Porsche 911 Cup car as well, and Kimichev having to go very late on the brakes to get the move done there, but does so, and the last lap pulls out half a second. In fact, I tell a lie, it pulls out 0.8 of a second over Sotomuto. So definitely. I think you're right, David. This will be a quick stint for that RHE Lamborghini. Lorenzo, do you think this could be a critical point in the race?
I think it could, if it all depends on how Vlad negotiates through traffic, right? Because on paper, he's due to be, I think, right about 3-4 tenths of a second faster per lap because it is a lighter car. But traffic needs to go his way because it is so easy. And I mean, it's so easy for you to lose a second, from half a second to 1.5 seconds just in a small sequence of corners. For example, the last 2 corners, you can lose up to a full and a 1.5 second, depending where you get the traffic and what kind of traffic you're getting. So you need to be on point every single lap and come with a little bit of luck as well.
Hello to Matrix Racing Championship, who's watching from Morecambe in England. Of course, Morecambe, home of the greatest living Isle of Man TT racer, John McGuinness. So that's a fast town, is Morecambe. So hello there, Matrix Racing Championship. Zaphod B is having a coffee and something else. I'll let you read that for yourself. 4 hours and 51 minutes to go here in the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring. David, I saw you sharing a pizza emoji. Are you having some pizza?
Nope, I was trying to respond in a culturally sensitive way to Simone Maria Marcheno, one of Italy's fastest and finest exports.
One of the best interviews as well, Peter.
Oh, that's that's good to know. Good to know. Nothing better than a good interview, I think. So, right on board with Spencer Kostovich for the IUSPS Vendaval Sim Racing BMW.
We gave him a nickname last round.
Oh, which was?
This was the IS Here Kitty powered by Vendaval Sim Racing.
You missed the action on Sebring, Peter McCann.
You're always missing out when you miss Sebring. That's
you missed the pull shots.
Oh, well.
So sunset over Sebring, like any good endurance race there, and we were taking a look at what things were illuminated around Sebring International Raceway, and the hotel by is that turn 6 out there, the hairpin, 7?
The hairpin.
There's some lights underneath the water in the hotel swimming pool there, and my goodness, did it look like an inviting place to be. It was Florida, it was a body of water, and there was no alligators in it.
Incredible. It must have been a snapshot as well. Now here comes the Here Kitty BMW up the inside, gets the move done. Very, very nice, clean move indeed. Very nice. So, back in the Porsche Cup category, Alexander Walton for Simsa Esports, having to give best there. Now, that is the Glenn Key driving for MB Racing Esports Nordic as well. So do let us know in the comments what you're eating, what you're drinking. I hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Race Spot TV. Now the gap in GT4, goodness me, 21.4 seconds. Pure Sims Esports are dominating that GT4 category at the moment, lapping 136.0 last time by for Matthew Turnbull, 20.9 seconds to the good. They did hit a lap earlier than everybody else, but we're in the pit lane for the same amount of time, so they're absolutely fine on strategy and really pushing on at the moment. It's been a super job so far, David.
Yeah, and that's pretty critical, because up until this point, the number 475, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC, was undefeated in the GT4 category. Like Altus in 992, they had gone 2 from 2 in the opening rounds of this championship, looking unstoppable in their class. Well, now Pure Sims are putting on a show in the lead, and that 475, I think, was involved in some of the GT4 shenanigans early, because they are several laps down to their class leader. So today is an opportunity for someone to take big points out of number 475 in that GT4 class.
So, update at the front for GT3, and yes, Vlad Kamichev is dropping the hammer here for RHE Esports Lamborghini. 7.4 seconds is the gap now, so it is increasing. 130.0 last time by for Sotomuto for the Mala Porsche team, and 129.2 for Kamichev, so 0.8 of a second. So before, in the opening phase of the race, Lorenzo, we were dealing with hundreds and thousands of a second with the field all in one big massive group, but Kamichev's just pulled a blinder here in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, he's been way too fast for our comfort, but here's the thing, he's not opening the gap way too much, because I think he's grabbing some traffic in some of the worst spots. So it is tricky for you to open up that gap, but he's doing a phenomenal job at keeping everybody from that pack that we're seeing right now at bay. So I think you might take a little bit of something extra from this pack specifically. I think I saw some sort of contact between some talents and the Timo Bernhard Porsche. So it's going to be a tricky one for them to see any light of day to try to get closer to the RPG, in my opinion.
So in the Porsche Cup category, Jordan Caruso, after a little bit of a shaky outlap, as we think his outlap is about 2 seconds slower than his rivals, well, Jordan Caruso has answered back with confidence. He now leads by 5.3 seconds in the Porsche Cup category, with Josh Thompson's now got his second place back, but he's embroiled in a battle with Oscar Mangan in the core sim racing Porsche. There's about half a second between that pair at the moment, between Thompson and Mangan. And just look at this, all of the GT3 runners having to make their way through this constant flow of traffic. Now, one team, a fan favourite we haven't mentioned, the Manatee Lamborghini there, just at the back of shot there, the green, white and black machine, running in 7th position. Also, interestingly, David, another one of the short fillers at the pit stops.
Yeah, so following a similar strategy to your race leader, unfortunately, just coming from a little further back down. That was me trying to take the candy cane out of my mouth when you asked me a question. What I've been watching here is the difficulty that these GT3 cars are having getting past the inertia 992 car in front of them. They haven't got the straight line speed to get around. They're only averaging 0.8 to a second a lap faster, and it's really starting to bottle up Sotomuto and others behind that car. He hasn't been able to get around since turn 1's about where he caught them. He's all the way around here, still unable to get through until here where he sends it down the inside. Then immediately, Biela are going to follow through as well. When they start catching more of those 992s, it's going to be tough for the GT3s, because there's a shortage of high-speed corners around here. You know, turn 1, turn 2, all very short, sharp corners where a GT3 doesn't really have a lot of pace advantage over a 992. You need those third gear, fourth gear corners.
Yeah, the biggest difference, I think, between the GT3 car and the Cup car is the aerodynamics. The front splitter, the rear diffuser, the rear wing as well. And it's ever so slightly wider track as well on the GT3
See, watch here,
car.
Sim RC right behind, trying to slipstream a 992 coming up the hill, and the 992's pulling away. It takes real guts to then have to try to outbrake him down the inside, which is compromised by the presence of the TCR car there, but managed to do it.
Yeah, that was, you're spot on there, David. Bram van Putten for KUS Team 75 Bernhard, having to, like many of the GT3 runners, having to stand on the brakes really late to get the moves done on a car that's not even in your class. That's what's going to be, I think, the story of the day for those two classes. Of course, if you wonder where the Team 75 comes from, where the number 75 comes from, so the Team 75 Bernhard is a family team, of course owned and run by Timo Bernhard, the Porsche, well, former Porsche factory driver, Porsche brand ambassador nowadays. And his father started in racing in 1975, so that's where the 75 comes from. Also, I can't yet work out who Paul is. I presume it's one of their sponsors. Just Paul from the local village. He's put in a few quid, so they put his name all over the car.
Yeah, he had 20 euros.
Definitely not Paul Smith.
he wouldn't part with €20. He's from Yorkshire, no chance.
No chance.
No,
At all.
maybe for a TCR or a train, possibly.
Yeah, if it's a train sim DLC, 20 quid will leave his wallet.
We love you, Paul. Our very own Paul Smith, one of our regular commentators here on RaceSpot TV, and it's nearly World GT Championship time. A week tomorrow.
I was going to mention that.
Yes, World GT Championship returns a week tomorrow with myself and Paul Smith on commentary. Looking forward to that very much. A lot of drivers in this field taking part. Of course, defending champion Ross McFarlane. He's at the wheel of the Pure Sims Lamborghini, the number 16 car at the moment. Can he defend his title? Only time will tell. Whoa! David think Bram Van Puten's trying there. He's really pushing the edge.
I believe the kids call it, having a dip, sending it a little.
Having a dip. Well, I've learned something. Now, a few penalties to update on. Car 905 has been given a 10-second time penalty for contact with car 148. So car 905. Oh dear. Williams Esports, Josh Thompson. He's about a second ahead of Oscar Mangan, about 4 seconds ahead of Aztec Simsports Volante. So that 5-second penalty, although it might sound minor, that's going to cause a 10-second penalty. That's going to cause quite a painful wait in the penalty box for Josh Thompson. So making contact with the 148 car, that's one of the TCR machines, that's Team Heusingveld. So problems for Josh the Bosch Thompson. Now, car 8 has also been given a 10-second penalty for contact. That is the IUSPS powered by Vendaval BMW. Just a warning for car number 46, which is the Bila Racing Luca Kita driven Lamborghini as well. So that's Lorenzo, that's not so convenient for that Williams Esports Porsche Cup car, especially with how well Logitech are going.
Yeah, that is going to be a bummer for Josh Thompson, but again, long race, and from what we're seeing, there could be a few dramas, and we know there is always place for dramas. We're gonna love it because we're broadcasting, but I know for the drivers it's gonna be horrendous to see that coming towards the latter portion of the race. But everything can change, and it's basically catchable. Plus, not a very long pit lane if we're looking at a certain point of view, so easy to catch it back.
Now we're getting word. Thank you very much to our producer Hugo Luis, a man of so many talents. He brings you these wonderful images and graphics and all these moving parts. They need someone behind the scenes, and Hugo does a great job. He's also found out who Paul is. He is not the man from Timo Bernhard's local pub who's chipped in a few quid. In fact, Paul is a unique system for automated water drinking systems. Through consistent digitization and the use of artificial intelligence, Paul achieves a reduction in CO2 emissions of up to 25%, and at the same time ensures permanent hygiene. So there you go. That is what Paul is.
I read that 3 times of trying to work out what that combination of words together actually means. It's like, do they have internet connected office
water cooler
drinking water coolers? Do they?
Does it say wash your hands? Use the hand sanitizer.
At what point in the drinking water system is there significance to emissions that need to be reduced by 25% digitization and AI?
That is incredible.
Is this water coolers and we're saving electricity by cooling the water more efficiently right before or after a meeting? Reading your Google Calendar and running the fridge in accordance?
The mind boggles.
I think they have the...
that if it hasn't been done yet. I reckon I'm going to make coin on that.
And you're going to call it the David.
It's going to say David on the side of everyone's race car.
Massive capital letters, David. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff.
And it's going to stand for Drinking Aqua Something ID.
Yes, David.
I'll work it out when I have a pitch meeting.
Yep. Got to get that absolutely polished before you go into the boardroom. Lorenzo, for all the good news about saving CO2 on water filtering or whatever it is, unfortunately some bad news. We've got a retirement.
Yeah, looks like our Nice competition brought the car into the pit lane. I was looking, it was a little bit weird because I did see no damage whatsoever from Nico's Ruby Lars car going to turn number 1 and 2. So something else might have happened to the number 23 car because it just came to a full stop on the back stretch on lap 52.
That's a pity. I do like that Arnage competition machine. Very brightly coloured car, and yeah, it just pulls over. And
luckily there were no Fernando Alonso's right there. Was it Alonso that ran over Kimi Räikkönen?
I don't remember.
I remember it. Yeah.
I try to remember who was the driver. I know it was Kimi and someone else.
I wouldn't want to feel the wrath of Kimi Räikkönen having run him over. I don't think that would go down very well. He's not the cheeriest of chappies at times, is he? But anyway, RHG Esports continue to pull away at pace. 10.5 seconds is the advantage at the moment. It's fascinating pace of the race. How for the first hour you had a huge chunk of cars all together, separated by minuscule margins. And then, David, it's as if Vlad Kimichev saying, "Okay, that was very fun, guys. Enjoyed running with you, but." It's like the Roadrunner. It's like the, hey mate, see you later.
Yeah, there's a few things at play there that have created that lead gap in the overall class. I mean, we saw for a lap and then some more how much struggle the second, third and fourth place runners were having getting past that 992. There's also been a reshuffle there where Williams have gotten in front of Biela, have gotten in front of Marla. So I think Sotomuto in this second stint not quite able to run the pace that those other guys wanted to do, and all of that has added a handful of extra seconds between first and second. I wonder what Daniel Lafuente can do now that he's broken free though. Last lap, missed out on about 4/10 to RHG, but I think every single lap at this point is traffic affected to some extent if you're a GT3, so you kind of got to look at the 5-lap trends.
Well, I'm glad we've got someone of your intelligence, David, to keep an eye on these things, because I certainly don't qualify for that. I mean, I've been stumped by a water cooler, called Paul, so it's not much. There's not much chance for me. Well, we're going to take a short break here on Racebot TV, but the action does not stop. Diego Peasalipa from Manatee Racing is going to be our taxi driver for a few laps around the Red Bull Ring. Myself, Peter Mackay, David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder will be back in just a moment. Do not go anywhere, but enjoy the taxi ride in a Lamborghini. Welcome back to Race Spot TV and round 3 of the 24-hour series esports powered by VCO. This is the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring, and we're about an hour and a half in to this fascinating motor race so far. At the moment, it's RAG Esports that lead the way in their Lamborghini with Vlad Kamichev at the wheel. And David Haynes, why don't you take us on a little run through of how things are looking in the GT3 category?
Yeah, absolutely. Things have stabilised a little bit between first and second, that gap around 10 seconds. We know some of that was in-lap, out-lap pace from RHG. Some of that, a slightly shorter fuel that we know they're going to have to pay back later on at some point. A little bit of argy-bargy, as you see in the pictures. But after one time through the pit lane, it's then Bila Racing Team 46 in third from Marla Racing Team, who are our pole sitters. Team 75, Bernhard by SimRC in fifth. Got Team Redline, Maniti, MSI Esports Blue and RS RPG Performance 8th and 9th. That's the battle you're watching right now between these two BMW M4 GT3s. Got PRT Ronin SimSport 10th, Pure Sims Esports, IUSPS powered by Vendaval Sim Racing, German Sim Racing DE by ACV, the Bila Racing Team 45 co-championship leaders coming into this round, trying to work their way back up after being 19th in the opening stint. And you've got Logitech G Altus Esports 15th, Ronin SimSport, Go Team Racing, BS Competition, and we saw Arnage Competition looked like they retired for reasons we couldn't quite determine. One of the things that has been causing back and forth accordion in the time gap between first and second in GT3 is all this traffic that they've begun to catch. You're starting to see some 992s as well as GT4s and TCRs that they catch very frequently.
In the Porsche Cup category, well, it's Jordan Caruso of the Logitech Altus Esports team who leads the way by 9.1 seconds over Oscar Mangan, with Josh Thompson dropping back to third position as well. But all good for Logitech Altus Esports. Lorenzo, why don't you take us through how the rest of the field are looking in that class?
Yeah, let's take a look on the 992 as Logitech G Altus Esports is leading this race. There's a little bit of now opening on Core Sim Racing. It was a little bit closer when they came out of the pit lane, but Jordan Caruso doing a fantastic job keeping that 959 car in second place, 9 seconds of rest. Williams Esports is following closely, but we know that Josh Thompson has a few problems with incidents and problems. Then we have the Aztec SimSports Volante Porsche Cup in P3 with Vince Peters driving the 996. Maniti Racing Black and Alexander Lauritsen in 5th place. MB Racing Esports Nordic is in 6th with Glenn Key in the car. 7th, Simsa Esports and Alexander Walton inside that car. 916 in P8 is for Pure Sims and Leon Penn is driving it. Imo Rovampera in Red Q Racing in 9th place with the 999. 10th place is Aries Racing MRW Neo with Johan Ruer inside the car, but he had a few issues early on in the race, so tucked back, still within the top 10. P11 is Inertia Mega Alto Yonati Biahia, and I think the last running car is the Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab in T Classens.
In GT4, well, Pure Sims Racing, they are, well, an absolute red letter day at the moment. They are leading by 25 seconds with Matt Turnbull at the wheel of the number 416 Porsche Cayman GT4. Driving his socks off at the moment is Matthew. And yeah, 25 seconds gap back to Carbon SimSport, Milos with Grecki in second position, who in turn has about an 0.8 of a second advantage over Matt Corona for Aztec SimSport Porsche. Aztec SimSport Volante, I should say, to give them their full name. German Sim Racing DE by Hetzner. They are sitting right on the back bootlet. They are on screen. Marvin Lemelin, German Sim Racing by Hetzner, right on the back of Matt Corona there as well. Third in class. Fourth in class is German Sim Racing. Fifth, Team Fortzilla, William Chadwick, Mr. Endurance himself, winner of the Roar Before the 24 yesterday, and an absolute maestro in this Porsche GT4 car specifically, and if there's anyone who can grind out the long stints at a relentless pace, it is Will Chadwick. Drives a Porsche in real life as well. He's got a Boxster as well.
He was actually just called William Wick until he won the Raw before the 24.
True.
Chadwick, that's his American name, possibly, as well. But
the kids will get it, don't worry.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Yeah, I won't for that reason. Undercut racing team, white, Guillaume Egloff, 6th in GT4, 7th is Race Gear Mikko Halkavara for that team. 8th in GT4, Torque Freak Racing, TeamSpeak, with Team 75 Bernard Jürgen Frank in 9th, and Entropic round out the top 10 in GT4. David, how are we looking in TCR?
Well, we're looking good. It's the least numerous class, but they always race each other pretty closely, and they had a good battle towards the end of last round. But at the moment, it's Core trying to run away with it. 11 seconds from Impulse. Team Hoistingveld in 3rd, only 2 seconds behind. Then it is MSI Esports, TCR, Odox Motorsport, who had to serve a penalty early, so look for them to maybe come back towards a podium position. They had really good pace early goings. Then Simza and Hunkos Racing Esports, all of our cars in TCR out and running.
So, pit stop for one of the Porsche Cup cars. Now, unless I missed it, was that a drive-through penalty, gents?
No, that was a pit stop, right?
Okay.
It wasn't a real pit stop, but I think it's way too early for me because that was 29. I think there was 30 laps on the field for Vice Peters inside the car. So, in my opinion, I would say he's missing maybe 1 or 2 laps on the fuel range for that car, because the first pit stop everybody did on 32 laps. So, going from 32 to 30, unless he feels safe towards the latter portion of the race, to go this way, I would say he might be missing a few laps around the range in total.
Now, Lorenzo, just before we went on to our Race Spot TV fan immersion taxi ride, you brought up, I think, a fantastic question. Favourite Daytona moments? Of course, it's only a week to go until the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, and 2 weeks to go until the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Everyone's given their favourite Daytona moments, but what about yours?
I would say, I'm trying to remember if it was in Daytona. I think it was the Corvette battle to the finish. I think that was Tommy Milner and Jordan Taylor that were driving the cars, battling against each other until the final lap and deciding who were going to win. Probably one of the best GT battles I ever seen. But my favorite moment was going to Daytona in 2019, even though the rain in Florida decided to come in a torrential form and red flag the entirety of the second half of the race.
And David, now, I can't quite tell if you like the Daytona prototypes or not. I'm a huge fan of a Daytona prototype, the old ones. Wonderful machines. Very simple, but wonderful. Is that your favourite, or what?
I mean, do yourself a favour and Google some of the first generation ones, like the Fab Car Daytona prototypes, etc. Oh, yeah. I mean, they're one of my favourite pieces of Daytona history. I'm really glad they're consigned to history.
Yes, there was a few that were maybe a little bit on the other side.
There's one, it was a Daytona prototype, and they tried to make it look like a Porsche 911, which is like some World War II level, camouflage of trying to dress up cars as like battle tanks, or vice versa.
Yes, I do remember that one. That was a little bit awkward. I would say, I have to say the Corvette Daytona prototype is a cool looking car, I think. Also, on iRacing, I will gladly fight to the death to anyone who doesn't think the Riley Daytona prototype is a brilliant car on this simulator. I adore it. That's my favourite. I know a lot of people don't like week 13 here on the iRacing simulator, when it's the kind of off week while the big updates happen, etc., and you get the fun races in the Riley Daytona prototype, and I for one just relish that. It's just
don't.
such a... You don't?
I don't, because I have an infamy with that car.
Oh, do tell, Lorenzo.
Oh, so we had one of those fun races that we call, I think, the Max Benz. I don't know if I can say it over here or not. And the race was around VIR and with the Riley prototypes, and it was kind of like a stop game. If the not the commentator, but the race control said stop, you had to go into the pit lane. They said stop. I immediately dashed to the pit lane because they had the backstretch pit lane, and they were using the Grand West layout. So you have those corner names and the VC sections. But I was on the backstretch, just coming out of the tree. I immediately go into the pit lane, but I borked it face first into the tire barrier that splits the track in the pit lane.
I
You ever
borked
won a
it.
Max Bance?
I never won a Max Bance.
I'm at a 100% strike rate, 1 from 1.
Nice.
I'm in. How do I get an entry for this? Because if it involves driving a Rally Daytona prototype, then I'm so in.
If it comes back again, because basically what they do, they grab some combination of cars. I think the last one I drove was with the Ford, the Fiesta WRC, not the rally cross car, but around the Chicago street circuit. But what happened is they limited the top speed and the 5th and 6th gears.
GT4 leader having a bit of fun there, guys.
Oh no!
Indeed. We'll get another replay of that for you folks. That was actually a real knock-on effect. The Manatee Lamborghini ran into the back of the red line BMW, which in turn then cannoned into the Pure Sims Porsche, and that is what can happen in endurance racing. We were talking just a moment ago about how dominant Pure Sims Esports were at 25 seconds to the good, and then bang. Let's get another look at it again. David, how do you see this one?
Ow.
Ouch,
Well,
indeed.
I think Maniti have picked a braking point that's a normal GT3 braking point, but they got 2 cars in front of them that have tried to pick braking points considerate of all of the lap traffic they had in front of them. For example, the GT4 leader, and there was another one in there as well. So it's the car's right in the thick of the action, exercising some caution. Some of those behind them, not so much. Now, I'm going to take a look at what these pit stops look like for 992, because obviously you can see a lot of tyre changes going on for the second stint here. But I think I saw someone go without. Raccoon Racing, was it potentially, in the 999?
A triple stint Porsche Cup pit stop. That's pushing it.
Well, I think they've gone with a short fuel as well, so there might have always been like a short stint somewhere when they were doing 55-minute stints for the Cup car. I wonder if that's the thinking for Raccoon Racing. Lorenzo, do you have any stats that tell us what the tyre life's like for Raccoon Racing?
Yeah, I'm interested to know as well, because just looking over your keyboard, of Ampera did a 22-second pit stop. So unless they've been managing the tires pretty neatly, they didn't put any tires in it. And I've seen other cars not putting tire from what it looks like. I think ours didn't put tires as well, just full fuel.
Okay. So, we've just seen Williams Esports come in to do a pit stop, and have done a driver change as well. Kamil Grabowski getting on board with Josh Thompson. His driving his first stint complete, about 1 hour and 45 minutes behind the wheel. So Kamil Grabowski gets on board. Now, did they serve the penalty? I'm not getting... I don't know if you guys saw otherwise, but at the moment it hasn't been updated on our sheet. May well just be a delay with the sheet, but they do have 90 minutes to serve those penalties, so they don't have to serve it at this stop, but I think it's always good to just get it out of the way, but possibly Williams playing a strategy there. So, Team Redline then, a little bit in the wars. They're getting hit from the back by the Manatee car, and then of course then being punted into the Pure Sims Porsche GT4 car, so might have a little bit of damage on the front and the rear of that BMW, but doesn't look like there's much of a problem in straight line pace. So maybe get a better impression here. The RSR by G Performance BMW, the number 27, is right in there in the draft. But no, straight line speed looks absolutely fine. In fact, looks very good for the Team Redline machine. Maybe running a slightly lower drag setup than the rest of the field. Of course, both of those BMWs identical specs, so maybe just a setup difference there as well. So Redline, they are in 8th at the moment. Luke Bennett at the wheel with Alex Uringa driving the RSR by G Performance BMW that's right behind. Now, Lorenzo, you've been keeping an eye on what's going on with the Porsche Cup cars, the differences in strategy. What have you got?
Yeah, aside from Raccoon Racing that has gone for the triple stint, it looks like Asetek went for 2 tires because it was 37 seconds. So it was a little bit of, it was up in the jacks, but it was very quick on the jacks. Everybody else going from, looks like 40 seconds on the pit lane. That's for Oscar Mangan, who's on his out lap, so might have gone also for 2 tires over here for Core. So it's going to be a very interesting strategy moving on. Everybody else full service, full 4 tires and fuel.
Okay, so just a little bit of rolling of the dice going on there in the Porsche Cup category. So at the moment out front, RHE Esports Vlad Kamichev leads by 11.2 seconds, and Kamichev now 128.8 last time by, so pushing on in that Lamborghini. And Williams Esports Daniel Lafuente in 2nd place has an advantage of about 2 seconds back to Luca Kita in 3rd for Bila Racing Lamborghini. Mala Porsche back in 4th at the moment, so slightly quieter stint for the Porsche crew. And rounding out the top 5, the Porsche of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC Bram Van Putten in that machine at the moment. And I wonder, David, when we talk about the front tyres of the Porsche, it does seem to work its front tyres a little bit harder.
Yeah, they've got to all through the stint just to make the car turn, typically on the balance. And so even if there's not weight on them, they're scrubbing and being worked harder than maybe some of the more neutrally balanced cars. Definitely, you were here on the coverage for the first round at Hockenheimring, and it did seem like those GT3 Porsches going on for too long were getting more understeer than anything else, compared to towards the end of a long stint on a hot track. These BMWs seem to get a bit oversteering.
Hello to Samantha Tan, fresh off a brilliant performance at the Dubai 24-hour in the 24-hour Series Esports. Hello, Samantha. She says, didn't know there was a 24-8 Series Esports. Maybe we could have an ST Racing BMW taking part. Just speak to Tyler. He'll be able to fill in the details. Of course, the number 1 ST Racing BMW running very well at the Dubai 24 and looking fantastic as well. So hello to Samantha, hope you're enjoying the coverage. Whoa, it's a big move up the inside there from the BS competition BMW, which has had a difficult day, serving a 30-second penalty for jumping the start. Vasilos Belastosius getting a little bit frisky there, and a little bit of damage on the bonnet of that BMW by the looks of things.
Well, I think it might be Apex Tech 992 also went in pretty hot to a big concertina, a big traffic jam at 3.
Yeah, was there a lockup from that Apex Tech? It did look like it, didn't it, David?
I heard something.
Yeah, I did see like a puff of smoke coming out of the corner, looking at the feed.
Well. The number 89 BMW, having served that penalty, really put them out of position. They were in the top 5, now down in 17th position, 45 seconds off the lead. I know it's if buts and maybes, but without that penalty, they would still be in the top 5 on pace. So it's really a journey of fight back for the Turner BS competition crew. Of course, now I always love this. The Turner Motorsport livery, the yellow and blue, is very synonymous with that East of America outfit. I think it's Massachusetts they're based, but the yellow and blue livery is inspired by the 1995 Renault Laguna British touring car. So that's where Will Turner, the team owner, got his inspiration for his team's livery.
So we've got Williams Renaults, we've got Williams BMWs. Oh, more dramas with Torque Freak Racing 992. They might have just escorted someone a decent distance from the track. I only caught the end of it there, but more dramas surrounding this car.
Oh dear, yeah, 992 Torque Freak Racing. The car on screen right now looks like a...
Oris is the one that was off the track.
Okay. So this is the TFR Torque Freak car that looks like a can of Iron Brew on wheels, with the orange and blue. But yes, Oris, that sent a huge way off the track. Have they come back yet?
Yes, they are.
Yes,
back on track.
Here we go then. The MRW back machine gets a little bit... yeah, it's a... Lorenzo, how do you see that one?
If I can get another look on the replay, it's a little bit tricky that at turn number 4 corner. From what it looks like, I'm misjudging of the braking. It looks like. Let's look at it again, because we can see the RS car on the inside. Right on the braking zone, basically being in front of the Torque Freak. Could they given more space towards each other, a little bit of more spacing? Yeah, but I think you're coming up so hot to the braking zone that there was a good chance for attrition, and it did happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's a tricky one if you pull in front of somebody in the braking zone or just at the point of heading into the braking zone. I think you do run the risk of you're putting yourself in the hands of the other car, whereas if you stay inside, you're more likely to get to the corner clean. The move was kind of done. It just seems a little bit unnecessary. So I wonder how the stewards will view that one. I think it's hard to imagine what the TFR car could have really done about that one much, but anyway, we'll see how. I'm so glad I'm not a race steward. It must be a really difficult and thankless task. We're nearly at the 1/3 distance. An hour and 55 minutes into this 6-hour race, and what that means is that we'll have GT3 cars coming into the pit lane in the next 5 or 6 minutes or so. At the moment, Vlad Kamichev, 12.3 seconds to the good. They've played a strategical ace card where went long, about a lap longer than the rest of the field in the first stint, so saving fuel and getting themselves to the front. Then short filling a little bit in the pit stop, giving themselves good track position and clean air and a lighter car, and that is played beautifully for the RHG Esports. Now, question, guys, do we think that maybe some of the other teams might try and play the same thing? Maybe try and do this and try and catch back up and at least try and get on the case of this RHG Lamborghini?
My thoughts here is we know that the track is only going to get hotter as we go along. I'd be tempted to really stretch the stints in the first 4 hours to try to save myself some pain in the final 2. It's not what's happening for RHG, obviously, but this time that they've built themselves early in the race is worth a lot. So, all things considered, this is definitely still the car you'd want to be in. But there's potential that some of the other teams are able to run longer on the tyres now while the track is cool, to then not have to use quite so long stints if and or when the track heats up. The other thing, of course, to watch here with this short fuel is how long towards the hour does R8G go. They've been all by themselves this whole stint, nowhere near the slipstream or the pack racing that they had in the opening hour.
So, update on some penalties coming in. The number 914 has been given a 5-second penalty. That is the Inertia Mega Auto car, Matti Navala, driving that machine, so they will have 5 seconds to serve in the penalty box. The thing is, it's not just 5 seconds, you've got to go into the penalty box, stop, take your penalty, and then drive on. So you can add a few seconds on top of the penalty itself. So although 5 seconds might not sound much, it actually is in reality a little bit more than that. The car number 7, that is the Manatee Racing Lamborghini, has been given a 5-second penalty for an incident with car 999, which is the Raccoon Racing Porsche Cup machine. Williams Esports GT3 in second position, they have been given a warning for their conduct on track, but warning is certainly better than getting a penalty altogether. But we're yet to find out what will be the case with the incident we saw a little bit further back with the Manatee Lamborghini, the Redline Racing BMW, and the leading Pure Sims Porsche GT4 car, which has carried on, leads by 20.6 seconds, so it's not dropping time, so hopefully not nursing any particular damage, and still lapping quicker than those behind. So looking good still for Pure Sims Esports. But David, that's not the type of heart-starting moment you want when you've got such a handsome lead.
No, it's a very interesting point of the race right now, and I mean that penalty sheet is always interesting to watch. There is a huge difference between a 5-second penalty and a 30-second penalty. I mean, those 5-second penalties are the least penalising penalty you'll ever get in endurance racing. You can come back and win from one of those. 30-second penalties that really start hijacking your race, and there is very spicy things appearing on the race control investigations from the 992 incident that we saw. I think there's one even from what we saw with the GT4 leader Pure Sims. The stewards have had a busy last hour or so, heating up on the track, heating up in the race control. Okay, down to Lorenzo Bonder, who has William Chadwick, number 420, for an interview. Who now is William at the? Before we go to Lorenzo, is William at the wheel of the car? No, he is not. His teammate Julian Moreno is at the wheel. So Lorenzo, down to you.
Yeah, so let's bring Will while we just, I think we're about to see the GT3's pit stopping, because Vlad Kimichev is the first car in the lead to do that for us. Rustin Fizui is going to take over the car, but William, take us through the start of the race, because you had a very hectic start. Already incident on turn number 1, and basically towed back to the tail end of the field and having to catch yourself back up.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure it was 3 wide. I've seen the incident now, and if I'd seen it was 3 wide, I wouldn't have gone for the move. But I really did give as much space that I could, and we were just really unlucky. It was no one's fault really. It was just 3 into 1, don't go.
Yeah, because after that, your pace was pretty much solid. I was taking a look on the few laps over here, and now Julian in P4. There's some distance though to try to get to the S-Tech car, but how comfortable are you with the setup for this race? I know your concern was the GT3s and off tracks, but all in all, how's the car been doing?
I think we're struggling a bit from understeer, especially later on in this stint. It's not the best setup that I've produced for this series. However, oh my, I just saw.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so in terms of the setup, it's not amazing, but you know we've got pace. It was we had 20 second of optional damage from the first stop, so That was costing a bit in a straight line, considering that this track is, you spend a large portion of the lap flat out, so it does tend to impact you. Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable. I think we can catch second, and we need a bit of luck to have something with Pure Sims. Maybe they drop off, because I know Matthew's exceptionally quick this week. But yeah, I think we've still got a chance definitely of second, and the win's always on in GT racing.
Sure, absolutely, especially Red Bull Ring. And by the way, first and foremost, congratulations on winning Top Split. I know you cut some onions around the track at the very tail end. But how's it been, the transition going from the World 24, which is basically strategy, counting it with a little bit of drag, and what do you think are the similarities and differences from a track like Daytona to the Red Bull Ring?
I think the infield section of Daytona holds some of the characteristics that you get here. The slow speed that you get at turns 2 and 4 are very similar to like the infield sections of Daytona. However, you do need to prepare for each track, and that's where because I've had to split those both events up, I've not had as much preparation as I usually would have for a Neo round. In terms of strategy, we're not looking at fuel today. I mean, my entire strategy yesterday was based off fuel and making sure that I could create the much fuel mileage as possible in order to get that gap at the end, because breaking the toe is so crucial at Daytona. You could be you could genuinely be 7/10 quicker than anyone else, and you wouldn't get away. So that such is the nature of the GT4 draft. Yeah, confident going into the second half of this race. Still 3 hours 56 left. It's still a 6-hour endurance race. And yeah, thank you for your congratulations.
Yeah, sure. And we need to know what. How was the need for a Scottish spotter to win the race? What do you think about that? That question did not came from me. That question came from a fellow Scotsman named Peter McCann.
I wonder why. I don't know who my spotter was. Yeah, no, Gordy played a huge role in not only helping me with the traffic, but also keeping me calm. I'm someone that can definitely get nervous in that position, because I hadn't been put in a position to win such an event before. And he kept me calm in those last 5 laps, kept me performing at my best, and ultimately we prevailed, and he was a huge part of that, for sure.
Right on. And I think we saw some issues going into the double left-handers as we see the MSI car coming in for a pit stop, but we're gonna let you go, William. But more importantly, will we see you do your broadcasting debut on the Daytona 24?
Potentially, maybe. Not sure about the team lineup so far for us, but I might pop in anyway, even if I'm racing. We'll see. I'll try and provide an analysis. But thank you for the interview. Really appreciate it.
No problem, William. Race spot commentator, top split winner, William Chadwick, driving for Team Fordzilla. Good luck on the remainder of the race, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Peter.
Thanks, Lorenzo. Great to hear from William Chadwick there. Now, let's see what happened just as that moment. Lorenzo described it as an issue. It certainly was. GSR by Hetzner. Whoa! Loses it a little bit early. It's easy to just touch it. Oh dear. Takes one of the other GT4 runners with him.
Yeah, it's a friend very gently help him straighten it out.
Ah, yes. Getting back to whoa. Then rejoining at the apex of the corner. Never advisable either. But very easy to just stick a wheel on the grass there coming down to the Worth curve. But a lot of the GT3 runners were coming through at that point, and nearly got caught up in that. So GT, we're right in the window for GT3 stops, and in comes Team Redline of Luke Bennett and the GS, the RSR by G Performance. There we go. I'll get the letters in the correct order. RSR by G Performance BMW. You think RSR it'll be a Porsche? No, it's a BMW. So BS competition in as well. Fuel and tyres for them. Lots of driver changes going on. When you see the car blink out and in, that's usually a driver change going on. So, Lorenzo, who have we got coming in and out of the cars?
Let me look right here. I'll get you on that. Chris Lullum is gonna take over from the number 69 that was driven by Mr. Luke Bennett, and the number 27 is gonna be driven by Oscar Koper, taking over from Alex Yodinga, as we see more issues from that GSR GT4 right around turn number 3. And that looked like to be the GT4 leader of Pure Sims.
Yeah, it was.
No,
it was the Pure Sims Porsche Cup car, I think. Yes, of Braden Werner. Now, interestingly, in GT3, now this will shuffle out. We'll wait to see how the other drivers get on. But R8G are, by my reckoning, are not in the lead. In fact, no. PRT Ronin Simsport and Pure Sims Esports have hopped past in the stops. Now, oh, poor old Marvin Lemelin, the steering's broken on that car, so taking it back to pit lane, and it just lets go in him. So it's a disastrous end to the day for that crew. See if they can get their repairs done and get back going again, maybe, but any chance of victory well and truly out the window now. So the GT3
bold
cars,
strategies happening right here. Okay, PRT Ronin Simsport, your overall leader, triple stinting their tyres. Same for Pure Sims number 16. They're very, very rapidly going to get caught by RHG Esports Racing Fuzui in the Lamborghini with new tyres. So tyres that are 4 laps old versus tyres that are 84 laps old is what you're witnessing right here.
I think for Ross McFarlane, who's staying on for that triple stint, of course, if you're going to triple stint the tyres, you've also got to triple stint the drivers in most cases. And Ross McFarlane right in front of us here, Racing Fuzui, who is in effect our net race leader, just a couple of tenths up the road. Our overall race leader, PRT Ronin Simsport, but this will not be for long. But Racing just having to pick his moment here as well, not in any much of a hurry. Has about a 13-second gap back to Sven Hasse for Biela Racing Team, who in turn is about 9/10 of a second ahead of Alessandro Bico.
And then, it's the 45 Biela that is immediately behind, who only took 2 tyres. Remember, they were dead last after about 15 minutes. I think that might be Ross McFarlane saying, this is not my battle. There's a bit of a wiggle I think I saw there. And Racing, lifts out of the throttle early. Racing Fuzui sends it down the inside here. So there is a whole bunch of different tyre strategies going on. Triple stint from Pure Sims and PRT Ronin Simsport. Double out of R8G. Do we call it a 2.5 from the Biela 45? Because they've changed to just 2 after a double stint.
And I'm trying to remember over here, David. I think we saw those strategies coming from Biela in the 6-hour Sebring rings, haven't we?
That's Biela's speciality.
Yeah, bread and butter.
Is it 2 tyres? Is it 1 tyre? What are they? I'd love to make us guess.
Inertia spun around on turn number 9. On turn number 8, sorry.
Oh dear, that's the Porsche Cup crew. There they are, in that beautiful blue and yellow, blue and green machine, actually, I would say. The Inertia Sim Racing machine, the Finnish outfit. Let's see what happened. Matti Nevala driving that machine, and that's just unlucky there. Really, just a little bit of a last-minute decision, and the Simza TCR car goes to take its line, and maybe just didn't quite anticipate that in time, but avoided major contact anyway. And Ross McFarlane's super clever there in that white and blue with yellow accents, Pure Sims Lamborghini. Yes, he's on those now treble stinting tyres, but able to just hang on to the coattails of the fresh-tyred R8G net leading R8G Lamborghini. And that's clever. Ross McFarlane is a smart driver, though. We shouldn't be surprised about this.
It's an incredibly gutsy strategy, and I mean, we talked about at the start of the race, you are never going to find track conditions more tyre friendly than starting at sunrise and 20 degrees Celsius, relatively green track, rubbering up gently through the opening couple stints. That's Iaspis going a bit slow there? Yeah, it is. Remember how long they went at Sebring Lorenzo, you were there for that, and now I think they've done the same but gone a bit too long.
Yeah, I think you went a little bit longer than
No,
what we probably
it's
wanted
just-
to.
No, it's just been 6 laps. They're back in the pit lane for the 3rd time. There's a problem there for Alexander Bird.
I did see that they were having issues on their first pit stop, on their second pit stop, because they've been relegated towards the field of the 992 class. So I was frowning my head a little bit on what could have happened over there. We know that sometimes you can get a bug during refueling and the car doesn't refuel or something like that, but now Alex Bird looks like he's out of the car.
Okay, David Haynes, I bow to your superior prediction. Track limits is definitely going to be a factor, because looking at the track limits warning, so for those who are just joining us, if the drivers or if a car goes over 25 off track or track limit abuses, they will be given a warning by the stewards, and that's an automatic system. The stewards don't need to see them do it. The iRacing system spots the off track abuses on its own. So 25, it gives you a warning, and then 25 after that, you get a 25-second penalty, which is, as we know, very, very significant. You've got to go into pit lane to serve it while you're in doing your stop. Now, I'll just read through the cars who have been given. There are 8 of them who have already been given their warning long before half distance. So, the number 978 was first at an hour and a half into the race. The number 978 Porsche Cup machine, the Manatee Racing machine of Matthias Burke driving that car at the moment, 7th in class. They were given their warning to an hour and 27 in. A minute later, the car number 481 was given a warning. That's the Torque Freak Racing car. Number 46, that's the Bila Lamborghini. In 7th overall, Patrick Heinrich driving that machine at the moment. Number 966 is the SIMSA Esports Porsche Cup car, also with a track limit warning. Car 977 has a track limit warning. That is now looking up and down my entry list here. The number 977. Oh, help me out,
Horus
Jason.
Racing, they've
Horus
parked
Racing.
it.
They've parked it. Okay, so that's, well, no need to worry about that. That one then. 905 Williams Esports have one. They got that just a moment ago, about 20 minutes ago or so. Also, car number 7, the Manatee Racing Lamborghini, and car 45, the other Bilo Lamborghini, also with a track limits warning, all before the 2-hour mark. So, David, you are absolutely correct. That is definitely going to be a concern for many of the teams.
I mean, you've just given all of these racing drivers, far too much credit. The reality is, when you go wide on the outside of the penultimate corner, you gain time. So, there's no reason not to, other than the fact that you're going to get a time penalty after you've done it 50 times. So they're always going to aim for 49. It's just a few of them have been a little greedy a little early. And of course, another thing to keep in mind is when someone exceeds that 50 off tracks towards the end of the race, if it's after their final stop, the time gets added post-race.
Okay, so
You won't be taking away 2 laps from anyone post-race, though.
Interestingly, the number 977 car is parked it because there is an incident being investigated between the 977 and the 981. That is the Oris car that is now parked, and the TFR Porsche Cup car, which was, of course, if you remember, the little check-up that we had a little moment ago. So, the only car
the
left.
GT3 race lead that just sandwiched 3 wide in the penultimate corner.
Whoa.
Tried to do the old Hakkinen, Schumacher, Ricciardo Zonta trick, and it didn't stick.
And there's a Porsche Cup car right behind that's so close to the RAG Lamborghini, I can't pick a number on it, but
that's the Acetec car.
Acetec giving absolutely zero room or respect to the GT3 car, saying I'm in my own race, thank you very much. Ross McFarlane actually has to give best to that Porsche Cup car. Bear in mind that he's on those now third stint tyres and having to give best to a car in the Porsche Cup class, and that's quite telling.
Yeah, and they're going basically for round 2 from what it looks like. Rasim is going hard at it. And the problem is there's just too much traffic. You can see the torque freak in front, the course and racing car in front. So how do you negotiate this kind of overtake? You can see the Canadian look on the inside and there's nothing to go in.
Well, the traffic continues all the way around the circuit, just a minute and a half around here for the GT3 cars, so it's very, very busy. Look at this, it's almost like they've all come onto the track all in the same place as the RHG leading Lamborghini goes to put a lap on one of the BMWs.
No, this is for position for the lead.
I do apologise. God, pay attention, Peter. I do apologise. Thank you, David. At PRT Ronan Simsport. Now, the only reason I say that is because they are on a different strategy. They're on the treble stinted tyres, and that hence why they're a little bit out of position. So they've not had the time in the pit stops to put on those new tyres, and indeed, Rasim Fazui
contraire, though, because if triple stinting is the way to go, then this absolutely is a battle for position, and they're not out of position, because by the end they'll be together at the end of the race like this again. Double stinted tyres versus triple stinted tyres. I think PRT and Pure Sims were both absolutely in their right to hold position, and there's no blue flags involved here. Their strategy has just seen them be together on track at this moment, and this is something we've seen Ronan do before as well. They've been very good with fuel and very good with tyres in this championship in the past. I think back to maybe even 2 seasons ago when they ran a disgustingly orange-brown Mercedes AMG and scored some podiums on their strategy, when in the first into the race you didn't see them in the top 10 on out-and-out pace or qualifying pace, but they did this kind of thing very well. And R8G have dropped back a whole second. Is there any damage there at all?
It is an interesting one. Maybe they're thinking, whoa, is the TFR GT4 machine off on the edge of the penultimate corner?
He's just out there enforcing the track limits.
One way of doing it. That's one way of doing it. Yep, good point. Yes, that is, they're down in 7th in class at the moment, quite a way back off the next ahead of them. So that's George Gruber driving that machine. Ah, what a pity for them. And I tell you what, you're spot on, David. There's pace-wise, it's a lazy spin. Oh, we all hate a lazy spin, don't we?
The only one that I'm okay with is one of those sort of lazy Susans at the Chinese restaurant that brings you food around.
Always good. Yeah, always good to be brought food at any time. But yeah, I mean, pace last time by, Ronan Simsport 129.7 last time by, R8G 130.3, Pure Sims in third 130.3 as well. So you're spot on, David. Ronan Simsport are making this triple stint strategy work really, really well.
Yeah, fastest car out on track on the previous lap, I'm pretty sure, was MSI Esports Blue, who did a 129.3-ish. So the reality is, they're somehow still only missing less than a second a lap to some of their new tyre shod competitors. They're still up there, though I think they are struggling more with the traffic. And as we get towards the end of this stint, they might really, really start showing their wear.
There's a problem, though, I think, in all this. Is that not far behind, Bila and Williams Esports are closing the gap. So they cannot give themselves, they can't give themselves the luxury of fighting a little bit. But I think on the last 2 or 3 laps, the relative delta has been falling a little bit towards the way of William and Bila.
We must remember, though, of course, that Ronan Simsport and Pure Sims, the 2 cars that have taken this sort of radical strategy, they were nowhere near the front of the pack early on, and that this has vaulted them into the competition. And if you think about it, you know, we're looking at about a 42, 43 lap stint for the GT3 cars. So you've got to pull you've got to be pulling 3/4 of a second a lap to make up to basically recover the difference of taking the tyres. It takes about 30 seconds to get the tyres, so it's they're definitely making this work really well at the moment. Whether it'll work out over the course of the day, we'll see, but it's definitely vaulted them into a position where they can challenge. And I wonder, fuel-wise, if Racine Fizui is maybe thinking, okay, fine, I'll just sit in behind here and I will have a lovely conserving stint, and I'll be able to go a couple of laps longer and can do another short fill, which of course is another way to save time, which has got RAG into the position that they're in. Now, Lorenzo, you've got something on Racine. He was taking part in a quite high profile Red Bull event recently.
Yeah, so I think it was in October or November that this happened. He took part in the Red Bull Ring Masters that assembles some of the best drivers in Canada. As Racine looks on the inside, will he make the move and seal the deal? Doesn't look like for the time being, because he's still going side by side. Not anymore, and now RWG back into the lead. But yeah, Racine won the Red Bull Ring Masters not too long ago and took a very big prize. And if I recall correctly, the Ringmaster was actually decided in this track, so you can say he kind of a little bit of a specialist around the Red Bull Ring.
Well, that confidence will definitely help. He's had won races here before, especially at that level. Of course, our very own Justin Prince on the broadcast team for that event for Canadian Sim Racing.
Yep.
So 3 hours and 36 minutes to go here in the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring. RAG Esports now lead in GT3 as they go past the GT4 leader Pure Sims, who have now rebuilt their lead back up to where it was before. 25 seconds involved in it. They were hit from behind by another GT3 car and caused a bit of a spin, but they've not let that get them down, and they have built that gap back up again. Ian Gagnon Renault, another Canadian driver, very, very quick indeed. I remember Ian was super fast in the Porsche Esports Sprint Challenge, which I had the privilege of calling during the early 2020 lockdown. So Ian very fast, and Matthew Turnbull, you've got to think, David, right now, Matthew Turnbull is probably sitting with his feet up, giving himself a big old pat on the back, because that opening stint was just superb.
Everyone's trying to grab themselves a French Canadian at the moment. I mean, is Jacques Villeneuve gonna do the Daytona 500?
No, he's gonna come on to he's gonna come on to iRacing with his controller again. Did he not do that for one of the virtual races? He did it with a controller.
Oh, look, that wouldn't surprise me, but I did hear he was angling towards a Daytona 500 ride this year.
What could possibly go wrong? He's his own character, isn't he? Is Jacques Villeneuve. But don't give away Formula One World Championships for free. That's all I'll say. The Fordzilla Porsche Cayman just shutting the door on on the Williams Porsche Cup car there, and then makes its way through. At the wheel of the Fordzilla machine, we spoke to the opening driver, William Chadwick, not that long ago, and has handed over that GT4 machine to Julian Rodriguez Moreno. Now, did we get the information, Lorenzo? Will William be coming back in, or is there a third driver?
There's a third driver for this round, he said to me pre-race.
Do we know who it is?
Javier Martin Roman.
Okay.
Or actually Martin Roman, because if I say Iberian names and their punctuation sometimes is a little bit tricky for those who are not aware of the naming.
Okay, well, I have quite big news for the Torque Freak Racing team by TFR Lab. Antti Salminen at the wheel at the moment. Now, this is the number 981. This is the Porsche Cup car on screen right now. The blue and orange machine there. The Iron Brew Cannon wheels has been given the biggest penalty we've seen. 5-minute penalty. So that one's again 5-minute penalty for intentional wrecking. We saw the number 977 car involved, and then in an incident with this car and pulling up. The judgment has been given that car 981 releases the brakes behind car 977 following hard racing involving contact into turn 4. The driver had to know that releasing the brakes in this situation would have undoubtedly led to contact. The stewards therefore conclude that this contact was intentional. David, your thoughts on that one?
I mean, I didn't have a brake trace, so we couldn't see the brake lights in that from the 2 angles or something that we looked at it. But there was 2 healthy bites of the contact. I mean, you saw they tapped once on the way into the corner, and then again. So stewards aren't going to give out a 300-second penalty without being very, very sure of what they're doing. This reminds me of Greg Murphy also got a 5-minute stop and hold Bathurst at some point in the 2000s.
I wouldn't. Well,
he parked the car, got out, and went into the bathroom. That's what
Quite
he thought
wise.
That's what he thought about a 5-minute stop and hold.
Well, it's your race over, basically, isn't it? It's that's a heavy penalty. Lorenzo, what do you think on that one?
I think it could be slightly justified to give that kind of penalty. You know, the problem. Here's the thing. You're not if this was toward maybe the tail end of the race, maybe this would have been looked at through a different way, because you're battling for position so late in the race and you're going neck to neck. At this point, basically with 34 hours to go or something like that, whoever's getting overtaken, I think should lift up the gas a little bit. Could have given more space. I understand that you don't want to lose time and things like that. Everything's understandable. But I think coming up to the corner so close to one another, not wanting to lift off the gas and try to maybe fight it out, and then making contact and getting penalized for it. I mean, it sucks for the individual, but it's justifiable from the race control perspective that, you know, he could have given the space and we have a little bit more of a break between the drivers.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Yeah, but it's 5-minute penalty served then to that number 981 car. Now, another couple of updates on penalties. Car number 7, the Manatee Racing Lamborghini, which of course was the car at the back of the kind of domino incident running into the back of the red line BMW, and then the number 416 Pearson's Esports Porsche in GT4, and they've the car number 7, the Manatee Lamborghini, has been given responsibility for that incident and a 15-second penalty to be served in the penalty box at the next stop or within the next 90 minutes. Number 43, car number 43, that's the Logitech Alps Esports Lamborghini in GT3, 5-second penalty for an incident responsibility as well. So stewards being kept busy, and the warnings for track limits piling in as well since we last updated you. Car 981, car 75, car 111, car 174 and car 404. So already we have in total 13 cars have been given a warning for track limits for 25 track limits abuses, and we're not even at half race distance yet. So a few cars will be looking over their shoulder. Now this is the battle for 8th position between Team 75 Bernard and MSI Esports. MSI Esports in the blue BMW looks up the inside here as we head into the latter part of the lap. Up the inside they go at Rent Curve and at Worth, excuse me, and then up towards Rent now. And MSI Esports get the job done.
I think so. It was very close on the exit of the corner there. They just found themselves clear and tracked out to try to grab that spot.
So MSI Esports get the job done. That's Danny Elgarbe at the wheel with Lucas De Vries in the Team 75 Bernhard car, but it's Racine Fizui who leads overall by 2.4 seconds from PRT Ronin Simsport. And if you watch the start of the race and have come back to us, you're thinking, where have they come from? Well, PRT Ronin Simsport, the 78 car, and the number 16 Pure Sims Esports Lamborghini of Ross McFarlane, they are both on a triple stint with their tyres, and they're about halfway through that third stint at the moment and lapping very well. PRT Ronin Simsport 129.5 last time by, a 130.1 for Ross McFarlane. So particularly Ronin Simsport making this triple stint strategy worse, making it work, sorry, not worse, making it work. And both of those cars were quite far down the order, but they've made their way up the order with this strategy and may well stay there when they come in to put on fresh boots, which of course, David, it's a bit of a double whammy, because when they come in to eventually put fresh boots on, their rivals will be on to a double stint.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out, and the way you compare this, double stint versus triple stint is they all only really line up again at the end of the race. But the pace looking good for PRT Ronin and also Pure Sims. There's one other team following the same strategy. It's number 43, Logitech G Altus Esports, and they are in 13th. So it's not this triple stinting the tyres is no silver bullet. They had to be very consistent through the first and the second stint, and now trying to stretch out the tyre life in the third. And then a Beeler 45 with whatever it is that they're doing with two tyres. So there's three different strategies in play on tyres right now, not even factoring in the short fill on the fuel from R8G earlier. So there is plenty of variation across that 19 car field on whomst is doing what.
Well, at the moment in the steward's room there is a huge number of talking points, protests from several teams being looked into at the moment, so we could see another flurry of penalties being handed out. So it has been we did mention it at the start of the broadcast, didn't we, chaps, that we knew that traffic would be an issue, and a lot of the incidents are effectively multi-class. That not often are they cars in the same class, they're often cars between different classes tangling with one another.
I think it's the famous attrition of the rivalry to see lots of protests. I think, in my opinion, it was bound to happen to see lots of reports. I'm just trying to see. I think we only have been seeing 26 reports so far for a 6-hour race. So far, 26 reports, and we are nearly halfway done with the race. It's kind of low for me, given 4 classes.
Well,
Intra-fin battle here of Raccoon versus Inertia.
I keep wondering, who would be the apex predator over here, a fox or a raccoon?
I think the raccoon's trying to bury itself in the snow, and the fox is digging holes trying to hunt one.
Interesting.
Yeah. Of course, yeah. The fox is that is the official mascot of the Inertia team, isn't it? Or is it a squirrel?
Yep.
Oh, it's a
No,
fox.
it's the fox.
No, I'm getting mixed up because Ossian Puaka, who sometimes drives for the team, his profile picture on Discord is a squirrel. So I wonder if that's where I'm getting myself mixed up. Who would have thought a Race Spot TV nature show?
Of all the animals you can pick, I mean,
Squirrels
sorry,
are
why
sweet.
is no one like a moose or a reindeer or something with like aggressive horns? We're all squirrels and raccoons, and
I would choose a golden retriever or a Labrador. What would you choose, David? A moose.
no, I'm launching kangaroo sim racing.
Kangaroo. What is it? It's the kangaroo with red boxing gloves on. Did you notice that the Dubai 24-hour, the Grove Porsche team had a massive
They always do. Sorry, they have since GT World Cup or whatever it was called, FIA Cup of Nations, FIA something. That's when they started running the kangaroo with boxing gloves motif, and they brought it back, and they run that on everything now.
It's very cool. I like it. Lorenzo, what would your animal of choice be for your mascot?
I take it back. I want a platypus now.
That's a good. Platypus would be a good one, actually.
So, I'm probably gonna say I want a Great Kiskadee.
A what?
So, Great Kiskadee is a bird that we have in plenty over here in my state of Brazil. In my southern state of Brazil. But the thing is, never get close towards one of their nests. They're feisty. And I do remember once we went to a football ground, like a football ground. We're all proper chaps here, and the ball went close to one of those nests. Let me ask you: did you guys think we brought back the ball?
No, went to the shop and bought a new one.
Precisely.
Yeah, clever. Yeah, I think that's wise. I think if I couldn't have a dog, I think I would go for a hippo. I think hippos are cool. Apparently they're the most dangerous land mammal on Earth.
They are. Never get close to a hippo, you die.
Yeah, they're
Instantly.
faster than humans on land and in water, which means it's only the bicycle leg of a triathlon where you could beat one.
Wow.
Yeah, and their bite is like a compressor. Like those compressor machines compressing something. It has so much torque. It's bizarre. It's insane.
When you see a hippo eating a watermelon like it's a Smartie, and it's just like the crunch, and it's incredible. So yeah, I think I'd go with hippo. But they look sweet though. Their little feet, they're quite cool. Whoa, it's the BMW up the inside there of the Biela Lamborghini. That's the MSI BMW, the Kuss Team 75 Bernhard car in there too, the Porsche. Both Biela cars running in flying formation here actually, and they've swapped over the wires. You can see the Lumirank lights on the windshield, which basically marks it at the start of the lap. So the formerly sixth placed Sven Hasse gives best to Patrick Heinrich in the number 46 car.
Remember, the 46 is the one that only took 2 tyres at the last stop.
Ah.
Which 2 beats me? Is it
Who's
fronts,
crossed
is it
them?
rears? Is it lefts because it's mainly right-hand corners? Is it rights because the fastest corners are these left-handers?
Ooh. I tell you
Seriously,
what,
think
could
about
they
it.
do-
If you're going to change 2, which 2 would you change at around this track?
Well, forgive me for using a rallying reference because I just love rallying as well. We'll pause that for a second. What's happened to Oscar Koper? He's had a bit of a spin. And lucky not to get collected there, really. And gets back going again. That was lucky. That could have been a lot worse there for Oscar Koper in the RSR by G Performance BMW. But yes, using a rallying term on tyres, and it's something we're going to hear a lot about next weekend. I'm so excited. The start of the new World Rally season, the era beginning of Rally 1 cars, hybrid rally cars, and it's Monte Carlo. And at Monte Carlo, where tyres is everything, and the different types of tyres, you can have cut slicks, studded tyres, wets. It's really difficult to get the right tyre, and you sometimes see the teams crossing the tyres. So they'll use say the rear right and the front left. They'll sort of cross them across the car. So do you think maybe they've taken a rear left and a front right, or a rear right and a front left maybe?
I'm trying to remember. I was on Monte Carlo, but I'm trying to remember which super stage I was watching on WRC. It was last year. I know this much. Front left was snow. Front right was slick, hard. Back left was ice. It's like it's a combination of tires. Whenever you look from an outsider perspective, you start to frown your head and say that doesn't make sense. But for them,
Well, they're four-wheel drive, so just throw a different compound at every tire, and you'll get traction in all conditions.
Yeah, true. Weirdest thing for me is going to be seeing Saddle in a Ford rally car.
Yeah, that's going to take a bit of getting used to. I really thought he might have been able, Sebastian Loeb might have been able to do the Dakar Monte Carlo double, but Nasser
Someone
Al-Attiyah...
just had a big hit before the penultimate corner into the Armco, trying to catch exactly who it was.
Okay, well, I can see car...
I see Florian Head having issues with the Pure Sims leader, with the GT4 leader.
Oh no, more problems. And Pure Sims are tumbling down the order now. Is it because they're taking a pit stop? I think so. Okay. So...
I think, 404 and 469 potentially add a GT4 involved there.
Okay, we'll try and get some footage of that for you folks. 3 hours and 17 minutes to go here at the Red Bull Ring, the GT4.
I might have to walk that back.
Okay, so at the moment, GT4 runners 32 laps to the stint. Carbon Sim Sport, Acetec Sim Sport and Undercut, they're just about to come into pit lane now. Whereas Pure Sims Esport, Team Fordzilla and Race Gear, they have done their pit stops. They're in 4th, 5th and 6th, so that's going to shuffle out a little bit over the next little while between those. In TCR, we haven't mentioned TCR too much. 22.9 seconds separates Corsim Racing and Team Huysingveld. Now, Corsim Racing and Huysingveld have been battling it out. They seem to be always the top two in the TCR category, no matter where they're racing, and that is still carrying on. But Corsim Racing with the edge at the moment. But you can see visibly every corner. There's multiple classes going around each corner at any one time. Very easy to get tangled up. As we saw for Pure Sims, you can be hit from behind easily as well, so it's never over till it's over. But we will get some footage of what happens. Now, Lorenzo, you think you've spotted who it was?
Yeah, I know it was the GSR, the number 24, the German Sim Racing DE by ACV and Pure Sims. It was just coming up on turn number 8 and not far back. We're going to look on the replay now, and Florian Head, I did not understand this kind of move. I think he was going to the middle, just couldn't see the Pure Sims car. It was a bit weird from my perspective, but it completely destroyed the front end of the BMW, and it completely destroyed the back end of the Porsche. The 7-1 came in the Club Sport. So Pure Sims race is gonna be done and dusted when they come out of it. I don't know if they gonna be able to pull this back because the damage is quite extensive.
Huge damage. That is massive for this race. The number, it'd be interesting to get an onboard look from the number 24 to think what on earth is going on there, because it seemed just almost like a right hand down and over the road, and the Pure Sims Porsche was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, no fault of their own. That's two hits that they could have done nothing about. One they got away with, that one they definitely have not. So Pure Sims Porsche GT4 were leading by a huge margin, 25 seconds, and their race is effectively done. David, that is gutting for that team.
Yeah, I'd be going to the I'd be finding a couple bottles of wine, and then you wouldn't find me for a couple days after that. We'll take another look, but it's a tough part on the track here. It's not clear of the GT4 as they try to change lanes, looking at the TCR car in front, and it's such a tough place on the track as we see some cars come side by side through that section again. The Armco's so close either side of the track as you come through here.
Yeah, battling for position.
Everyone is queuing up to try to pass Bueller 45 in their old tyres.
Oh, a tangle there with RC, and it creates and Redline come off worst. Chris Lullum, winner of the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, done. straight toe to pit lane, and there was nothing that Chris Lawlin could have done. It was a tangle between the Team 75 Bernhard car, Lucas de Vries, and the MSI BMW, I think. No, sorry, no, I think it was, we'll have a look, I think it was with the Lamborghini actually, the Bila Lamborghini. Oh no, well it's all happening here, it's getting really, really over the top aggressive. And coming back to that quickly while we can, that moment there with the number 24 German sim racing car, Florian Hohn, that is a really, I'll say it, a really poor piece of driving. Oh dear. Oh gee. Dear, the driving standards have not been brilliant today, it has to be said. So let's try and get a look at this one. It was the MSI Esports BMW, so not really a great deal Chris Lawlin could have done. And he was the one who came off by far the worst. Dear me.
But yeah, for fun. From Elgar Bay wasn't the cleanest.
No. So coming back again to the 24 German Sim Racing Florian Hohn, he'd gone past the Pure Sims GT4 car, who was giving him bags of room, and then just swiped straight across the front when he wasn't clear. That's, at this level, David, it's difficult to excuse that.
Yeah, it was like target fixation on the next two cars up the road. Gone, okay, well, I'm going to get down the inside of these guys before the penultimate corner, which is Rint, isn't it? And just hasn't looked to see if he was clear of the GT4 before he went left to right. And, left, right, good night, big swipe.
Yeah, that's it, and it's game over for any chance of victory anyway for Pure Sims Esports. So yeah, great pity for the Pure Sims crew. They're still sitting in the pit lane, have done for quite a while. What that means then is that Carbon Sim Sport Piotr Mastichak is leading by 2.7 seconds from Team Fordzilla. So Fordzilla right in the hunt, and William Chadwick winning the Roar before the 24 yesterday. Could it be a magic weekend for the young Englishman?
Yeah, because that kind of blows open the competition with the GT4s, doesn't it? Because now Carbon just got massively outdone with the traffic, right? This last lap was by far the worst lap I've seen in the GT4s. Carbon got bullied by Bila car that was, I think, right in front that overtook him. So lap was a 139. Julian Rodriguez Moreno did a 137.2. So gap from 5 seconds nearly cut down by the half. If not cut down by the half, just one lap. It's insane.
Okay, so Porsche Cup category, Logitech Altus Esports lead by 36 seconds. 36 seconds, incredible. And if you go all the way back down here to Corsim Racing, the white and orange machine driven by Pascal Stix, who is Austrian, I believe, so this is a home race for him. Kamil Grabowski right behind him in the Williams Esports Porsche. Then next in the train is Anders Dahl for Acetec Simsport Volante, who's just been passed by the Williams Esports BMW. So it's Williams Esports and Williams Esports, two different classes here. So you would expect a little bit of extra cooperation there, or you would expect it, but is it happening? Not necessarily. Kamil Grabowski very much in his own race. Williams Esports and GT3, they sit in 4th. Alessandro Bico at the wheel. Now, here's one for you. Does Alessandro Bico dive bomb his stablemate? Yes, he does. Goes by, and that gives Pascal Stix a little bit of breathing space. Oh, Pure Sims GT4 back going again. Fantastic.
It's tough now to be the Williams 992 because they're faster up the hill. He's got to pull out of the slipstream to cover off the car behind, and then brakes early, of course, than the GT3. But these 992s, on average, half a second to a second slower around the lap, but they're faster in the straight line in places, and that is really, really tough as they interact along some of the long straights.
Now, forgive my ignorance here, are fast repairs allowed in this series?
Nope.
They're not. So how on earth has the
Oh no!
Oh, Lorenzo, what have you seen?
The Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC GT3 trying to move on the outside. You're gonna see now on the replay on that looks like to be Sven Hasse and got Albon to the side.
Yeah, just turned in there with the Lamborghini on the inside, and yeah, couldn't. It was well, like you say, there was a big Lamborghini in the way, so could have gone out maybe a little wider there possibly, but that's put the Team 75 car back out. But that there's an air of inevitability about that. There was a lot of contact going on, and it was almost inevitable that was going to happen. But coming back to the Pure Sims GT4 car, that car has got, from considering the damage, how have they got back out running so quickly?
The Porsche parts truck is basically like the wardrobe in Narnia. You're like, you know, every category that they support, they bring that many spares. Although apparently for Porsche Carrera Cup Australia on several occasions they have run out of front splitters.
Well, it's of course those little Porsche Caymans, they're the first production racing car to be made with natural fibre composite materials. So it's actually very eco-friendly, the bodywork production. So if you do crash it, you are doing more of your bit for the planet than if you crashed a regular carbon fibre machine. But great to see the Pure Sims team back running again. I'm sure they might be. Well, we'll see. Let's have a look at their. I was about to say
what this lap coming up looks like, but the last one was about 3 seconds off pace, which is really painful. Like that's a lot, and probably not sustainable. The thing is, points in every class pay down to 15th place in class. There isn't 15 cars in 992, GT4 or TCR, so there's points for finishing effectively, and that's one of the things Pure Sims are going to want to do. They are still a lap ahead of Torque Freak in 7th in class, 4 laps ahead of Team 75 number 475, and then another 2 laps on Entropic. So even with 3 hours left in this race, if they are 3 seconds a lap off the pace, they're probably going to still stay ahead of SimRC and Entropic. Maybe not Torque Freak, but yeah, right, they've got some laps ahead of the cars behind.
They do, yes, that's very true, and they can just keep plugging away. They're in 6th overall, they're 6th in class at the moment. If they can keep the car moving, that's really going to be the main thing, and who knows what happens ahead of them in this race. Goodness, the amount of crashes and incidents we've seen, nothing is off the table. They did spend 4.5 minutes in the pit box, so to be honest, for a hit like that, that's actually relatively minimal repair. Normally a hit like that can be 25 minutes, 30 minutes in the pit box, but good to see Pure Sims. They do not deserve to be in that position, but good to see them fighting on it nonetheless. Now, a car that just come up on screen there we haven't mentioned for a while, the number 55 Mahler Racing Porsche, Ati Koppinen driving that machine at the moment. It's of course the pole sitter and race leader, led many laps earlier on, but at the moment sitting in 5th, 19.4 seconds back from our overall leader RHA Esports Lamborghini. So in 992 in the Porsche Cup class, Jordan Caruso, what a drive this has been from that man. Nearly 3 hours behind the wheel and leading by 36.7 seconds. Quite extraordinary from Jordan Caruso. And Logitech Altus Esports March, they're looking good for 3 in a row at the moment in that Porsche Cup car. And as we mentioned earlier, Carbon Sim Sport now assume the lead in the GT4 after the demise of Pure Sims, but they only lead by 1.2 seconds from Team Fordzilla, Julian Rodriguez Moreno. And TCR, it's 31 seconds the gap now between Core Sim Racing and NSI Esports, so Heusinkveld have dropped back a little bit having taken what looks like a longer tyre stop, taking the rear tyres, while the other cars just taking fronts. So it's at the moment TCR's Corson Racing, from MSI Esports, from Impulse, from Team Boysenveld, from Simza at the moment. So just coming up to the top of the hour, it won't be that long until we see the GT3s coming in for their stops. Now our triple stinters, PRT Ronin Simsport, 128.9, 6/10 quicker than our race leader last time, 129.0 for Ross McFarlane. What are those tyres running on?
Yeah, I mean, we are now, coming up towards that pit window, and you still have Ronin in second, Pure Sims in third, so they've held on pretty well, pace-wise. So it's kind of impressive to see. Still, Pure Sims yet to be caught by Williams, or Marla, in fact, either. So cars that have had the benefit of the fresh tyres in the stint, not yet catching the triple stinters.
And
how understeery must Ronin and Pure Sims have been in that first stint to still be holding on right now?
yeah, that's impressive, and not to nearly at a moment outside of turn number 3.
So nearly at the halfway point here of the 24H Series Esports, sponsored by TFR Lab and powered by VCO. We hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Racebot TV. It's Peter Mackay here alongside David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder, and we have a very much international flavour when you think about it. I'm here in little old Edinburgh in Scotland. David, you're down in Australia, and Lorenzo in Brazil. And isn't this fantastic? We're all here in real time technology.
Yeah, it's insane to think about the marvel of technology bringing everybody together, and even more with the pandemic and everything. Like we saw the advances of technology. See people come around. I do just to break a little bit. I think TFR, the 992 car, Talk Freak had a moment outside of turn number 3. I just saw the puff of smoke.
Oh, the day gets from bad to worse for
Trying to show the
Torque.
stewards, no, really, this is how deep we break into this corner every time.
Oh, yes, it's just not been a
I can
good
say what
day
I
at the
like
office.
now that the stewards have penalised them for it.
Yeah, you can really get up on your high horse knowing that they're on the same page, yes. And
It's like you can stop saying alleged once the judge, hits the gavel.
yes, quite right. Well, we're just coming over the halfway point at the moment. Still, there is a number of pending investigations. Now, this could be, yes, this looks like this will be a change for the leads for Team Fordzilla, about to go past Carbon Simsport. And a little mistake there from Carbon Simsport, and that makes the job that little bit easier for Julian Moreno. So, Team Fordzilla Porsche go to the front of GT4.
Yeah, like I said, the competition is wide open, and I know someone is happy, not only on our Discord but on our TeamSpeak, in the YouTube chat as well.
Yes, he's. I'm sure he'll be very happy about that. Will the winner of the solo 12 hours of Snetterton? Imagine that, in a GT4 car, driving 12 hours for charity solo, as did all the drivers in that race. And William had an amazing battle with Matt Kyle Henney, a real world racer in the Porsche Club of Great Britain, and I think he's going into Porsche Sprint Challenge this year, if I'm not mistaken. But they had a brilliant battle where William came out on top, and we actually put up a bounty for a lap time. I think it was 1:56 was a hot pace, but there hadn't been a 1:55 all race long, and we put up a bounty of £50 for charity if anyone could do a 1:55. And of course, William just sort of cracked his fingers, rolled up his sleeves, and went, "You want a 1:55? There's your 1:55. Get your wallet out."
Hardest part of 12 hours of Snetterton has got to be not giggling every time someone says bomb hole.
And do you know why that corner is called the bomb hole?
I think I know. I think I can guess.
Go on.
Well, it's an old airfield. It's the only bit of elevation. So is it a bomb hole?
No. It
Was
is
that
not.
a literal hole that you could place a bomb and the bomb would explode?
No. No, you're not far away, because it was a former World War II airfield. It actually has something very close in common with Sebring. It had a fleet of B-17 Flying Fortress aircraft, which of course they had at Sebring as well at Hendricks Field. No, the reason why it's called the bomb hole is it's basically designed to disguise a slightly more rude meaning, because yes, you would think it's because a bomb was dropped on that airfield, but no, it's not. Because the motorcycle racers who first started racing at Snetterton, they really didn't like that corner, and they said it was really difficult, and they called it a bit of a bum hole of the corner, and then it got the name the bomb hole. As Ronin Simsport on those triple stint tyres, they let go, and Heusingfeld, innocent bystander. Oh dear. So the triple stint eventually comes unstuck.
And I'm just trying to catch. I think they were coming into the pit lane this lap, and Machevsky kind of blew it up because the car got so loose. And the problem is he has no fuel. He just brought it back to the pit lane.
Yeah, PRT have parked it on track and towed from second in the race.
Oh no.
Oh dear, so PRT, Ronin Simsport drop away. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Now Pure Sims Esports there in the pit lane. Daniel Ferguson has hopped on board, taking over from Ross McFarlane after a super triple stint. I mean, really, really impressive. Manatee Racing Lamborghini number 7 there in the pit lane as well. What a shame for PRT Ronin Simsport. It was going so well, and in 2 corners, it's fallen to pieces.
It's a cruel game we play.
Yes, it's the agony and ecstasy of motor racing. So, the BMW coming through here is the MSI car. Yes, they get the coming through the Porsche Cup category cars, who are causing a good nuisance to themselves to the GT3s and vice versa. As you can see there, the Williams Esports Porsche Cup car right on the back of the MSI GT3 machine. And there goes the Team 75 Bernhard car as well, with Lucas de Vries on board, right there in the mix. So still the Williams. So now the Williams Esport car actually up to second position now. So Kamil Grabowski has got past Pascal Stix in the white and orange core sim racing machine. At the moment, it's Williams Esports Alessandro Bico leads in GT3 from the Mala Racing Porsche, from Bila Racing Euronics. The first of the cars that has not pitted, our former leader, that has pitted, my apologies, R8G Esports Racim Fazui as well. Now, Lorenzo, you've got something on Team Heusingfeld.
Yeah, first and foremost, looks like Team Heusingfeld got a 40-second iRacing penalty for a unsafe pit entry because there was a GT4 crossing the track and forced them into the pits in the wrong fashion. And about the PRT Ronin Simsport, the race is done because they have suspension damage. That's why their car was also limping heavily around the turn right after the turn number 1, going way too slow.
Well, that is a shame for the front runners in TCR, and that class still led by Core Sim Racing's Kieran Harrison, who took over from Corentin Guinez. MSI Esports, they are in second, about 32 seconds further back. Impulse Racing with Martin Aschert on board, 15 seconds further back from them. But what a shame for Team Huizenveld. That will take them right down the order. Now, a few more pitters in GT3. David, who have you got in pit lane?
Well, there's the other Roman SimSports Go Team Racing, is Team 75, Bernard by SimRC. You can see Marla on their way out at the moment as well. The dominant strategy was definitely everyone trying to double stint their tyres, and you can see now quite a few of the cars are continuing on with that. 75, like Marla, like RHG. So those teams all continuing into another double stint, having done it for the first 2 hours. They're now halfway through that second double.
So Alessandro Bico now into pit lane for Williams Esports BMW. The car sitting in pit lane, just taking on fuel. And I would expect that car to carry on for the double stint, as David just mentioned. Wheeler Racing Euronics in the pit lane as well. Patrick Heinrich staying on board. Rainer Talvar for BS Competition into pit lane as well. Of course, BS Competition, they have top 5 pace, but they're fighting back from a 30-second penalty from jumping the start as well. So quite it's been a tricky day for them. Now, track limits warnings, we've had 29 cars that have reached the 25 off-track limit, and that's just at halfway now as well. So when will we get our first penalty for track limits? They have to do 50 breaks of track limits in total, and that will get a 25-second penalty, which is served during the pit stop. You go into the penalty box at the start of the pit lane, sit there for 25 seconds or whatever your penalty is, and then carry on to do pit service. So you don't need to do it separately, you can do it while you're already coming in for service anyway. And of course, have we seen the TFR Porsche 992 has not served that 5-minute penalty as well, which will drop them well off the pace. So MSI BMW in pit lane as well. Daniel El Garbai taking on fuel. Oscar Copra in as well for RSR by G Performance, the car just at the back of shot there. And Logitech Altus Esports Porsche, I called it a Lamborghini earlier on, it's a Porsche, the number 43, Alex Ardesana. So yeah, slightly trickier day for the Porsche, the Logitech Altus GT3 team, but the Cup team, no problem at all. Jordan Caruso leading by 40 seconds at the moment from the Acetec SimSports Volante Porsche Cup car. Anders Dahl has now got past Kamil Grabowski.
Yeah, it's an interesting tale of consistency across both classes for Altus. In 992, they haven't finished anywhere but the top step of the podium, and in GT3, 2 races in a row, they've finished 12th and consequently picked up 4 points. So see if they can grab another 12th place in GT3.
So Logitech Altus Esports taking on new tyres as well, and the question is, will the triple stint work in the second half of the race? It's certainly going to be a lot trickier, I would imagine, Lorenzo, with the track temperature starting to gradually rise as the race continues.
Yeah, right now we have a scorching hot 23 Celsius degrees. I think David Haynes started to puffing some breath from what I can hear on the microphone over here from that scorching hot temperature. But I think if we see something drastic rising in terms of temperature, we should be seeing, I think, up to the high 20s, maybe 30s. Just reading about something that David posted, but I don't think we're gonna see scorching hot temperatures. If we see, might be tops 32, so maybe 31 degrees around the track.
So with 2 hours and 48 minutes to go, the GT3 runners have taken their second pit stops of the day. In fact, their third pit stops of the day, my apologies. And R8G Esports number 88, Racim Fizui, leads by 9.7 seconds from Williams Esports BMW Alessandro Bico at the wheel at the moment, with Mala Racing Team in third at the moment, 11.6 seconds back from second position. So a little bit spread out in the third place, but we're going to take a very short break here on Race Spot TV. We're going to take a ride on board with the number 959 Porsche Cup car. Pascal Stex will be the taxi driver around his home circuit, Austrian driver, and he's right in the heat of this battle for the podium in the Porsche 992 Cup category. Kamil Grabowski just ahead there in the Williams Porsche. Myself, Peter Mackay, David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder will be back in just a jiffy, but enjoy this taxi lap with Pascal Stex. Welcome back to RaceBot TV and round 3 of the 24H Series Esports, sponsored by TFR Lab and powered by VCO. My name is Peter Mackay, and joining me in the commentary box for the run to the flag here is David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder. 2 hours and 40 minutes to go of the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring. Thank you to Corsom Racing and Pascal Sticks for a super taxi ride around this wonderful Red Bull Ring circuit. Hunting, stalking the Williams Esports Porsche of Kamil Grabowski. But David, Pascal Sticks was he was up to something there. What was it? What did you see?
Well, there was definitely some lift and coast in some places. He's several laps now following the car in front. In fact, if anything, we've got a bit of a 992Q. A 99Q, if you will, forming here. Maniti and Torque Freak currently battling each other for position 9th and 10th, 1 lap separate. You know that Torque Freak 981 has a penalty to serve soonish. Yeah, I mean, again, thinking back to previous rounds of this championship, we had 2 different fuel strategies in play for 992 at Sebring. I think, what did we have? Some 6 stoppers, some 7 stoppers. I think Core are determined to be 1 pit stop fewer than some, if they can. Look at that Dork Freak car get really squirrely as it came across the curb. That's one of those things you see different between this Cup car and a full GT3 spec, is just how loosey-goosey it can sometimes get, particularly across curves.
Yes, it can. I think that this is a new generation of the Porsche Cup car. I mean, the Porsche Super Cup has kind of been a revelation for motorsport since it launched in 1993. And it's been such a kind of staircase of talent, a way of getting yourself noticed in the tin top world or in the sports car racing world, whatever you want to look at it. Many Porsche factory drivers have made their way through the Super Cup, either via scholarship or on their own steam, and then hope to get noticed effectively. But that's now transferred over to the virtual world. This Porsche Cup car, it really is arguably the top level competition in sim racing. The Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup uses this car, and the previous generation, the 991, is not quite as heavily influenced by aerodynamics as this. This is a big improvement in every way in terms of lap time. It's got a wider track, much lighter actually. It's about 70% aluminium, 30% steel, whereas the previous car was 70% steel, 30% aluminium. It's got a bit more power, and the big difference is the rear diffuser, which gives it quite a lot more stability. And Lorenzo, I find driving this car in the virtual world, in the sim, it does slide, as David rightly says, but you get more warning and you get more chance of hanging on to it than the old 991, which was a bit of a knife edge car.
Yeah, it was very knife edge. I'll be very honest, I didn't like to drive the 991 version of the car. It wasn't my cup of tea. You know, it's a car that required too much precision from a driver. You know, either you had a perfect setup, and if you never got the car, you needed a perfect setup, or you needed lots of laps to get around the car. I think with the 992, it's a little bit easier, even to going around the bumps, because the car grips better, just goes flat out. Still a little bit bumpy, depending on, for example, take the car like they did earlier on in the open setup and fixed setup around the Knock Hill circuit, which is a circuit that you probably know 1-2 things about the track, right, Peter? But it's a car that is fantastic to handle, and the braking, it is just way much better than the 991.
Yeah, totally agree, and it's well, actually, you know, of course, with Knock Hill is my local circuit here in Scotland. I'm just so overjoyed that we have it in the iRacing simulator in such accurate detail. It is actually, when you're so used to the place in real life, it's just spooky how the little details that iRacing have been able to capture. It's fantastic. It really puts a smile on my face, because I don't get to go there very often in the winter, with not much racing going on in the winter time. So it's nice to be able to have it in the virtual form. But in 2022, this new version of the Porsche Cup car will race at Knockhill in the outdoor world for the first time. Of course, the Porsche Carrera Cup GB was kind of behind the rest of the world, with still using the old version, the old 991 version of the car in 2021, and that is a super fast car around Knockhill. So God only knows what this 992 is going to be like. The lap times are going to be spectacular, the racing is going to be spectacular, and I think you're going to see some drivers with big smiles on their faces coming out of the car after laps around the little bull ring that is Knockhill. So, David?
Porsche Carrera Cup Australia are also getting their 992s for this coming 2022 season. Should start pretty soon. I believe some of the teams are still eagerly awaiting their deliveries. I don't think they quite know where the ship is that's got them.
If I remember correctly, lots of the national championships or Porsche championships, Brazil included, we're getting the 992 this season. But the problem was that the demand for the 992 was so big that I think Porsche didn't have spare parts for everybody and cars for everybody to deliver, that they mainly focus on the Porsche Super Cup, and I think was the Belgium and I think the German cups that received that, because it was,
and the US.
Close and US close customers, I think.
Yeah, the US got the first delivery of them, and yes, they were told at the test, don't crash these guys because we have no spare chassis for you. So yeah, it has been an amazing rollout of this 992 car. It's great to see it here in the virtual world as well. I spoke to Lauren Heinrich, who of course is very much a hybrid racer, now newly minted Porsche factory driver on the junior program, and he told me, he said that this 992 generation, he's raced it in Carrera Cup Germany and in the Super Cup with great success, and he says this one on the simulator is much closer to the real thing than the previous model was to the real thing. So it's improved in the outdoor and the virtual world as well, so it's super to have it. And it's great that, you know, sprint racing car and an endurance racing car as well, it can do both jobs. So pace at the front, Racine Fizui for RHG Esports continues to turn the screw on the competition. Williams Esports are in second, they're 10.2 seconds back in their BMW, and making it 3 manufacturers in the top 3. Mala Porsche with Atte Kauppinen, they are about 10 seconds further back again from Williams, so it's kind of spread out 10 seconds apiece across the podium at the moment, but still a long way to go, 2.5 hours to go. And David, this is where we wonder, are there any potential strategical cards that could be played in the next little while?
I think by the first half of the race, you sort of made your bet in laying in it on the strategy. The teams that, particularly for GT3 here, that went a double stint can't, you know, magic up a triple stint somewhere without then having, you know, one lonely stint to get to the end. You know, it's sort of whatever you started with is where you are when you've got to get to the end. So unless we, you know, see some more 2 tyre changes happen. Now, Pascal Stix has just pitted, by the way, 35 laps to that stint. Where does that stack up to some of the others we've seen?
So at the moment we're expecting the Porsche Cup cars to be between 34 and 35 laps, depending on how they manage. So Pascal Stix Corsim Racing helps if the timing screen doesn't freeze on me now, in which case I'll give Pascal Stix comes in for a splash of fuel, as do the Pure Sims Porsche team. So yeah, around 34 laps is what we're looking at for a stint now. Update on the GT3s, I'll repeat that, but with a bit more accurate information this time. 8.2 seconds is the gap between Racine Fizui and Williams Esports, with Mala Porsche 21 seconds off the lead, about 13 seconds back from second. So a little change there. Golden rule of commentary, always hit refresh on the timing screen every 5 or 10 minutes.
So there is a round of 992 pit stops about to kick off. It's underway. And I think we're only a lap or so away from seeing the 981 Talk Freak Racing in the pit lane.
And I have a point on that. The penalty that was 5 minutes has been reduced. It has been reduced to 2 minutes. So clearly there's been some pointing and shouting going on in between the team manager for TFR, Torque Freak, and the stewards, and they have reduced it to 2 minutes from 5. So the update says, upon reviewing further evidence, mitigating circumstances were found. The stewards still find that contact was deliberate, according to the reasoning above. However, mitigating circumstances call for a smaller penalty, so just 2 minutes the difference there. As our class former, well now temporarily not the class leader, but former class leader from the start of the race, the number 943 Logitech Altus Esports Porsche Cup car, Bo Albert, our very own Bo Albert, has got on board the Logitech Altus Esports machine, and what a start for to the race for Jordan Caruso, and a mega stint too, 3.5 hours behind the wheel.
You're reminded that the drive time rules in this championship is no one driver can do more than 70% of the laps. So that's pretty generous. You know, for example, in GT3, where you're looking at 2 stints for one driver, 2 stints for the other, and then you can go back to 2 stints for your main driver potentially to close it out and not be close to infringing on that 70%. Basically, in a 6-hour race like this, one driver can do more than just a squidge over 4 hours, and they're still well within the rules.
Okay, so Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab are now in, the number 981, Tim Clayson's. So I would suspect that will be them now serving their penalty. And in fact, yes, just on the right hand side of the screen, the TFR Lab Porsche Cup car in to serve its penalty. Will be sitting there for 120 seconds. That's a long 120 seconds.
Done.
There it goes. Yeah, indeed. They'll be over to take their pit service now as Bo Albert carries on with the cars in front due to pit. He will reassume the lead. And it's all looking very good for that Logitech Altus crew at the moment in the Porsche Cup category. In TCR, well, the gap from Corsom Racing back to the second placed MSI Esports continues to grow. 35.8 seconds is the gap between them, with the Porsche GT4 category. Fordzilla lead by 0.9 of a second from Carbon Simsport. In fact, they've just gone into pit lane, so it will be service for Team Fordzilla. So pit lane very busy, a little bit of crossover between Porsche Cup and GT4.
Back to the start of the race, we did have the Cup cars come in, and then a lap later GT4, and then a lap after that TCR or something like that. It tends to fan out at the deeper we get into the race, but there's definitely cars across both categories. For example, if you've got a TCR team that's really stretching their not worrying about stretching their fuel compared to maybe a GT4 that is, they can end up in lockstep despite slightly different fuel ranges and wildly different capacities and consumptions.
Gotta say one thing, I've been bamboozled by Chadwick. He's back in the car.
Oh, is he sold you a dummy? Is he giving you false information?
Yeah, I think it was fed false information, misled by the top split Roar 24 to Roar to Daytona Victor.
You may be entitled to compensation.
Yeah.
Like, have you been lied to by William Chadwick? You could be entitled. Call Bonder, Haynes and Mackay on 999-467. Well, let's not hope we're not saying, have you been in an accident? Because that's normally the starting line of that sort of thing. 2 hours and 25 minutes to go. The Mala Porsche team trying to hold off the charging Bila Racing Lamborghini. Right behind there in 4th position. I love the look of that Mala Porsche. It's just a beautiful piece of design. That white, green and blue livery. Of course, Mala Engineering Solutions in almost every car on the road. Incredible reach as Kamil Grabowski has brought the Williams Porsche Cup machine into pit lane, taking tyres. And I think it's going to be mighty tight, chaps, for the Porsche Cup cars, how it's going to work out towards the end of the race, and who might have maybe a saved pit stop up their sleeve.
Yeah, for me the interesting thing is going to be this. I'll be very honest. I think the battle is going to be more like who's P2 and 3 at the end of the day for the 992 class, because what happened, Aztec got a jump on Core and Williams.
They did, yes. They've spent a very short amount of time in pit lane, so maybe going for a double stint of tyres, it looks like. The number 996 Aztec SimSports Volante car. Anders Dahl driving that machine at the moment. So yes, it does appear that way. Bo Albert back into the lead, and I think you're right, Lorenzo, it does look to be a battle over the rest of the places on the podium. However, we've seen it. I mean, just ask Pure Sims Esports, leading GT4 by a mile, and they get swiped. It can go wrong at any moment. It's never done until the checkered flag drops.
Been hurting my brain trying to count backwards until these 992 stint lengths, knowing they've got somewhere 50 to 55 minutes. I think the vast majority of the field are 2 more stops to get home. The only potential outliers there is Raccoon Racing and Maniti. Do they maybe need 3?
Okay, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. As look here, the Bila Lamborghini goes up the inside at Schlossgold and gets the move done there. So the Bila Racing team go up into 3rd position, past the Mala Racing Porsche of Atte Kauppinen. Of course, Mala Porsche with a race win in the 2nd round of the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series, with Phil Dennis and Ryan Barneveld at the wheel. Interesting to see how they get on at the next round in a few weeks' time. 2 hours and 22 minutes to go here, almost at 2/3 distance here in the 6 hours of Red Bull Ring, part of the 24/8 Series Esports. Of course, it's been a very busy weekend for the 24/8 Series, the series run by Creventic in the Netherlands, with their headline event, the 24 Hours of Dubai at the Dubai Autodrome, taking place on Friday and Saturday. Congratulations to MF7 by WRT Audi, who managed to take the win. Once again, Dries Vanthoor taking, well, the only driver to break the 1:58 gap, straight out the pits in qualifying, bang, puts in a 1:57. I remember that from Friday morning's qualifying session. No, correct, Thursday's qualifying session. But now here's one for you, chaps. Who's the better driver, Dries or Laurens Vanthoor?
I'm just gonna look.
I think Laurens Vanthoor has a 12-hour win and Dries doesn't, or is it the other way around? I'm going to say, all other things being equal, which they're not necessarily are, but I think the Bathurst 12-hour makes a good tie break.
I'm about to give that for you. Give me a sec.
I think you're right. I think Dries has won the Bathurst 12-hour. In fact, yes, he has. In 2018, he won it. So he's won Nürburgring, Suzuka, Bathurst, and Le Mans, and a Le Mans pole sitter as well in privately entered Hub Auto Porsche in 2021. And Dries is only 24. That's the incredible thing. But then you balance it off, Lawrence is a double IMSA champion. And a Sebring winner, which Dries is not, although Dries hasn't driven it many times, or he's only driven it once or twice. So, I'm sure that debate comes up at Christmas time in the Vantor household.
Plus, he's the current GTD champion, Lawrence, in IMSA.
He is, yeah. He's won it in 2 different categories, GTD and GTLM.
It's like here's the thing. For me, I think the more talented might be Dries in GT cars, but the better driver right now, I think, might be Lawrence.
Ooh. Well, let us know in the YouTube chat who your pick would be, Dries or Lawrence Vantor. Who's the quicker of the 2 Belgian bullets? I think the big winners out of that argument are Mum and Dad Vantor, because they got their two boys have done an absolutely fantastic job, and both in factory contracts as well. Lawrence with Porsche, Dries with Audi. Of course, Lawrence previously driving for Audi as well.
It's kind of like it's the same topic with the Vendelinda house, right? Who's the better driver, Calvin or Sheldon?
Ask Liam Lawson. He'll give you an opinion on that, I'm sure.
The only crime those parents committed was naming their children with first names that rhyme with each other.
Kelvin and Sheldon.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy to get mixed up. Yeah, true. Good point. Now, battle for the lead in GT4, number 469 Carbon Sim Sport. It's Milos Wigrecki with William Chadwick right behind there. Now, stint-wise, where are they? Yep, they're on more or less the same strategy, only about 2 laps difference between them, so more or less the same. And William Chadwick chasing down Milos Wigrecki. Let's get them over the line and see what their respective pace difference is on that last lap in GT4. Wigrecki 136.5, 136.8 for Chadwick. So on that last lap, Wigrecki just that little bit of the edge, but it can come and go in traffic, as we've seen. These little GT4s, it's easy for them to get kind of barged around, as Wigrecki actually carries so much speed there, runs into the back of one of the Porsche Cup cars, and that allows Chadwick the run. Here comes Chadwick then, who's right on the back bumper, but Wigrecki just about able to hang on to it. But that is your gap, about 2 or 3 yards between the leader and second place in GT4.
It's how, traffic starts on the highway. Is one person taps the brake a little bit, person behind them has to tap it harder until you get to Team Fordzilla going. There's no crash on the freeway. Why is everyone going slow? Well,
interestingly, it's 1-1 in the family Vantor debate over who's the quicker. We've got 1 for Lawrence and 1 for Dries so far. Black Reverse says Dries. Small Potatoes, number 69, says Lawrence. There you go. Do let us know. This is democracy. That is working at its best here. So 2 hours and 16 minutes to go, and Chadwick now the front left. Is there a tiny piece of damage on that front left of Chadwick's machine, or are my eyes deceiving me? It's minimal if it is.
There's a bunch of these Cayman GT4s running around that have got a bit of damage on them. Not least pure sims, but other ones as well, that you can get some crinkles here and some crinkles there, but I think it looks pushed in above the tyre on the front left for Fordzilla.
It is
Can I just
slightly
say,
bent.
we've got
on
the
bonnet.
420 battling the 469.
Oh, my 5th grade mindset. I need to. Sometimes I need to get that away from me.
I'm so much more sophisticated. Pure Sims. Now let's go. Yes, Pure Sims Esports Porsche in the Cup category. They're sitting in 8th in class right now. They've been given a 10-second penalty for an incident with another car. The 999 has been given a 15-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin. Now the 999 is the Raccoon racing machine in 6th place, so 15-second penalty for them. So more penalties handed down from the hardest working stewards in sim racing today.
Yeah, was that one that we necessarily saw at the time?
Not sure, but mind you, Pure Sims Esports, oh no, they've come back out again. Pure Sims Esports, I was worried. I saw the GT4 machine back in the pits and thinking, oh no, not again, but they've carried on. But on board with William Chadwick, just goes to turn in and there's a GT3 car coming through. There it goes. Good eyes up driving there from William. But what that's meant though, David, is that's the gap has now gone up between Chadwick and McGreckey to 1.6 seconds.
Yeah, they were sort of nose to tail, and now all of a sudden there's 4 cars in between here as well, and he's got a great view to some battling GT3s that are also trying to work their way around the inertia 992. He's got to decide how he's going to pick past the TCR. Pretty straightforward with the horsepower difference, all things considered, but traffic everywhere. And hey, that's one way to get an off track for Williams.
Very true. Yes, very true.
That's what I mean, is it's just so tempting in so many circumstances to just extend it a little bit, because with that GT3 getting down the inside of this GT4, if they weren't gonna, just blow past the curb on the exit.
That's a fair point. You've got to use them, and like you said, you've effectively, if 50 is the penalty, you've got 49 to use free of charge. So you like you say, you've got to use them strategically throughout the 6 hours. That's
the one problem that a bunch of the teams are getting though is it's like opening too many windows at once on your advent calendar. They're going to get to Christmas Eve and there's nothing left.
That's why it's such a good lesson. It's a lesson in life not to use up all your tokens early, eke them out. Well, William Chadwick has just with that phase of traffic, once they headed to the carbon sim racing Porsche of Milos Wigrecki, that sort of brought Wigrecki back into the clutches of William Chadwick. Now the gap sitting at just 0.6 of a second, so it is coming back and forth with the flow of traffic coming through, and indeed of course the GT4s, when they come across TCR cars, they're making their way through as well. So GT4 definitely piggy in the middle in this race, and yeah, maybe just a tiny little crumples on the bodywork of the Fordzilla Porsche, but maybe more from curb strikes more than anything. Nothing really to panic about for Team Fordzilla. And William looking very strong here, it must be said. 135.9, 4 tenths quicker than Wigrecki last time by.
Is that the side of the car that had contact lap 1?
Well remembered, David Haynes. Well remembered. Yes, of course, got pinched at the start. Was round. In fact, you're absolutely right. I'd forgotten about that. This car, of course, was pointing the wrong way at turn 1. Got kind of pinched in, and you're absolutely right. That's where it's come from.
Yeah, I think Carbon has some damage in the back as well, or what I recall. I don't know if that was related to the turn 1 instead of lap 1 incident. You do see it slightly bent on the rear left on the bumper, and the diffuser is slightly bent on the back left as well.
So, like many endurance races, the cars are usually not showroom fresh when they reach the checkered flag. And well, I tell you, wouldn't it be cool if we could get a Ford Mustang GT4 in the iRacing service to go along with the Porsche, the McLaren, and the BMW? Because then Fordzilla, they'd finally have a Ford to drive once again.
If anyone's got the contact details for Multimatic, they got a bunch of cars I'd like.
Oh yes. Well, since nobody's going to be racing the Mazda RT24P, they let the iRacing guys go in and scan it.
If they've got no use for it, I mean, I'll take one.
Why not? Yeah. That is.
I'm in need of a new fireplace.
Wow. Okay.
Ouch. If you don't laugh, you'll cry. I mean, every time I was cheering for that car, and you know they went up in flames many times before they got some wins.
They did have a difficult start to things, that's for sure, but it came good. That little four-cylinder turbo motor in the front of the Mazda DPI car. I tell you what, Lorenzo, that Mazda DPI is going to be really sorely met. I know we've got a golden era of IMSA coming 2023 onwards, but for 2022 we're really going to miss that little Mazda, because guys like Harry Tinknell and Ollie Jarvis just ragging the life out of it with that engine screaming along and fighting with the big rumbling Cadillacs. It was a wonderful outfit, and of course painted in the beautiful Japanese white as well.
Yeah, it was a marvelous livery. I'm just gonna, if I recall correctly, I do remember when I went to Daytona for the 24 hours. Was the same year that Alonso raced. I think was for Wayne Taylor, if I recall correctly.
That's correct. Yeah.
The lines for grabbing an autograph were immensely huge. I was remembering. All right, there's a line to get autographs with the Penske drivers and the Mazda car, 55. They were okay, but Alonso's line was so immense that you basically, if you were in the top, basically had a full hour of queuing, and you only had 10 minutes until signing of the autographs closed. I remember I got a thing, if I remember correctly, Tinknell's autograph, and Gavin, and maybe Gavin as well.
Got to trust L Plan.
Yeah, man, always.
I've seen some pretty crazy lines for autograph sessions at the Australian Grand Prix, where at the start of the day the line is open for like a 4 p.m. autograph session with Daniel Ricciardo, and they have to like close the line off because it's full at like 8:30 a.m. and power to those people, because I'm not going to spend literally all day sitting in a line to try to get an autograph.
No, neither would I. I'll be honest.
the autograph.
Problem for Pure Sims Esports. Daniel Ferguson. Now this is the Lamborghini that came back up at the order after an amazing triple stint on tyres for Ross McFarlane. Let's see what happened to Daniel Ferguson here, coming into the final two corners. Oh, and just a little mistake from the Junkos Audi. Jinx a little bit to the right unexpectedly, and that really wrong place, wrong time again for
that TCR
Pure
was
Sims.
already slow in that sector for some reason. So
It looked like it was parked, wasn't it?
it's like we've kind of caught the end of that one. But I'm willing to now speculate on the existence of a triple stint curse.
Yes, I guess the difference with this one is that this is when, of course, they're on the new tyre. But yeah, that old tyre on new tyre wouldn't make much of a difference. There's something weird going on there with the GT4 car coming through, blinked out, and I think that caused a problem for the Junkos TCR, and it's just created a chain reaction again. Really bad luck there for the Pure Sims Lamborghini.
scuffed down that left side, but it's still going.
True. Yes, you're right. It is still going. And at the moment, where are they? They're still 8th in class. So, like you mentioned, David, with points going back to 15th, it's about just getting it to the finish now. But their strategical masterstroke, or seemingly a masterstroke, appeared to be working. But stuff like that does not help. But still, the relentless freight train that is Core Sim Racing. The number 159 TCR machine with Kieran Harrison and Corentin Guinez back behind the wheel, and Kieran Harrison a ARL TCR champion, Guinez SRW TCR champion. They're very much specialists in this car, and my goodness me, does it pay off for them. They're a bit of a winning machine, Lorenzo.
Yeah, all it does is win of sorts. So interesting to see in their current spot right now. What it's gonna do for that core ECR in the standings is finally is gonna break through of being behind Team Hoistingfeld, right? Because Team Hoistingfeld TCR is doing so badly, the gap is widely open.
The number with 59, if all they do is win, they should call them DJ Corid, I think. But now this
well,
is
they're suffering from success right now.
Peter, I'm shocked that it took you 4 hours for you to build up a pun.
I've been so well behaved, and then it's just all gone to pot now. Yeah. Well, that is Team Hoistingfeld, unfortunately, going a lap down to Core Sim Racing. Of course, we've seen some super battles between these two outfits. So many different circuits.
Oh, by the way, I did found out I had the autographs from the 77 Mazda.
Aha.
Right, so that was Tristan Nunez, Oliver Jarvis, Rene Rast, and Timo Bernhard, by the way.
Oh. There you go. Timo Bernhard, of course, has his team in this race.
Yeah.
There you go.
I do remember I talked with Helio Castroneves that after I grabbed his autograph. Such a nice guy. Nice lad.
He does look like a really nice guy with it. Yeah, he's always smiling.
He's always smiling, always being polite to people, doesn't mind to have a banter. Like his vibes like from a race. He's truly like a racing dad, you know. Doesn't matter if it is Indy cars or IMSA. It's such a good thing to see.
Although he does have a temper. I remember, funnily enough, talking to Mazda's Harry Tinknell in the Mazda went up the inside about maybe 2 or 3 hours into the 2020 Rolex 24. Went up the inside of Castroneves, caused an
24 hours.
Yes, that one. Yeah, I was like, as soon as it started happening, I thought that is going to be a GIF by the end of the day. Yeah, she's like 24 hours, like grabs the camera, and I was like, "Whoa!" He was an angry man, but he got the win the year after though, so he got his recovery. You think
he went full the office. He was like staring down the camera.
He was angry. Yeah, he was very angry. And the thing is, he won. So that I get this right, he won the Rolex 24-hour and the Indy 500 in the same year.
Helio?
Yes.
Helio won last year. I don't know if he won.
But he won the road. No. 2020 was when he was taken out.
You mean 2009? Only finished 2009.
2020 was when he was taken out by Tinknell. 2021 he won it with Wayne Taylor Racing.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, imagine that. Now that's a pretty cool double, a Rolex 24 and Indy 500. There's a trivia question. When's that been done before? I honestly couldn't give you an answer. I have no idea. Do let us know. That is a trivia. That a watch in the milk. Yeah, that is a bit of trivia. Let us know in the YouTube chat if you have an answer to that. Is Helio Castroneves the only guy to do it, or has it been done by somebody else? Mala Porsche sit in sitting fourth at the moment in a bit of a sandwich here. They've got the Vila Lamborghini just ahead in third place, and right behind the MSI Esports BMW, that beautiful machine. The sort of red accents to it. So anybody's game for the podium at the moment. The gap still stays pretty constant, about 9 seconds or so between RHG Esports Lamborghini and the Williams Esports BMW. However, we should be due in about 4 laps time, maybe 5 laps, the RHG Lamborghini to come in, but the Williams Esports car probably another 8 or 9 laps. So it's ever so slightly different strategies. MSI come in definitely on the early side. This is early. Are they back timing to the end of the race? I think they might be.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple schools of thought here. I think they might have just slightly short-filled it last time as well, because it's only been 34 laps. Meanwhile, your leader is on the 39th lap of their stint. So MSI in early, and you know, you got to that top of the hour. It's time for a tyre change. Maybe they're thinking undercut, get on the new tyres early.
That's a very good point. Yeah, I think back time to the end of the race, tyres on now. Maybe even a driver change. Of course, Alessandro Bico's been in for 2 hours, I think.
Algibay, wasn't it? Sorry?
No, sorry, I'm thinking of the Williams cars. I do apologise. Yes, it was. But Salva Talens looks like he will be taking the car back out again for MSI Esports. So interesting call there. Will there be anyone else follow suit? There might well be. But I think as the race starts to get a bit hotter, as the track starts to get a bit hotter, I should say, maybe a new set of boots might be quite nice right now, and a bit of clear air as well. But Vila Lamborghini, they push on with the Mala Porsche right behind. Nope, they're carrying on to start their 36th and 37th laps respectively for their stints. Like we say, about 42 or 43 laps at stint for the GT3 cars. And it likely it will be the Lamborghini of RAG Esports, our leader, that comes in a couple of laps time. Logitech Aldis Esports are still your leader in the Porsche Cup category. They lead by, interestingly, 4.3 seconds from Azatec Simsports Volante. So a lot closer than we've had in the past. So there's strategical games going on there, I think, David.
I mean, we're coming to the final 2 hours of the race here. It's where you hope to reap everything you've been sowing for the previous 4, particularly for the GT3s as they now head towards their last tyre change for most cars. I think the pure sims are already on the tyres that they're going to take to the end in GT3 here, if that's the strategy they remain committed to.
Now, an update on, if you remember, the Pure, quite fittingly, there's the Pure Sims Esports GT4 car, which was leading GT4 by such a long way, and it was effectively swiped out of contention by the number 24 German sim racing by ACV car, and the penalty was handed down, a 60-second penalty to the 24 car, which has now been served. And critically, Lorenzo, that car, I think that's a fair call on the. I think it needed to be a pretty significant penalty there, but also that has dropped that car out of the points. Of course, points awarded to 15th in class. They're now down to 16th, and they're a couple of laps back too.
Yeah, but also we have to take into consideration they had the damage as well. Even if they had the long-standing penalty, they had to do some repairs in the front of the car. If I recall correctly, they lost the bonnet, so they had to get that back into the car, and it does affect a little bit of the car performance. You do lose, I think, about 5 or 10 to 15 kilometers per hour without that bonnet, because the airflow with the dynamics doesn't function well enough on a his front engine. So, well deserved. We have to take good consideration of that, and it's going to be very hard for them to get within the points this round.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pity for that outfit, but that's what happens when you get involved in pretty silly incidents, really. But still a number of cars being investigated for various incidents. Track limits wise, well, we've had 39 cars have been given warnings for track limits, and to spark a warning you have to break track limits on 25 separate occasions. But we have been racing for over 4 hours, so there's 42 cars still running, so a majority of the field have been given their track limit warning. If they break track limits another 25 times, they will be given a 25-second penalty. So in effect, 49 track limit breaks to use up and no more. Looking at the Logitech Altus Esports GT3 car, of course a Porsche, painted very similarly, but this car running in the GT3 class, and at the moment being driven by get the right, Alex Ardisana. Thank you, David.
And they're in 12th at the moment, as the prophecy foretells.
There you go.
Now they're not pit stops, more pit stops.
Yep, I was saying it's going to be a moving target as our leader is in pit lane. Leader in pit lane, number 88, R8G Esports. Rasim Fuzui gets out and Vlad Kamichev gets back in. Vlad had a super stint earlier on, so he's going to take the lion's share of the driving, about 2/3 of the drive time to go in the way of Vlad Kamichev as the Lamborghini gets fueled up. Now, will it go up on the jacks, or no, I would think so if you've done a driver change. Fresh set of boots for a new driver, so it's likely we'll see that car go up on the jacks. This team, of course, R8G, owned by Roman Grosjean, the former Formula 1 driver and IndyCar driver. Wonderful looking machine, with backing from Richard Mille watches, and Praga as well. Praga, the manufacturer of racing cars from the Czech Republic. Praga R1. It's going to have its own.
To Knockhill?
Well, now it's a good point. They follow around the Brit Car Endurance Championship, which doesn't come to Knockhill. The problem with Knockhill is that one of very few.
Pit lane space.
Yes, that's you. Pit lane space is really tricky, and also I think we may be at the stage where GT3 cars at around Knockhill, it's probably just on the edge of outgrowing it, I would say. But I think it's more to do with pit space, sadly. Because I'd love to see British GT or Britcar as well coming to Knockhill. A GT3 car around Knockhill would be sensational, but I think it is sort of on the edge of outgrowing it.
So, been watching those pit stops that have started to come through in GT. Yeah, so R8G Esports, nothing out of the ordinary. He finished up a double stint. They went for those new tyres, new driver, presumably going to take this driver and these tyres all the way to the end, with one extra drop of fuel still required before the checkered flag. Everyone else doing about what we would have predicted. No tyres for Pure Sims, as they still look like they're going to try to close it out with a triple. MSI Esports Blue, when they went for Silver Challenge, went for new tyres there as well.
So when will we see Audi Koppinen come into pit lane riding on with the helmet cam of the number 55?
Bila 45 went for 2 tyres again.
Whoa.
Or did they? Or did they go for 1? Is that 1 tyre? This is what they do to us.
They
what
make
does 49
us sound silly.
seconds stationary mean when 40 seconds is what it takes to fill the fuel?
None at all.
So exciting pit entry right there.
Yes, certainly was. As the Mala Porsche comes in, Williams Esports BMW taking their stop That's Daniel Lafuente getting back on board, taking over from Alessandro Bico.
Gotta say, nice save from Mate Koppinen on the entry of the pit lane.
Yes, yes it was. Yeah, a little bit of a twitch there from the Porsche. Now, difficult day for this car, the number 89 BS Competition BMW with the Turner Motorsport split livery. Rainer Talvar comes in and hands back over to Vasilos Belitsiosis. There you go, you get a close-up look of that Turner Motorsport livery, the blue and yellow. Very, very cool indeed. So we'll see what BS Competition can drag out of this one after a 30-second penalty for jumping the start. Really took them out of a top 5 position. They were in the fight, in fact, yeah, well in the top 5. So we'll see what they can do and see where they can drag themselves back up to, because BS Competition always a force to be reckoned with. So up on the jack it goes.
Now, of course, what we've learned is if it's 30 seconds penalty for jumping the start, just make sure you jump the start by at least 30 seconds. But that's not how it works. It was a very, very subtle jump by BS Competition, and they didn't really gain a whole lot from it. In fact, I think they lifted out of the throttle again and almost redressed everything that they'd gained, but they did cause a bit of contact with it, and that's mainly what the 30 seconds was for, the jump start causing contact. Of course, you'd probably be getting one of them 5-minute penalties if you jumped the start by 30 seconds.
Now we have our first penalty for track limits. So you were absolutely right, David Haynes. I was wrong. And the Undercut Racing Team, car number 418, driven at the moment by Guillaume Egloff, that car has been given a 25-second penalty for track limit abuses, so it has had more than 50 or more breaks of track limits.
481, which is the Torque Freak.
You are absolutely correct. Apologies. You can breathe now, Undercut Racing. I am so sorry. 481. It's been a long weekend. 481, which is Torque Freak, who are there down in 7th. David Bearclaw at the wheel of that machine. And GT4 William Chadwick leads by 2.6 seconds from Carbon Sim Sport. So he made his way by Milos Wigrecki. And Torque Freak Racing, the Iron Brew Cannon wheels, more than 50 track limits abuses. Now, looking at the warnings for track limits, where were 481 were the second car to get pinged for their warning. That was at 1 hour and 28 minutes into the race. So they have slowed down the frequency of it, but keep an eye out for car 978, 46, 966, 977, 905. They all got a warning early on as well, so they could be in a bit of danger as well. Oh no, another penalty for car 89. Contact with car 996. Car 89, that's the BS Competition car, and there is a bit of damage on that car, which makes sense now. 5-second penalty to be served at the next stop. But David, as we know, it's not just a 5-second penalty, is it? You've got to go in, stop, and get back going again. Yeah,
we kind of just saw Raccoon Racing try to navigate pit entry in towards the penalty box to serve the 15 seconds that they had. So yeah, for BS Competition, 4th in the championship coming into this round. They'd got no points at Hockenheimring, the win at Sebring last time out, so 0 to hero. And now this is looking like they're probably going to get points somewhere inside the top 10. But yeah, to come on so strong in round 2, hurdle themselves from nothing to 4th in the championship. Now, just hamstring. What's the? Well, they're a little hamstrung now in this one by some of the actions, little mistakes, little errors.
Yeah, it's just been
little misjudgments.
Yes, absolutely. I think that would be the right way to put it. So, back on the go then. Pure Sims Esports, despite that off-track incident, spin, whatever you want to call it, collision with the with one of the TCR machines. Daniel Ferguson's not letting it get him down. He's in 4th place and 0.3 of a second up on Sotomuto, who's back on board after putting the car on pole, the Mala Porsche there. However, and this is a big however, the like you said, David, it looks like Pure Sims are going for the treble stint again, whereas Mala Porsche, they've got fresh boots there, and there's the difference. Look at that, Sotomuto goes by, and that was pretty straightforward there for the Mala Porsche, and will likely pull away now with those fresh boots on board. Interestingly, the Porsche has been mapped with the Michelin tyres on it, and some of the other cars have got Pirelli tyres.
It's all over the place, but I can't tell you anything other than how much I love Hankook tyres.
They are very impressive. The Taiwanese mark the 7th largest tyre manufacturer in the world.
Are they not Korean?
Sorry, they're Korean, correct. I'm getting mixed up with Nankang tyres. They are. They're from Seoul in South Korea. You're absolutely correct. Company was founded in 1941.
Yeah.
Do you know that? I mean, if you chuck it a cheeky Google, I'm sure you'll know. But Hankook literally means Korean.
Oh, there you go. Well, there you go.
Hankook Tyre Company means Korean Tyre Company.
See,
That's marketing.
This is what you come for. And this is an important point. Of course, Hankook are the title sponsor for all of the 24H series events in the outdoor racing world. Of course, this is the kind of sister series in the virtual world of the 24H series. And the Hankook tyre that is produced for all of the classes in 24H series competition, and in that you've got GT3 cars, GT4s, Porsche Cups of different varieties. You've got TCR cars, bizarre things like the Lamera, the Vortex, the Ligier, JS2R, and all sorts of other stuff. And Hankook make exactly the same tyre, albeit made in different sizes for each car, but the compound and the construction is exactly the same for every car. That, to me, chaps, that is an amazing piece of engineering, to be able to build a tyre that can withstand that and operate at the level it does.
No mark cars for the Dubai 24 this year? I believe there'd been some in the past, right?
Any what mark cars did you say?
Yeah, the mark.
No.
Endurance. Yeah.
No, there wasn't. No, there was the most bizarre one, because the Vortex was there, breaking down at almost on the hour.
Yep.
Didn't they have sort of they were ripping bits off the donor car, and
yes,
together they almost had a whole working one.
Almost, yes, almost. Of course, the Ligier JS2 did very well in the hands of Christophe Bouchou, Jacques Leconte. That was a good
thing.
The Ligier is quite a cool car, actually. Yeah, the GS2. It looks like the front is like an old 1990s Venturi, which is a good thing, and the back is kind of like one of those new Peugeot Super Saloons, which is kind of like it's a pretty cool car as well. Actually, it's 508, I think it's called. The Peugeot Sport thing is a cool looking car. Quite quick as well, so I'm told. But
every time I see one of those Peugeot RCZs, is that what they were called?
Yes, they were cool.
They're like more than a decade old now, and you see one on the road and you're still like, I like that.
I think so too. I think it's a really cool car. The Peugeot RCZ. I like the new Peugeot. Well, the most recent Peugeot 208 GTI is a nice looking car as well. Well, and now here's a question: as we see Alexander Walton bringing the Simsa Porsche in for service, what do we think about the 908 or 9X8 wing? Is it a wing? Is there winglets? What's your view, guys? We've had spy shots, haha. But what do you think?
If that thing has just a full conventional rear wing the whole way across, I can't cheer for them. Like, you can't bait me like that, and then go back on that after all the PR, and think I'm still going to be a fan. So if they've got winglets like a Ferrari FXX K, and they've to give some adjustability to the setup and the aero pressure or whatever, so that they can, move the center of downforce forward or backwards a little bit. Okay, but if there's just a full and conventional wing, then,
Lorenzo, what about
why
you?
make a race car? It's just if you're just going to release a concept car and then change it.
What car? Sorry.
The Peugeot 9X8, the new hypercar.
Oh, that car. I'm gonna be very honest. My thoughts are basically the same as David's.
So they're hope that they'll need to maybe change their strategy to make sure they've got the support of David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda. I'm with you, David. I think it's going to be like the Ferrari, the FXX-K, or what was it, the Dallara IndyCar? Was it the DW12 that had the kind of little winglets above the wheel cover on the rear wheel cover?
Yeah.
That's what I think it's going to have. It's a cool looking car.
As racing fans, we've gone and swiped right on one picture, and if it's a different car that shows up at the date, that's not right.
Yeah.
That's just good manners. Yeah, absolutely. So wait a minute. So if it turns up with a conventional wing, it will now be known as the Peugeot Catfish.
Yeah, basically, that's exactly what I'm saying.
The Catfish by Peugeot.
All I have to say is, car looks great. The only problem I have are the taillights.
It's
Now,
certainly
what about this talk of potentially also rebranding it or slightly restyling it with some of the other Stellantis manufacturers, like a Dodge hypercar?
for me, if you can get works blessed or works funded teams racing anywhere, then go for it. I think if all it takes is allow the car to run on a different badge with a slightly different styling of bodywork, go for it. I think that's the message. I think that's what's the big takeaway from this big boost in planned manufacturer involvement in sports car racing, is that when you make the platform a bit more accessible and easier to sell to a board, then yes, I think that's a good thing. I think.
If it's got a conventional rear wing on it, how are they ever going to put in a truck bed for the Ram LMH?
Maybe that's what they've been planning all along. Possibly, we'll see. But of course they've got a Scottish driver in their outfit, Mr. Medium, Paul Di Resta.
Yes, the Mercedes is on medium tyres. Yeah.
Poor Paul Di Resta. So the RHG Esports Lamborghini leads by 8.3 seconds, and we've got our leader in Porsche Cup in the number 943. It's about right.
4 laps. Yep.
So Williams Esports Camille Grabowski carries on. He takes the lead then as Bo Albert comes out of pit road, and that won't be the last stop. There'll be one more to go from here for the Logitech crew. They've been running like a freight train all day long, and let's see what they can do. They just got to get it home from here, keep clicking out those laps, and they've obviously got a really good setup there for that car. Of course, as we had confirmed earlier, Jordan Caruso will be racing in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, so I'm sure the Logitech crew have spent a lot of time developing a setup for this car. It looks on rails at the moment. In GT4, well, it's a thrilling battle between Team Fordzilla. William Chadwick leading by 6 seconds from Milos Wigrecki, so Wigrecki's really fallen off the scent in the last phase of the race. They were very, very close together. In fact, Wigrecki leading Chadwick. Chadwick has made his way by, and he's now in the groove. He's in Snetterton 12-hour mode is what he's in now. Some people call it beast mode. William Chadwick calls it Snetterton 12-hour mode.
He's walking like a dinosaur, hungry, looking for his prey.
Yes.
That analogy, I know.
The For
Was
ah,
Godzilla
yeah.
a dinosaur or just a neo-mutated lizard?
I see what you did. Mutated lizard.
I don't know. He's I think that Fordzilla as well could be. Have you seen the spoof video with where it's like, oh no, it's Godzilla, and it's the BMW M8 GTE just coming over the hill? I thought it was quite funny. It's a big old beast, that car, but retired now. The BMW M8 GTE retired from competition. Placed with the M4. So Chadwick comes through.
Cremated because there's no room to bury them.
No, that's true. Yeah, I wonder what will happen to them. I guess it'll be put in the BMW museum, sold to private collectors. I don't know. Depends. Chadwick there, 135.6, 136.5 for Milos Wigrecki. So Wigrecki really struggling to match the pace of Chadwick right now. And I mean, Lorenzo, this is an interesting one. Williams been, racing in top level competition for a while, but gets his first kind of big win yesterday. And it's funny, winning it really is a habit.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, to see they're grabbing their first big win after quite a while. I think it's versus it comes with the state of where the racing is and how busy sim racing was this weekend. I think we're just getting into the tail end of being busy because we had another event that ran for 24 hours that grabbed a lot of drivers and racers and real race drivers to battle for $125,000, whoever was the winner. But it's interesting, that even though they just grabbed their first big win yesterday, they are now battling for another win here today, where we still have some of those teams that ran over here have enough drivers to put one car in here and being able to sort things out with the different competitions that have been going on.
So Chadwick into pit lane then for a slosh of fuel and tyres, and it'll be one pit stop to go after this one. Of course, the GT4, Porsche Cup and TCR machines all running at a limited fuel capacity, which helps open up new strategic opportunities. Good to see the Chuckle Brothers in the RaceBot TV chat. Good to see you all coming in here. The King Hippo has joined us. It is.
I'm not sure me or Loren. I'm even surprised that I know that I don't.
It's genius stuff. It's very, very funny. The Chuckle Brothers, I think. So Williams Esports back on the
British
go.
humor at its finest, isn't it?
Yeah. Williams Esports back on the go, and there goes our leader then in Porsche Cup. Bo Albert continues to lead for Logitech Altus Esports. No, I tell a lie. I knew that would get me. That's the GT3R machine. Silly me. But now. Well, shall see. I'll get once my time screen recovers. Logitech Altus Esports lead by 25.5 seconds then from Williams Esports. Josh Thompson back on board, taking over from Kamil Grabowski. There we are. We got ourselves lined up in the end. So now just up to Bo Albert just to stroke it home. Now, did I see a clip earlier on, gents, of Bo crashing at turn 1 of the Roar before the 24?
No, he made it to turn 4.
Turn 4, right.
First horseshoe.
Wow, he lasted more than one turn with the streak of luck that he has been going on lately. Wow. Sorry, Bo, I have to pull that dig.
Sorry, Bo. We can do that when he's winning anyway, so he'll have a comeback. At least you have to give him a
He's got 90 minutes. He's got 90 minutes.
Oh, don't be cynical. Don't be cynical. 90 minutes to go indeed. So we're really into the last quarter of the race here in the 24H Series Esports. It's brought to you by TFR Lab and VCO. Live coverage here on Racebot TV with myself, Peter Mackay, David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder. Battle on screen you're watching right now is the Logitech Alps Esports GT3 car, which is running in 11th place in class right now. Florian Denard at the wheel of that car. And just as we say that, the Manatee Lamborghini goes by to take 11th position off Florian Denard. Now Florian is he's a big Corvette fan, actually. Of course, unfortunately no Corvettes in this 24/8 Series Esports competition, which is always a pity when you don't have Corvettes. But Florian, a man from Bordeaux, so I mean, wouldn't that be a great place to live? Imagine that, having Bordeaux wine just right on your doorstep. I think I would be an alcoholic if that was the case. I mean, I'm close enough as it is.
What, being Scottish?
Yeah.
From an Australian to a Scotsman, I mean, I think that joke goes either way.
I think so.
Thank God I'm not involved.
You're all such healthy. They're all so healthy in Brazil. I mean, look at somebody like tell you what, Lorenzo, how have we not talked about this so far? New Porsche factory driver Felipe Nasr. I think Porsche have won the lottery there by being able to sign him, I believe.
Yeah, I do agree 100%. I know Nasser is a very fast boy. He was probably one of the fastest guys whenever he was driving the DPI last season for Wheel Engineering Racing, and won and drove to now try to win the championship. Of course, he won the championship actually with Pipo Derani. So I think that is the first time in quite a while that we've seen a Brazilian lineup, a full Brazilian lineup, win the IMSA series. We had prior winners, but not a full lineup that is Brazilian. But going for Porsche, I think it's long overdue, because I'll be very honest, I don't think Nasser received the love that he deserved in F1. Some people call him a one-hit wonder because he got 5th place in Australia. I think he was a very good driver when he was driving in GP2 and GP3.
I was there for that.
Yeah, and the only problem is that I think F1 was so stacked back in the late 2000s that he never was able to get his own proper shot. But he's a really good driver. He totally earns the spot at Porsche.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's been the standout driver in prototype racing in the US for the last, pretty much since he came in, to be honest. Him and Pipo Derani is such a formidable combination. And yeah, I think it's a very, very, very good signing for Porsche for the job that they need him to do. Of course, we saw the new Porsche LMDH car being rolled out. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's the first LMDH car that we've seen full stop. In the flesh, moving. It looks absolutely staggering. Looks like halfway between a 919 and a 962, which is a very good thing.
Is the GM LMDH program still not even officially confirmed and announced? Let alone,
I think it is.
Seeing it, hearing it. Really? Which manufacturer?
Cadillac.
Okay. All right. I
could be wrong,
I
but
thought
I'm pretty
everyone
sure
knew
it
it was
has
a done thing that there was going to be either a Cadillac or a Corvette LMDH, but I don't think we'd yet heard an official announcement like we have for Porsche, Audi.
Cadillac have, because they've announced that Ganassi and Action Express will be the teams that run them. That makes total sense, given that they're running the DPIs at the moment. So,
and the lineup is stacked.
Yes.
I've been trying to get you guys your opinion on this. Which lineup do you think might be the strongest going on so far this year? You can either pick GT or DPI.
David, you go first. I need to think about this one.
I've no idea. You can give me all the time in the world and I'm not going to get an answer.
Okay.
What I do know is in this battle for second and third. Acetec Simsports Volante have just got new tyres. They've got newer tyres than Williams right here. And Pure Sims, who is at least one lap down of them, is hanging with and catching. So this is going to get awkward between these three here. Sort of one catching one, and then catching the both of them is a car that maybe wants its lap back.
I think it's a very boring answer, but because it's predictable, but I'd say you still can't see past the number 3 Corvette team. Jordan Taylor and Antonio Garcia, they've got just such a momentum, and they've got a brilliant driver in Nicky Katzberg for their endurance races. That would be my pick, Lorenzo, I think.
Okay, I would say I would have to first might be the number 1 car with Bourdais, Scott Dixon, Alex Palau, and Renger van der Zende. But second has to be the Mercedes team that is part of WeatherTech Racing that has the new Cadella inside.
Yeah, it's Juncadella, Engel, and Gunon.
Yeah, and
that's
McNeil
pretty
as
strong.
well.
Yeah, that's pretty strong. Yeah,
What
agree.
a difference 12 months makes to the stocks for people like Alex Pillow and Pato O'Ward. I mean, 12 months ago you're like, oh yeah, they're good drivers. And now you're like, do we need to get these guys like an F1 seat? Like, what?
I think you're right. I think it's such a pity that the Colton Herta drive in F1 didn't work out right now, because I think he needed to be in a good car. But maybe it's better to wait until you get a proper go at it with a proper car. I think you could take any of the top 5 guys in IndyCar, put them in a decent F1 drive, and they will more than hold their own, if not score very well.
Yeah, and I've been talking. One of my good friends is Kiko Porto, which is the current F2000 champion. Now migrated to Indy Pro with the DE4s. His interest is going to IndyCar, so I think slowly, and it's becoming somewhat of a trend. While we're still looking for this battle with the 4P2 in the 992 class. IndyCar is slowly becoming what it was in the 90s, become a very viable option for new drivers and I'm not going to say old drivers, but drivers that have experience and want to still drive with top tier category with a good balance of tracks.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the places where IndyCar go racing, a lot of them are a lot more interesting than some of the new tracks that have been shown for F1. I think it's it's definitely a good place to be right now. Well, a driver who's really, of course, loving his time in IndyCar, having left Formula 1, Romain Grosjean, his team, RHG Esports, lead this race by 9.6 seconds. Daniel Lafuente has got a job on his hands here to try and run down Vlad Kimichev if he can. He was 0.2 of a second slower than Kimichev last time by. 9 seconds is the gap, 82 minutes to go. Those are the numbers. Salvatalen's not far behind either. Salvatalen's about 21 seconds off the lead, about 10 seconds back from Lafuente in second. Sotomuto only 1.2 seconds back from the podium. He's in fourth for Mala Racing Team Porsche. And this is your battle for 10th place. Maniti Racing hold on to that 10th place at the moment, but Wheeler Racing Euronics, they're right there with the Logitech Altis Porsche giving chase. In the Porsche Cup category, Bo Albert leads for Logitech Altis Esports in their Porsche Cup car from Williams, 23.5 seconds back to Josh the Bosch Thompson, who went 0.4 quicker than Albert last time by, so he's on the charge. GT4 is Team Fordzilla. William Chadwick leads by 7.6 seconds, taking 0.4 of a second out of Milos Vigrecki on the last go. And Corsim Racing, they actually lead with a pit stop in hand, with MSI Esports there in second, but need to stop. So pretty comfortable position right now for Corsim Racing. Their lead is effectively back to Impulse Racing of 41 Their lead back is over a minute, so they're looking very, very good at the moment. Corsim Racing, definitely their race to lose in TCR once the MSI Esports cars come into the pit lane.
Like right now.
There you go, just as we say it, right on time.
You're calling the shots down there on that pit garage. You can see them just off to the right, MSI Esports. For a second, looking for their garage.
Up on the jacks, as is normal for the TCR cars, they can get fuel and tyres at the same time. Front tyres, you effectively, now if I'm explaining correctly, David, front tyres are for free because you can do them when the fuel's going in, but if you were to add new rear tyres as well, that does go past the amount of time it takes to put the fuel in.
Yeah, I do think so. I mean, you can see, for example, there's a lot of 32-second pit stops in TCR, but the last stop for Simsa, 46 seconds. That looked like probably a four tire change. So, yeah, it is those front tyres that do 80-90% of the work. They're the most important ones to change for a 6-hour race. Kind of thinking maybe we do all four at one or two stops.
So we'll wait to see what the GT3 cars have got up their sleeves for pit stops. Really different strategies at certain places. I mean, the car we should see in first, likely to be the MSI Esports BMW. They've done 26 laps on this stint of a potential 42. Bila Racing Team have only done 19, so there's a 7-lap difference between the stint lengths of some of the GT3 cars. So this is what is up the sleeve of some of these drivers and teams. What are they planning? You can guarantee they'll have practiced it multiple times to know how things work out. And Bila, of course, joint championship leaders with R8G, and R8G, if they can continue where they are, well, they will move into the championship lead all to themselves, as Williams Esports now trying to hold off Acetec SimSports Volante Porsche Cup. Now, this isn't really what Josh Thompson needs. He needs to be left alone to try and hunt down Bo Albert, who's 21 seconds up the road, but having Acetec SimSports Volante, Lorenzo, right up behind you, that's not going to make that job very easy.
No, it's not, and not only needs a clear air, he also needs Bo to do what he's doing right now, which is lapping 131.6 on a constant basis for him to actually get close and think, oh, maybe at the tail end of my stint I can catch up to Bo and make this a little bit more interesting, and maybe go to abreast at the end in the end of the race. But the thing is, it's harder than it looks, right? Because at one point you're driving 30.6 and you're going 31.1, then 31.6. So you need find the constant effect of being fast and trying to minimize the delta is a tricky thing, because you're under traffic's possible. Minimizing the time loss is hard.
So Josh Thompson still hanging on for now as they come up towards the TCR leader going down the back straight. Now, time penalty for car 418. That is the undercut racing team. They've been given a 10-second penalty for contact with the 174, the Simsa TCR machine, and that will be served, well, in the next 90 minutes, which of course eclipses the time of the race. So at their next pit stop, they will need to serve that penalty. Now, here's a point, David. If, of course, you get a penalty after your final scheduled stop, then you will have to come in and serve it, which of course then gives it...
Oh no, race, doesn't it?
Ah, apologies. So you don't need to come in and do a whole extra pit stop.
I can't remember precisely for whom, but maybe Lorenzo's got some neurons that'll connect. That happened for someone at
Sebring, I think.
Sebring. Memory serves, it might have been in GT4.
Yes, trying to think was. I want to say I might have been Trophy, but I'm not 100% sure.
There was definitely a team that got a penalty late on, and we were watching and counting the gap like Lando Norris trying to get a podium here at the Red Bull Ring, trying to get within that 5 seconds of a car that's got a penalty that's going to be added post race, that kind of thing. So yeah, that's happened before.
Well, I can report for the first time in what feels like the entirety of the race, there is no incidents being looked into by the stewards at the moment. Hey, so that's good news. Means that things have kind of settled down a bit, and that's interesting actually. That means that we're at that point in the race where the teams and drivers can see the checkered flag. They've put the hard work in, they've put in so much preparation and practice, and they've been racing for 4 hours and 45 minutes, and this is the bit where often the gaps are a little bit bigger, apart from this one we're looking at right now, but for most cars it's all about getting it to the flag, and that's where things can calm down a bit. So I'm not surprised to see that the penalty sheet is finally a little bit quieter. Certainly got a workout earlier on, but what we might see, Lorenzo, is track limits, where we've had one car given a 25-second time penalty for track limits, but it might not be long till we see another one.
Yeah, and it's not. Just looking over here, that multiple cars having those issues with first warnings, and imagine a world where, and actually we talked about this. We had issues with incident points on a previous league race that me and David were covering here on the Red Bull Ring, and I think was on the final laps, if I recall correctly. It was even with the S competition, just grabbing the incident points. So it's a possibility, coming down to the final minutes, because you're pushing so hard and you're trying to thread the needle or something like that. You grab the off-track incident points and you get penalized for it.
Well, of course, that penalty really is very inconvenient for Undercut Racing Team, the number 418. So that penalty that they've been given, that they will serve at their next stop, 10 seconds. Well, at the moment, they're only 0.2 of a second off second place. So that is really, really, really hurtful to that team. Fordzilla, they march on in GT4. William Chadwick doing his thing at the front, doing as he does, just grinding out those laps, seemingly for fun. And at the moment, he's got a gap of just about 10 seconds at this stage, back to Carbon Sim Sport and Undercut Racing Team White, even though their car is black and orange. Don't ask, that's Sim Racing nomenclature for you. Just 72 minutes to go in this motor race. And oh, we've got a checkup, big checkup. And that's, it's Carbon, not sure. That's Carbon Sim Sport got completely, Milos Wigrecki caught up there with Bila. We're trying to find out which number
45.
it is.
The 45.
Co-championship leader.
And that number 45 car is already down in 12th position, and it's going to drop even further. So it's a disastrous day for the joint championship leader with RHE Esports, who are in the lead. So this is going to be a huge swing of points. Guess what happened then?
Oh no.
So, oh dear.
That's the one who tagged him is the Carbon Sim Sport that is in P2 in the GT4 class.
Uh-oh. So, I'm going to tell you what, a fantastic move from Florian Denard in at the Logitech. Aldous Porsche got the move done, took it on the brakes and got it done cleanly, and it was just bad luck for the Bila car. Just gets clipped by the Carbon Sim Sport Porsche GT4. So I wonder if we will see something appear on the penalty sheet. I maybe jinxed that. And the Bila Lamborghini is in. Bila Lucas Yestat comes into pit road, and they've obviously got quite big damage, because from here it's going to be a hell of a stretch to get home without another stop. I tell you what, guys, I do not think that 110, that's going to be a mega fuel save to get home from there. Well, why don't we ride on board with the number 996 Acetec SimSport Volante Porsche Cup car, which is just sitting right behind the Williams Esports Porsche of Josh Thompson. So it's 70 minutes to go here at the Red Bull Ring. Myself, Peter Mackay, David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda are going to duck away for just a moment. Enjoy being right in the heat of the battle for the Porsche Cup class podium. Anders Dahl is your taxi driver. We'll be back in just a jiffy. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back to Racebot TV, where we're just about to close into the final hour of the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring, part of round 3, 24H Series Esports, powered by VCO and TFR Lab. My name is Peter Mackay. Joining me for the run to the flag is David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder. And that battle there still rages on for second position between the Williams Esports Porsche Cup car of Josh Thompson and the Aztec Sim Sports Volante car of Anders Dahl. Now, Lorenzo, the temperature is beginning to rise and track hotting up now, so those who are going long on their tyres double and in some cases trying to triple stint tyres, that 28 degrees Celsius track temperature, how's that going to affect things?
So it's going to be an interesting one. Like I said, we would be seeing high 20s, maybe some low 30s at the tail end of the race. So it's a very big possibility we might see 30, 31 degrees around the track. It's not going to kill the tires way too much. It is not a track that consumes a whole lot of tires, not abrasive. And me and David were talking how surprising it is a low consumption fuel track as well, as we see what happened with the Timo Bernhard car, but that is a TCR. Which TCR is that?
Hoisting belt again.
Cool. What's the rejoin?
Difficult day for them. So the battle for the podium looks a bit like this. The BMW MSI car, the blue one there, Salvatelens holds third place at the moment, but Sotomuto for the Mala Porsche team right behind, he holds fourth. Now, there is quite a difference in pit strategy between these two cars. We see a maximum of 10 more laps for Salvatelens. We could see a maximum of 16 more laps for Sotomuto. So maybe another, potentially another 20 to 25 minutes for Sotomuto, and that would need just a short splash and go to get to the end, whereas the MSI car is going to have to spend quite a bit longer on pit road. So at the moment, strategy-wise, looking good for Mala Racing Team, but they were the pole sitters. They led confidently at the start, but they haven't quite been able to match the pace of Williams and RHG in this sort of latter portion of the race.
I think they led at the start until RHG, muscled their way forward, put the hammer down and said, "Yeah, we've got the race pace, please." So, the qualifying pace obviously was good there, and they're still in top 5 pace in a category where top 5s are rare and difficult. See exactly how that goes, but on the strategy wise, it takes about a second to put each lap of fuel into these GT3s. We know that Mala are carrying about 6 laps more fuel than MSI at the moment, so that should be a 6-second delta when they come to their final stop. There's not 6 seconds between them on track right now. I think that's still advantage Mala.
Yeah, I agree. I think but I have a bigger question upon that. Is not only can Mala take care of the advantages, where they have the advantage against MSI, because MSI is on 39 laps going to 40, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did this lap. Of course, they want to go as long as they possibly want to minimize filling up the fuel to the very brim of the fuel tank. The question I have, though, is not this one, is can we say the battle for the lead is out of reach? I want to say it is not.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Did you think Pure Sims GT4's lead was out of touch?
Yeah, I've been proven wrong so many times.
I think she is a cruel mistress, is motor racing.
It's all about learning and growth. It's about growth.
Yes. That's the sort of wise comments that comes out in a meeting with a Paul water cooler or a David, as this going to be.
Have you thought about the naming, David?
No,
already got one.
I don't think I'm any smarter than I was a couple hours ago when I initially came up with the idea.
That's going to mean nothing to those who haven't been tuning in to the start. We have learned, though, during our broadcast, that if you wonder why the Team 75 by Bernhard car has Paul written all over it, I think there's about 4 or 5 Paul in giant capital letters, and we surmised that maybe it was a guy from Timo Bernhard's local pub who's chipped in a few quid. But no, Paul is I still can't even describe what it is. It's an artificial intelligence robot, CO2 saving water cooler. Now, is this when we're going to get MSI in? There they go, yes. So going for their pit stop. Interesting stuff. So Salvan Taylor brings the MSI BMW in. This is quite clever because they'll still have a wee bit of fuel left in the tank, I'm sure.
You know, a relatively short fill as well, with 57 to go. So exactly how long this takes them is going to be interesting. How you know, you can just brim the tank at every stop until this final stop, where you've actually got to go. Well, hang on, how close do we want to cut it with this fuel drop?
Well, that's why we're going to keep close eye on. MSI Esports in the box at the moment. Salva Talens. We'll see when they come out the pit lane what their pit stop time is and how that compares to the rest of the pack. It can't be long before Vlad Kamichev for RHG Esports comes in for the lead, and coming back to that lead, it has been glued at 9 seconds for quite some time. But as the track temperature rises, I mean, Lorenzo, you've got lots of experience in these cars. I mean, between the Lamborghini and the BMW, what's more likely to look after its tyres in that last moment?
I think it is going to be the Lamborghini in comparison to the Porsche. The thing is, lots of things have to take into effect. First and foremost, first has to be the setup, brake bias, how you navigate around the car. This is a trend that doesn't have a lot of bumps in it, and naturally, on normal status. The Lamborghini is a little bit superior on its tire wear than the Porsche is. The Porsche gets better as the run is going, because the greatest problem still, I think, in my opinion, with the Porsche is it's very loose when you're going for corner entering the GT3 car. You have to be quite precise in the first few laps, as David mentions, and I did notice this as well. The pit window is nearly open. They're on 27 laps, for example, below Albert, so they're due to the lane in a few minutes. But in a track like this, I don't see a clear favorite, but if there's a superiority for the Lamborghini just because of how the vehicle is currently set in that area.
Yeah, the Lamborghini is a properly balanced car. Engine in the middle, it corners really nice and flat, very good in the medium speed and high speed corners. It's a really solid package, and of course it's a car that's been around for quite a while now in the service, so the teams have got pretty good setup data as well. Ronan Simsport number 77 has just been in the pit lane as well. Unfortunately, the number 45 Bila Racing Team car in the pit lane as well for quite some time and dropping down the order. Now, they may still get points, just, but not many, and with RHG at the front, of course, RHG and Bila Racing number 45 came in joint on points, but that won't be the case after this race.
No, both of them had a second place and a third place, and were looking for a win. It's not going to be the 45 today. It's looking like someone's got to step up and try to stop R8G, because they have been, since about 30 minutes into this race, just absolutely the form to beat.
Yeah, it looked pretty decisive when they went past the pole sitting and early race leading Mala Porsche, and Vlad Kamicha just started to pull away a little bit, but only a little bit before the initial stop. And I thought, that looks quite promising. And then as soon after the first stop, well, it's just been advantage RHE Esports. In the Porsche Cup category, well, it won't be long. There goes the Mala Porsche, number 55 in GT3. Now, the MSI Esports machine stopped for 39.8 seconds, spent 58.4 seconds in the lane. Lorenzo will have to keep a super close eye on what Mala do here.
Yeah, because this final pit stop will be decisive. I was talking about with the leadership because there is this 2 lap gap. It's gonna be an interesting one. This battle between Mala and Vila and everybody else, because right now, who goes for an aggressive strategy in terms of fuel? It's gonna be interesting.
Well, it's very fine margins here, and every litre of fuel added takes time. And how close do you want to figure it out? Of course, the teams will be working out exactly what the fuel usage is. How much do they need? When will the white flag come out for the last lap of the race? All things that have to be calculated very carefully. And if you get it wrong, if you put too much in, well, you lose time. If you don't put enough in, well, potentially you either run out of fuel or have to pit again, which is completely disastrous. Leader is in. David.
Yeah, RNG Esports, Vlad Kimichev coming in, should just beat fuel, he should stay in the car. Those tyres went on last stop, so they will be good. And a handy lead before this pit stop. And assuming no mistakes, no problems, this is to set them up to the run to the end.
So, looks like Mala has made their way out in front of MSI. Mala 4 seconds less in the pit lane, so a little bit of an advantage there for the Porsche crew. But Vlad Kamichev and the RHG team have been just superb today. Played the strategy perfectly.
Racine was no slouch either.
Oh no, Racine was really fast. Really fast. And it's all very well having a good strategy, but you have to execute it. You have to do the lap times. You have to eradicate any form of mistake. To win at this level, perfection is the only thing that will do. And up to now, that has been exactly what RHG have done.
And in 24-hour series terms, this GT3 category is not a GT3 Silver, GT3 Pro-Am, GT3 Am category. It's a GT3 Pro category. You can't have a weak driver.
No, you can't. That's very true. Of course, we see in the real life 24H series that each team has to have at least, I think it's at least one silver driver, might even be two. No, it is one. Whereas the rest can be gold and platinum. So it's basically all platinums at the top of the table. Williams Esports are in, as are Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC. Now Team Boss, Timo Bernhard, has raced here before at the Red Bull Ring in the ADA CGT Masters. He actually drove with the legend that is Kevin Estra in 2018. They came fourth. Then with Klaus Bachler in 2019, and they came third. So will his virtual team be able to beat that today? A little bit of damage to the back of that car, and that's the advantage of owning a sim team. No repairs for that. That would be a fairly sizable bill for a new rear end for a Porsche. So off they go.
Remember what I said about the seconds and like that and the laps. Gap is to 5 seconds. It was from 8 to 9 seconds to 5 seconds. Just because of the pit lane over.
Okay, so we have first of our Porsche 992 Cup cars making their last scheduled stop. Corsim Racing, Oscar Mangan has been into pit lane. In fact, also the Acetec Supersport Volante, Raccoon Racing as well, and we wait on the top three at the moment: Logitech Altus Esports, Williams Esports, and MB Racing Nordic. Though they are the cars that need to pit in the Porsche Cup category.
Yeah, and then also a little further down the table there, Talk Freak Racing 981 and Inertia Mega Auto. They've got to make their last stops as well.
So with 47 minutes to go,
PRG
David, what have you seen?
Sport are back out on track as of like 15 minutes ago. They're currently running 15th in class, which means they're going to pick up 1 point.
That's the spirit of endurance. That's what we like to see. Vincenzo Amico at the wheel of that machine. Now, I'm pretty sure that Vincenzo Amico is the team owner of Ronin Sim Sport.
So after the incident that we saw for them, I think they spent quite a bit of time in pit lane, and their most recent stop was also 16 minutes of service. They are about 30 laps off the leader. Eela's pitting now, so RHG are going to cycle back to that overall lead.
Well, former Porsche Cup class leader, the 992 class, Bo Albert has brought the Logitech Altus Esports number 943 car into the pit road. There he is, and back on the go already. Anders Meyer right behind in the MB Racing Esport Nordic car getting service too. So with 46 minutes to go, down to Bo Albert to take this one to the flag for the Antipodean squad.
Yeah, changed some tyres there, I think.
Did they really? Interesting. Okay. Did they have that luxury?
But that's what I'm wondering. Did they? They had before that round of pit stops, what they had about 18 seconds in hand over second place in class.
Well, if you've got that luxury, might as well use it. So Bo Albert putting on. Now, I don't know if they put 4 on though. Would it be just 2 looking at the pit stop time?
That's what I'm going to look at now. Because definitely it would have been slightly short of a full fuel drop, which would have shortened the pit stop up a little bit.
Well, while David Haynes gets his calculator out, has a scratch of the head.
They're now only 4 seconds ahead of Acetec Supersports Volante.
They've taken a pretty lengthy stop then. That's interesting stuff there from Logitech Altus Esports, wanting to make full use of those tyres. Well, the podium at the moment in GT3 at the top of the field, RHG are leading, but now only by 6.3 seconds. So Williams Esports, Daniel Lafuente has closed the gap by about 3 seconds or so in the pit lane. So are Williams Esports, have they got enough fuel to go fuel rich? Hopefully they do, so we can see a chase down, a chase to the flag. Sotomuto and Mala Racing Team, they're a little bit further back. They're about 15 seconds further back from the second place car, Williams Esports, and only hold on to their podium position by half a second to Bila Racing Team Lamborghini, which is there, the blue Lamborghini with the yellow stars, which has got a little bit snagged in traffic there as Sotomuto carries on. So a proper fight for third place anyway, chaps.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, this battle between Germany and Japan. Luca Kita versus Sotomuto, and we saw how feisty they were on the early portions of the race.
Yes, they certainly were. So Mala Porsche just hang on to third place for now, and can Sotomuto pull away? Let's see how the pace is going to be. So in the Porsche Cup category, still waiting on the Williams Esports car of Josh Thompson to come in. He's the last of the front runners in the Porsche Cup category, and that's a clip there. Oh dear. Manatee Lamborghini just sticking the nose up the inside and very politely lets the Logitech Altus Esports Porsche carry on, and they are battling over the last spot in the top 10 at the moment. Now, Lorenzo, we had a bit of a story. There's a story behind Diogo Paes Salipa in the Portuguese racing scene.
Yeah, so he's basically been developing his skills in the in what we call the Portuguese esports competitions for Maniti, and been doing quite well in there, if I recall correctly. I think it was top 5 in the F3 championship that our Hugo Luigis was one of the producers for. But and those are kind of like supported by the official Portuguese embodiment of the Motorsport Federation. They had many splits for each race. Many drivers signed up, and his dad is an F1 commentator, or was an F1 commentator for one of the biggest channels in Portugal.
Oh, nice to get a bit of a...
Motorsports run in the family.
Certainly does. Certainly does. I remember when I was on holiday golfing in when I was a child, golfing in Portugal, and I remember bumping into Rubens Barrichello on the golf course in Portugal, and he had it. The coolest thing was I got his autograph on a golf scorecard, and he had a Ferrari branded. He was still driving for Ferrari at the time. He had a Ferrari branded golf towel.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Isn't Portimao surrounded by golf courses?
Yes,
Yes.
The whole of that region is just golf courses. Yeah, some very good ones, I must say. Yeah, Sotogrande. They're not
the whole of that region.
Yes, very good, very good.
Very good.
Yes,
It's an 18 hole of sorts.
Oh, well, I would have caught that one quicker if I wasn't flagging.
992. Pit stop
992
on there.
Thank you.
So, how quick this is for Williams? They could be, still looking for that podium.
Yes, they are. It's. I wonder now. They did have a penalty that was served early on in the race. Now, what number are they? They're 905. They served that earlier on. They served a 10-second penalty earlier
Close
on.
to second, I tell you what. Williams are going to come out just ahead of Volante.
Well, the Williams team will be ruining that 10-second penalty, which was served in a stop, which actually, in theory, is sort of 12-13 seconds by the time you stop in the box and get back going again. And that's going to really hurt the Williams esports team by the looks of things. Now, penalty for car 916 for not serving a penalty in time. That's Pure Sims Esports Porsche Cup. They've been given a 20-second penalty for not serving it in time. Right, okay. Car 16, which is the... again, Pure Sims Esports Lamborghini, has been given a 5-second penalty for losing control and making contact with car 148.
Which is going to be the Hoisingfeld TCR.
Yes, which has been a punching bag all day. Poor little TCR car has really been a punching bag all day. Car 45, which is the Bila Lamborghini, the stricken Bila Lamborghini, has been given a 5-second penalty as well for its part in the incident that held it back a little bit. So, yes, there's a few late penalties as well, but none of the class competitors for class wins anyway at this stage. But yes, just 2.1 seconds is the gap between Bo Albert and Josh Thompson in Porsche Cup.
There's also some tyres that went on that Williams esports car, maybe just 2 for Josh Thompson.
Looks like it. There's about an 8-second gap in the pit lane between them. So yeah, that makes sense.
All of a sudden
So-
it's on first, second and third in this class.
Absolutely.
Leader, 2 seconds to second, and then about a second and a half to third.
Yeah, so
And now
all of
a
us.
straight dogfight to the end as well. They've cleared all their final stops.
It is.
Something
Absolutely.
happened to Ronan, by the way. Looks like they spun by themselves on turn number 1. MP7.
Okay, well, it's been a tricky day for the Ronin outfit. So this is as you see it then, folks. Logitech Aldis Esports, Bo Albert leads, but only by a couple of seconds. There he is at the bottom of the shot. Then it's the Williams Esports Porsche on screen. And then right behind, it's the Volante car there with the white and green accents. So they can all see each other. So what looked so comfortable before for Logitech, a little bit more difficult. This is what happened to the Ronin car. Whoa, just carried a little bit too much speed into the Niki Lauda curve and loops it around. But the difference is that yes, it's a straight fight, but how valuable will those all fresh tyres be on Bo Albert's car compared to the too fresh on the Williams car and on the Volante car as well?
Gosh, it's sketchy.
It could. It could have also been 2 for Altus.
You think so? Even though there was such a big difference in the pit lane?
It's hard to work it out because full service was about 55 seconds for that car. So they're really taking half a tank of... Are they taking half a tank of fuel and 4 tyres? Or closer to 3/4 of a tank of fuel and 2 tyres?
Well, hopefully we'll get a chance to, we'll see what plays out, and hopefully we'll get a chance to speak to the drivers in question. As whoa, the number 7 Manatee car goes up the inside, and then a little bit of a hip and shoulder there with the Logitech Aldis Esports Porsche GT3 car of Alex Ardisana. And he might not be particularly happy about that, because he was squeezed pretty hard there, David.
I won't draw any F1 parallels. Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was going to be pretty clean all the way till a bit past the apex there, and the two of them come together a little bit, and we know that you lose a lot of time out there on that gravel.
Now, interestingly, yeah,
I think this is on my medium, my opinion.
yeah,
I think that
and mine.
was, yeah, slightly more guided Holiday than some.
Yes, that was pretty forceful there. From the number 7 Manatee cars had a couple of penalties, so that might accumulate. The more penalties you get, the worse they get. So we'll see what the stewards think of that one, but only 34 minutes of the race to go. That gives Diego Paisalipa 10th position for now, but we'll see what happens after that one. The gap again, well, Vlad Kamichev just absolute Iceman here, holding the gap around 8 seconds or so from Daniel Lafuente, who's trying his best to close it down, but to no avail. Now, interesting, in our GT4 leader, the Fordzilla car, Julian Rodriguez Moreno has taken back over from William Chadwick, and they lead from Carbon Sim Sport by 20.8 seconds. And Lorenzo, that little incident for Carbon Sim Sport, that could prove critical.
Yeah, that proved to be the icing on the cake for Zilla to open up an advantage and be comfortable with it and just get away with it. Not surprised that only its back of the car made the stint a little bit even and distributed among the team. And I think David caught something that I've been looking towards lately. Josh has been catching, but the problem there's an MSI and a SIM-RC battling for position. Thus, the gap opening for quite a bit, and Bo being able to breathe a little bit.
Well, the gap at the moment in the Porsche Cup category is hovering around 2 seconds. Bo Albert leads from Josh Thompson in this proper all-star slugfest in the Porsche Cup category. And Anders Dahl is right in there as well. He's only half a second back from Thompson. So the whole top three in the Porsche 992 Cup category after 5.5 hours of racing is covered by 2 seconds. Quite incredible. After it looked like it was just Logitech's day to walk off into the sun, and they were walking off into the sun, but Williams have not given up. And now Bo Albert
really
is
close on that
past.
stopwatch, but what's saving your class leader right now is this chunk of traffic in between. They're going to clear that. Still, I think a little bit wounded GT4 pretty quickly. This GT3 battle bearing down on Bo could prove a bit of a trouble here, because they're battling side by side, leaning on each other as they're bearing down on him in his mirrors. And that's for 5th and 6th in their own class as well.
So this is going to be a real cracker, I think, in the Porsche Cup class, as like you say, on the stopwatch, be good for Logitech Altus Esports. But there we go. Oh, Bo Albert gets put out a little bit wide there by the Team 75 Bernhard Porsche and the MSI Esports BMW, and look at that. That now allows Thompson to close in very close indeed, as Albert now will try and get as best of a draft as he can from the BMW M4 in front. But as they go over the line, oh, a second difference. Josh Thompson a second quicker than class leader Bo Albert. Now the difference is 0.6 of a second, and as we know, Lorenzo, that is very much draft potential as a TCR car now gets in between the Junkos car.
Yeah, and Josh trying to go for the send to try to get inside the Junkos TCR to get as close as possible, or as close as he can be towards Bo, but unfortunately Junkos closed the door right on the apex, but now there's nothing else in between them, so Bo is gonna be in a world of hurt. He hasn't, I think, been able to put up a 30 lap in the last 6 laps, so, and even when he clocks a 30 lap, the 30 lap he clocks, it's worse than what Josh has been putting.
And with half an hour on the clock, that might not sound much in the context of a 5.5 hour race so far, into 6 hours total, but that half an hour is going to be a long old way. It's about 20 laps or so for these drivers, and Bo Albert's got to hold off the charging Josh Thompson, who, of course, racing at the top level of Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, and he is closing hand over fist here as they come over the line. 1:30.796 for Thompson, 0.4 quicker than Albert last time by. So Albert is, David, you got to think he's under a lot of pressure here as well. This is going to be such a mental challenge for Bo Albert, because they had such a strong lead and it's just slipped through the fingers, and now he's got his mirrors full of Josh Thompson's Porsche, and we know how aggressive the young Manxman can be.
Yeah, we've got Altus Esports so far this season undefeated, 2 wins from 2 starts. You've got Volante, you've got a 2nd and a 3rd. Never finished off the podium, 2nd in the category. Would love to close up on that lead. You've got Williams, haven't finished a race, no points yet to them this season, and they can smell a win. Every one of these three wants this win.
That they do, and Josh Thompson's looking incredibly racy, and I think he's going to pick he's got to try and pick Bo Albert's pocket here in the traffic. And now when did... Well, we'll see. We'll have a look if this calms down. Here comes Thompson. Here comes Thompson. Is he going to try and make the move? Up the inside he goes at Rent Curve, and they make a little bit of contact as well. Bo Albert toughs it out on the outside. Very, very brave. And hangs onto it just about as Josh Thompson has to back out of it. And here comes Anders Dahl for Volante. He's going to have a look up the inside. This is very tight here, going up towards Nicky Lauda curve. Oh, Dahl decides to back out of it on this time. Thompson, he's thinking about the run down towards Remus. This is what we come for. This has sort of been building up throughout the race, and now the pin has been pulled. And look at this, Bo Albert trying to cover the inside line as best he can. Thompson is all over him.
Absolutely. For a second there, I thought Josh Thompson trying to take that in the final sector was going to leave him exposed to Dahl. Dahl was waiting for it, tried to go for it. But in the end, it's all pressure for the lead here.
Oh, and Thompson's going to hook it around the outside at Schlossgold, but can't quite get the move done. So, Josh Thompson, I thought he could have another look there at Rauch as they head down towards Worth Curve. And a little bit wide for Albert, and that leaves the door open. But is this racecraft from Albert? Is he going for the switchback to hold the inside line for the run down to Rent Curve? I think he is, and here comes Anders Dahl now in the blue Volante car at the back of this trio as well.
TCR.
Oh yes, if you're in the TCR, contact between Dahl and Thompson, and contact between Dahl and the TCR. Bo Albert says, oh thank God for that. I'll just try and pull away here, but a little bit of contact there, and that takes Dahl off the scent, but Josh Thompson's still on the rear engine cover of Bo Albert's Porsche.
Anders Dahl overcooked it. First and second here, knew they were almost going to take it 3 wide with the TCR there, and they both backed off to give themselves just that little bit of safety margin. And Anders Dahl, well, he was staring at the rear end of 3 different cars and he didn't know quite what to do, but he got into that corner just a little bit too hot. Couldn't capitalize off what could have been a big opportunity for him.
Here comes Thompson up the inside then as well. Albert gives him the room. Thompson doesn't squeeze him out. Good respectful racing between these two drivers. They'll have raced together for many years in close competition, and this, of course, the leading car in TCR. We'll see this in the mirror, and he'll be getting a warning. That core TCR machine is driven by Kieran Harrison. Here comes Thompson now. Can he make the move stick? Can he? Runs Albert right out to the paint there as well. Here comes Albert. Kieran Harrison saying, after you chaps, I've got a good lead, I don't need to be on lap record pace. So Josh Thompson hits the front. The mighty Manxman for Williams Esports overtakes Logitech Altus Esports Bo Albert. This car's been in the front from pole position all the way through, and with 25 minutes to go, the lead has finally been taken from their grasp.
What a battle, and I still feel like Volante and Anders Dahl will have something to play in this. We'll see how big this and how strong the slipstream is. Got a bit of clear track ahead of them as well to just let them duel this one out.
Well, if Bo Albert, he's got to do a Troy Bayliss. He's got to channel his countryman here and snap straight back. As if you're overtaken, you've got to snap straight back, and Thompson knows it. Look at Josh Thompson. He is right up to the paint on the inside there, showing Bo Albert, saying, if you're going to pass me, you're going to have to go the long way around, Bo. Josh Thompson places his Porsche Cup car exactly where it needs to be and runs. That's naughty. That's naughty. Runs Albert right out over the sausage curb. And, Bo Albert has a little bit of a weave there. I don't think he's happy about it. And, David, I can't blame him.
The positions were kind of reversed and space was given previous times, so yeah, I mean, they'd raced each other really hard, really cleanly for a couple laps there, and you see it end like that. It's a bit of a shame. Now, what could still happen? A chance of a penalty in that, and is Dahl now in a position to maybe strike and take it away?
It could
One
be.
thing's for sure, it's brought Dahl right back into this.
That it has, yes, good point. Yeah, Anders Dahl now right on the back of Josh Thompson, and that indeed could be Bo Albert's meal ticket here, because look, he's lost a lot of time after getting put out over the sausage curb there. Let's get another look at it then. So there you go. Yeah, that's cheeky with the sausage curb there. Without the sausage curb, maybe, but no. That's a little bit heavy-handed. I wonder if we'll see a protest come in from the Logitech team about that, but Anders Dahl is right on the rear engine cover, and Bo Albert, like we said, Bo Albert needs Dahl and Thompson to start battling in the same way to bring himself back into the battle. Once you're into the slipstream, you're in the game. As long as you're in that slipstream, you are in the fight. So here we go again, same opportunity. Turns it quite a lot tighter there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, a little bit tighter now for Josh after the contact, so it's going to be an interesting one. Dahl got the run. There's a GT4 right ahead of him. Just going to see who that is. That is the Entropic GT4 that might get in the way of Anders Dahl and Josh Thompson's fight. Well, that absolutely now brings Bo back into the fray.
There it is already. Yes, Bo Albert has pulled a vital few car lengths now to try and get back on the case of Anders Dahl. Update at the front while we're watching this incredible battle for 992 Cup honours. Still, RHG Esports hold that 8 second or so advantage from Daniel Lafuente. Mala Porsche still in third, but this is the battle to watch. And look at Thompson, Dahl and Albert. Albert, oh, he just can't get by the little Cayman in time. Oh dear, that's really going to hurt. Can he make the space to get by? Just he does, and very respectful to that little Porsche as well. I think that was
the various strategies right there. Because that was the S-Attack Volante GT4 that was in between them.
There's still a lot of time, a lot of laps left in this one. I mean,
oh yeah,
these two can still battle it out like this for another 13, 14 laps. And if they keep doing this, then it'll always keep drawing third place back into the fight.
Anders Dahl is not having any of it. He toughs it out on the outside line. And Josh Thompson definitely adjusting his way of things. Oh, they nearly come wheel to wheel on the run down towards Schlossgold. And Thompson, that's right on the edge. Right on the edge of what is allowable. And here comes Albert now. And Dahl backs it. Oh, does he? No, not quite. And
I want to say I think Josh slowed down for Dahl.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you could be spot on there, Lorenzo. Actually, good call. I don't know what that difference that'll make in the eyes of the steward, mind you, because it's hard to say. But yes, I think he maybe did. That's strange, but okay. But I think you're right because. Oh no! BS competition. Oh dear me. BS competition BMW. Well, cause. Oh dear. Well, what can you say? Just look at the pictures. That is such a pity. Let's get another look at it. David, what do you see?
Well, I mean, multi-class racing, we're dealing with 4 classes here. You're battling 992s, all coming down towards a TCR car. 992s have got lots of great straight line speed to then get down the inside of that TCR car. Bo Albert and Altus, the inside of the TCR, and it was all about, did BS Competition have room to take it 3 wide? They didn't, but then GT3s brake so much later than these 992 Cup cars. And as he's tried to back out of the move, there's the TCR. It's 1 into 2. Get back in there, bowl another one, and see if you can clean it up for a spare, son.
Yeah, that's really sloppy stuff. You know, regardless if the cars are in a battle, it's not necessarily BS competition car of Vasilis Belitsiotis there, who we rode on board with. I mean, he's not to know that it's a battle for the lead. That doesn't necessarily matter, but you can't use, you know, your qualifying braking point and expect to make the corner with cars all in front of you. Okay, so Lorenzo, what have you got?
So we got a report on Williams.
Well, that could be. Well, let's see what happens there. Stewards have got 18 minutes, and well, that's not a very long amount of time to sort out some of the incidents that we've seen. And looking at the lap times of Bo Albert's machine, we'll need to wait another lap to see where that is. At the moment, it's a 1:31.7 for Josh Thompson last time by, 1:31.6 for Anders Dahl, but 7.8 seconds back from Josh Thompson now. So with about 12 laps to go. Goodness me. And Bo Albert, he's got significant damage at the front of that Logitech Altus Porsche. So the three-peat for that team, they won the first 2 rounds of the season. The three-peat, David, is going to be mighty difficult now.
Yeah, I'm not sure the three-peat's on anymore.
And now BS competition got reported by Volante. Description: Basilius caused mayhem. That's a good way to put it.
There was definitely a bit of a Newton's cradle effect in action with all the cars.
It's like you're battling for position, I understand, but you could have seen from where you were coming out of the corner that they were battling for position. That was a TCR. This was totally avoidable. It ruins a great fight. It ruined definitely a great fight for the lead of 992 class. That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely, Lorenzo. You're spot on there. Yeah, absolutely spot on. What a pity. And the thing is, you've also got to consider that we've been racing in this, with this level of field on this circuit for 5 hours and 40 minutes, on top of all the group practice, which I'm sure has gone on as well. So, it's not as if it's... the cars are, in every class, will all be very aware of where to brake, where to turn in, where certain cars are quicker and where certain cars are slower. That information is well learned by this stage, so it's even worse to do it at this stage of the time. But what a pity. But that's multi-class racing. It's brilliant in so many ways, but in other ways it can be very, very cruel. But we have a battle on for the podium here. Luca Kita in the Bila number 46 Lamborghini. It's been a terrible day for the 45 car, the sister Bila Lamborghini, but Luca Kita trying to pull in Sotomuto, the car in front, the Mala Porsche, which holds third right now. So if Luca Kita wants to spray a little bit of the bubbly, he needs to get on with it.
I had to have a look at the Bila paintwork because in past they've done some special ones for different races, geographically themed, but no, that's just their full regular one. Don't know what I was hoping to see, but they've done ones with kangaroos and other such things in the past. Might even going to be losing third here. Yep, third gone for Altus Esports as Core Sim Racing Oscar Mangan comes through.
That's painful. That is really, really painful for Logitech Altus Esports. Having led the race so dominantly, and they might have come out of the fight on top, they might not have, but they were in the fight, and now there's no chance. And like you say, Core Sim Racing blast by there in the white and orange Porsche, so even a podium now is a long shot for the Logitech Altus team. But they do have the 2 wins behind them already, so championship-wise, though, still in a reasonable position. But really, really tough for those.
Came into this round guys. 14 points clear of Volante. At the moment, if Volante gets second and Altus get fourth, that's a 7-point swing. So it basically just halves the gap. But if Volante can win, then it's a much closer game in the 992 championship.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I mean, Lorenzo, there's protests all over the place at the moment, from what we can see.
Yeah, there were the two protests I mentioned from the Volante 992, both on the Williams car and then the BS competition car. Gonna be interesting what's gonna be the outcome for the Williams as I see a car spun around. I think RSR by Chica Performances is around the track. 9th place car lost one spot to Dan Ferguson, it looks like. And it's tricky. I feel for Bo, you know. We know Bo, very nice guy as we look on the replay. Looks like he's going to be all by himself, just catching a little bit of the sand, yeah, and getting spun around and sent back to the sand. And like I mentioned, I feel for Bo. Drove the iRacing Rallycross Championship. Had a streak of bad luck, got into some main events, but I always had the bad streak of getting involved into turn number one shenanigans, couldn't get top results that he probably wanted towards the season. And then coming to this race, final laps, final moments of the race, and getting into a situation like this, it must be heartbreaking.
Yeah, heartbreaking. I think that is the right description. Just completely without fault, and just nerfed at the last moment. Really not nice at all. So Vlad Kimichev is now just starting to accumulate piece by piece a tiny bit more advantage. It's about 9.6 seconds now back to Daniel Lafuente. So RHG Esports have been flawless, perfect, immaculate, all of those adjectives, and really they've not given their competitors a sniff at it. Thought they might have been, you know, in the fight, in the heart of the fight, in the opening part of the race, but as soon as that first pit stop came in, they have had this race in the palm of their hand and they have not let go. And Vlad Kimichev will be taking it to the flag. 11 minutes to go, just has to bring it home from here. Third place, Sotomuto is again resisting pressure from the Bila Racing Lamborghini. About a second gap between Sotomuto in third and Luka Kita in fourth. The Team 75 Bernhard car, Bram Van Putten, he's in fifth, about 10 seconds back from Kita in fourth. And in the 992 Cup class, well, for now, it's Josh Thompson leads by 6.7 seconds. And last time by, Anders Dahl pulled 0.6 of a second out of Thompson there, but the gap is still 6.5 seconds after that incident a few laps ago, so that's going to be quite difficult to run that down. But if there's any post-race penalties to serve, well, that could really, David, be pivotal in the outcome of who wins in 992.
Yeah, given the margins that were there is protests flying each way in all directions. Some probably with more merit than others. And maybe at this point in the race you'd be a fool not to try.
I think so. I think there's no harm in putting one in. It's a little bit different than in often in the real world you've got to put up a deposit effectively, and if your protest is upheld, if you win, you get your money back. If you don't, well, that money goes straight into the coffers of the race organizer or the governing body or whatever it might be. There was an incident. Well, there was quite a controversial finish to the Scottish Legends Championship at Knockhill, and the driver who was on the wrong side of that controversy went all the way to the Motorsport UK National Court, went to the club, didn't get the result he wanted, then went to the National Court and cost him quite a lot of money. Before, I don't know if he took a lawyer, but it certainly cost him a lot of money in just protest fee, and he didn't win. So here in sim racing though, you can you pop it in, and if you don't get it, then it's not such a problem.
Some people's favourite parts of motor racing, you know, is the sights and the sounds and the competition. But for me, you know, it's the court procedures and the paperwork.
You live for that paperwork, just getting to use the extensive stationery collection. Yeah, that's what it's all about. The gap now still growing ever more now. Vlad Kmichev is having fun at the wheel of that RHG Lamborghini, 2/10 quicker than Lafuente last time by. But still, Anders Dahl continues to just grab little bits and pieces out of the lead of Williams Esports. Still keeping a very close eye on the penalty sheet. No word yet from the stewards, but what they thought about that crazy 5 or 10 minutes of action. It's the Team Bernhard Porsche gets by and no more on the Team Heusinkveld TCR, which has been very much the golf ball today, getting pinged around left, right and centre. In GT4, well, Fordzilla looking pretty good at the moment, 21.7 seconds to the good over the Carbon Simsport team. Aztec Simsport in third, Undercut fourth, Racegear fifth, and Pure Sims Esports, former leaders of course, they've got it to they're in sixth at the moment and fighting on despite their being just completely unceremoniously taken out the race. They've kept going and they'll get some points, but I'm sure they'll be bitterly disappointed having had the win in the pocket. In TCR, it's been Corsim Racing's day. They're 43.4 seconds up on MSI Esports, with Impulse Racing on the podium at this moment in time, with a 40-second gap back to the Team Heusinkveld car.
Can you believe our first penalty for the track limits was an hour and a half ago, and we haven't had another one come through since?
It's interesting, isn't it? And I think every car, certainly every car that's running, has been given some sort of warning for them. Has hit their limit. Yeah, the 88 car, our race leader, they hit their 25 off-track warning limit at 2.5 hours into the race. So they've got to be getting close. But you know, if you've got that warning hanging over you, you do back off a little bit, I think. So yes, that's very much a surprise, David.
Lorenzo's got news.
Yeah, so finally the result for the issue that BS Competition was involved with the Logitech G Altis and Aztec Volante Porsche Cup has come out. So BS Competition gets a 20-second time penalty, brakes too late into turn 9, it causes contact with the 943 and 996. 15 plus 5 for a second penalty.
So that penalty will be added on at the end of the race for BS Competition. Now, as things stand, that 20-second penalty, where are they? BS Competition, that will drop them. We actually drop them one position as things stand at the moment. It'll drop them behind Pure Sims Esports, who they were battling with. But that's it. So it's not an enormous penalty for BS Competition, but spoiled the race for two cars. So yeah, they've got off with that one pretty lightly, I think. And that car has been in the wars, shall we say, today. But Anders Dahl, he is not giving up. What a drive from the 996 Porsche Cup car driver, Aztec Simsports Volante. Gap is now down to 5 seconds. He's pulled 8/10 out of Josh Thompson on that last lap, so he is giving it everything. There's only a couple of laps to go, maybe three or four laps to go, but Anders Dahl is not giving up.
I just saw the MSI TCR brake lights come on down the straight to make sure that the MSI GT3 got clearly by to engage in this battle over fifth. I mean, there's rolling out of the throttle a little early to help out your teammate, and then there was what they did, where they did not want to impede their teammates at all.
Well, certainly helps if you've got better to have friends out there than foe, that's for sure. As Salvatalen's giving chase to the Team 75 Bernhard car, Bram Van Putten. And a top 5 would be nice. That would just a nice difference.
I successfully jinxed a team like I was expecting I was going to do. Track limits penalty for the 943, which is the yep, Altus Esports 992.
Oh, so when it rains, it pours.
There's definitely one off track that we saw him get helped to.
Yes. Well, when
Actually,
it rains,
two of them.
Okay, so that does
One
have
courtesy of
implications.
Josh Thompson, one courtesy of Vasilos.
It does, yes. So at the moment, Bo Albert's got to look at his delta time now. So that will be a 25-second penalty applied after the race to this car on screen, the number 943 Logitech Altus Esports Porsche, because he has
My goodness,
a gap.
they're exactly 25 seconds ahead of MB Racing Esport Nordic right now.
That's what I was coming to. Yes, 24 seconds on the dot at the moment. So he's got to try and push with a car that is definitely not at the 100% health. He's got the front pushed in like he's driven into a lamppost. So he's just got to try and push as hard as he can. At least he can use off tracks really as much as he wants now. So he can really push over the track limits as he wants and just try and hold on to this 4th position. It's not ideal, but winning championships is all about getting the most out of a situation. Oh, look at that, 24.7 seconds. Oh, give him a cheer in the chat, folks.
I have to say something though. We talk about commentators' curse, right? I think we can pin this one on. Not on me though. I'm just gonna be honest and say, but I think we can pin maybe on you, Peter.
Go on.
For talking about Logitech winning and doing very well in the 992 Cup class before all the incidents happened.
I said they were leading. It's just a statement of fact. Well, I actually think if there's any cars in GT3 on the lead lap, of which there are 9 of them, if there's any of those cars that are nervous about fuel, they're about to get more nervous, because we're going to force an extra, I think we're going to force an extra lap by quite a small margin. So we're going to go kind of as far into overtime for those cars as we think, unless no, in fact, no, this will be an extra lap for RHG Esports Vlad Kamichev as he comes down. Yeah, so 20 seconds on the clock right now, 15 seconds, he's going to come to the line just almost at the strike of 0, so he has to go around for one more lap, almost a victory lap effectively. Barney with a white flag in the air, last lap here in the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring, round 3 of the 24H Series Esports. What that means is we're going to go a little bit longer into overtime than maybe some cars had expected. Any cars nervous on fuel, this is going to give them proper electric car range anxiety. And the white flag flies. RAG Esports, they hold a comfy advantage. 12.9 seconds back to Daniel Lafuente. This crew, 88 crew, have been so steady all day long. And this, of course, this extra lap gives Anders Dahl just that one last shot. He's got the gap down to 4.2 seconds to Josh Thompson. I wonder if Josh Thompson is maybe having to be super careful on the off tracks and doesn't want to cop a 25-second penalty at this stage. So that's maybe why he's backed the pace off a little bit as well. But RHG Esports is going to be another win for this outfit, owned by former Formula 1 driver Romain Grosjean. Team boss, I'm sure he'll be happy. A win here at the Red Bull Ring. Just 2 corners to go, around Rent Curve and down towards the final corner. Vlad Kamichev comes to the checkered flag to win the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring. What a drive. for the Lamborghini ace. Super stuff, with the Veneti car right behind, takes the checkered flag in 10th place. Now, we look back. See, I'm very happy, Vlad Kamichev, and rightly so.
Team had a second at Hockenheimring, a third at Sebring. Well, now they get a win.
And another win. It's 2 in a row from William Chadwick. Julian Rodriguez Marino brings the Team Fordzilla car over the line to win in GT4. Him and his teammate William Chadwick will be delighted with that. Hearts go out to Pure Sims Esports. They've deserved more, but they'll be back. And Kieran Harrison for Core Sim Racing, him and Corentin Guinness, they are such a formidable pair in a touring car. They win again. But Josh Thompson for Williams Esports, the magnificent Manxman, fought his way through. Looked like maybe a win was getting away from him, but no, fights his way through with the elbows out. And Josh Thompson is going to be your winner for Williams Esports, along with Kamil Grabowski. There's the checkered flag. Our Porsche Cup winner comes over the line.
And the stewards did work their way through all of the protests, and it was a warning to this car for not leaving room, but well, that means that win looks like it will definitely stand for Williams as well. And how hard did they have to fight for it in the final stint?
Oh, absolutely tooth and nail. I think it certainly caught a few people by surprise that Logitech Altus Esports could be caught and then passed. It's a real pity how it ended up there with the incident with the VS competition car, but that's motor racing, as they say. When you're racing for position, these things can happen. But a flawless, perfect, immaculate drive from the R8G team with their Lamborghini.
Big day for them in the championship too. Now they've never finished off the podium, and you know, a third, a second, now a win, and on a day that their biggest rivals in the Biela Racing Team 45 just didn't have things go their way, couldn't stand up strong in what was a very difficult race all around.
So this is how they finished then after 239 laps of racing here around the Red Bull Ring. Vlad Kamichev, R8G Esports, they are the winners. Daniel Lafuente and Williams Esports 14 seconds back at the line, they finish in second, and rounding out the podium, Mala Racing Porsche, they're third. Luca Kita and Biela Racing Team Aeronix with their Lamborghini couldn't quite climb the podium, but fourth place and a strong haul of points for the championship, with Team 75 Bernard rounding out the top 5. Salva Talens for MSI Esports Blue, their BMW, they were 6th. BS Competition finished in 7th. Daniel Ferguson in 8th. For Pure Sims Esports, RSR by G Performance were 9th, and Maniti Lamborghini round out the top 10. Logitech Altus Esports were 11th with their Porsche, followed by Ronin Simsport, Go Team Racing, PRT Ronin Simsport, Biela Racing Team Aeronix, German Sim Racing, Team Redline, IUSPS powered by Vendaval, and Arnage Competition round out the 19 car field. Quite a few non-finishers in GT3. In the Porsche Cup category, the 992, wow, what a finish that was. And eventually, Josh Thompson, number 905 for Williams Esports, comes out on top with Anders Dahl. He chased so hard at the end there, but only could manage second position. Core Sim Racing, they finished third with the Logitech Altus Esports car, driven by Bo Albert, coming home in fourth after that unfortunate incident late on in the race. MB Racing Esport Nordic were fifth, followed by Raccoon Racing, Maniti Racing, Simza, Pure Sims, and Inertia Mega Auto rounding out the top 10. And last few, Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab, with Oris and Team 75 Bernard not making the finish. GT4 went the way of Julian Rodriguez Moreno and William Chadwick for Team Fordzilla. They win by 19.7 seconds from Carbon Simsport, Acetec Simsport. They round out the podium. Undercut Racing Team White were fourth, with Race Gear in fifth. And spare a thought for poor old Pure Sims Esports. Ashley Finch and Matt Turnbull, they were sixth in the class, but had such a strong lead, taken out by an errant GT3 car. Really unlucky for them, but as we say, they'll be back. Torque Freak Racing, they were seventh, followed by Team 75 Bernhard, Entropic, and German SimRacing.de by Hetzner round out the top 10 in the GT4 category. And finally, the TCRs, just 7 cars, small in stature, but big in action. Well, it was the day of the freight train. Kieran Harrison and Corentin Guinez, they win by a staggering 48 seconds from the MSI Esports crew. Impulse Racing round out the podium with Team Heusingfeld a little bit battered and bruised. They come home in 4th, Simsa Esports 5th, Junkos in 6th, and Odox Motorsport round out the 7-car TCR field. Now, we have some of our winners waiting in the commentary box to have a chat with us. Why don't we start with Josh Thompson, and he is with David Haynes.
Yeah, should have our 992 class winner with us right here. I mean, what seemed like Altus checking out in the first 4 hours boiled down to a very close and potentially controversial battle that we had our eyes glued to right at the end there. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I'm a bit speechless. I think, like you said, we thought it was over. We just kept looking away. I saw Camille was closing the gap down. I'm like, we've still got a chance here. Anything can happen. Like, takes one penalty or one mistake, so we just didn't give up. Then Camille called an absolute blind on the strategy, took his old tyres. So literally the entire stint I was on Camille's old set of tyres, and we only took one left rear in the last stop, and it paid off. But yeah, the actual race itself was probably one of the best races I've had in a long time. It was a shame how it kind of ended. I don't know what happened into the second to last corner. I got told they were off. So, but the actual race itself was really good. So yeah, hard but fair, and it was the most enjoyable, most fun I've had in a long time.
No points for this car at Hockenheimring. No points for you guys last time out at Sebring. Third round of the championship. You take it to the top step on a day that other guys seemed to struggle and the traffic was really brutal. I mean, you can never go back and change the past, but you guys have put on a show here for round 3.
Yeah, exactly. We've been quite unfortunate, I think, this season. Obviously, we polled at Hockenheim, but we got the pole taken off us because of a issue with like track limits in the final corner. And then, to be honest, like at Sebring, we weren't like the Altus level that day. They were phenomenal. They are like the benchmark team in this series at the moment. So we don't really match them there, and we just got taken out at Sebring. So even though it seemed it was pretty much off the cards here to come back and actually have the race, which I think both of us wanted, like both teams wanted it, all the teams wanted it. So yeah, it's quite nice to bounce back, especially with a new year. It was a great start to the like the new year, should we say?
Always interesting, the traffic with this new Cup car versus GT3. Saw a couple times you're out dragging them down the straight. They're quicker through some of the corners. What does that mean for you across a race distance like this, driving amongst that kind of traffic? Well, also, you guys are blowing past TCR cars.
Yeah, around here it's quite interesting because, like you said, because obviously with the power and stuff like that, GT3s, we've got a bit more top end. So the entire first section at lap, we were actually faster than them. And if you got a decent run through the hairpin, you could still pull away from them. So you had to almost sacrifice yourself in a way like, okay, if I lose a second letting them go here, it's going to be more beneficial than losing 3 seconds or 2 seconds. Like at the end when I had the MSI car die down the inside in turn 1, like that cost us so much time. But instead I should, in hindsight, let them go beforehand. So yeah, it wasn't ideal with the straight line speed difference, but for the actual TCR and GT4s, it caught me out once, as you saw at the start of the race, but once you get into a rhythm, you can kind of predict it.
Racing's a team sport, especially in this endurance racing. Who helped you get to the win? Who shares the glory?
I've got to give it to Camel. Like, for himself, like, this was his first time doing a series like this. It's the first time he's been in a multi-class system in a cup car. It's the longest ever driven in a race, like in a stint. So I've got to tip my hat off to him. He was the one who did the strategy call. He was the one who said, let's go no tyres, let's go one left, let's go the left rear. And that's what gave us the win. So without him, yeah, we wouldn't have done this.
Congratulations to you, 25 points, a win that I'm sure you're very proud of. Thanks for chatting with us.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
So that was Josh Thompson, and Lorenzo Bonder is down with our overall winners, Rasim Fuzoi and Vlad Kanichev.
I'm gonna put it.
As we bring Rasim and Vlad, boys, congratulations on the win. A hard-fought victory. I need to ask you, was there any concern in terms of strategy? Because you guys did pit, I think, on the second pit a little bit earlier than before else, short field than everybody. But were you guys confident you guys would make up the ground necessary to open up a comfy gap?
Yeah, strategy was like that. We just underfueled a bit because we didn't want to have a train behind us, and it worked very well.
Yeah, then on my sit, we were looking at maybe fuel saving to add a lap or two because we saw that the Williams behind us were a lap, but realized after losing a lot of time for a little bit of fuel save, realized let's just pace ourselves, just do it on raw pace, and we did quali laps after quali laps during the race. So yeah, it turned out to a really good strategy.
Yeah, and basically, you guys have been probably the only team who hasn't fell off of the podium this season. Third place in Hockenheim, second Sebring, now first over here. What's been the key to success for podiums so far?
I don't know, I can say only, I think, our preparation and our consistency on the track.
Yeah, just continuous work from weekend to weekend, looking at every weekend like a new one, and looking at the next weekend once the current weekend is done. I believe that's what we did all year long. And even though in some events we felt like we could have had a faster car, we had so much preparation that we were confident leading to those events, and we set ourselves realistic goals for the bigger championship picture, and it turned out to be in our favor today. So, yep.
Nice. And finally, before we let you guys go, moving to Monza, another high-speed track. It's going to be a lot more of a fuel burn race than what we saw here at the Red Bull Ring. Without going too much into details, what do you guys think is going to be the strategy to bring that Lamborghini Huracan Evo to the top of the podium once again?
It's definitely going to have to look after the car. Because a lot of straights, a little bit of damage can cost us a lot. And just leading up to the event, making the fastest car possible. And once we know we have the fastest car possible, then it's going to be more of a live strategy kind of thing where strategies are going to change depending on obviously conditions and everything, but even fuel saving and trains that we get in that race. So we'll see then and there, but right now our focus is to get the fastest car with the fastest guys possible in the lead time that we have leading to the event.
Right, and Rasim, Vlad, again, congratulations on the win. Now comfortable leading the championship, and I can hear what you guys are going to do in 1 month time in Monza.
Thank you.
So that was our overall winners for the R8G esports team. We're now going to have a chat to, now I think we have William Chadwick going to come in and join us for a chat once again. He joined us midway through the race. It's been a glorious weekend for the young Englishman. William, this is, they say winning is a habit, and you've just proved it, my friend.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, thanks to Julian. It's sad that he can't be here for the interview, but yeah, no, he did a great job for us. And yeah, no, a very good weekend, Peter.
It certainly has. Yes, it certainly has. I mean, tell us about the race, because Pure Sims looked to be running away into the distance, but you know, it was obviously unfortunate with what happened to them. But do you think you could have taken the fight to them regardless? Because it looked like the race went, apart from turn one, of course, the race went perfectly.
I mean, Pure Sims are really unlucky, and I really feel sorry for them because they've performed so well, and especially Matthew, who's had some incredible pace, especially in qualifying, as we saw today when he put it on pole. They've got really unlucky as of recently, and I'm sure they'll have their time soon. In regards to whether we would have caught them, the gap was, so they had a small incident, so the gap was down to about 23 seconds before they ended up having a larger incident later on, which wrote them out of contention for the win. I don't think, I'm not sure. I can't really say, because their pace was very good, and even afterwards their pace was still pretty high. So I think we could have given it a good go, because obviously you saw how we'd gapped Carbon and Undercut, who were unlucky to have an incident close to the end as well. I think we could have given it a good go, but as you said yourself, I went into my Snetterton 12-hour mode in that second stint of mine.
Quite right, quite right. Now, final question for you, William. Of course, we've got the big one, the 24 Hours of Daytona, coming up next weekend. I'm sure we're going to see you in that. What's the plans for that event on your side?
Planning probably for a 3-car team, providing that everyone is able. I think one of our teammates at the minute is having pedal issues, so hopefully that doesn't continue. But it will be a 3-car team of me, Mike, and Liam McNeely. So hopefully that will be really good.
In which car?
Good question. Probably the Porsche GT3.
Ooh, that could be a last-minute change. Very good. Well, William, congratulations on your win today and yesterday in the Roar before the 24. A great weekend. Go and celebrate. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
So that was our GT4 winner, William Chadwick, and David Haynes is now finally with our TCR winners, Kieran Harrison and Corentin Guines.
Well, congratulations, guys. Biggest winning margin across all 4 of our categories. We've seen previous races where TCR cars all seem to stay together as a bunch for the first hour, 2 hours. You guys broke clear a lot earlier than that. What was the key there?
I'll let you answer this, Corentin, because you were driving.
Okay. Yeah, I had to stay alive at the start with the first wave of GT3 and Cup cars. Wasn't easy, but yeah, I made it. And then I tried to pull away a bit because I saw that I gained quite a lot by being at the front. And then I tried to keep pushing and give the car back to Kieran safely.
Well, second win for the season for Core. That's now 2 from 3. That's good form, and I'm sure it gives you guys some hope for the remaining 3 rounds, particularly Monza next up.
Yeah, Monza, we actually had a nice win last year as well. I think it was the only one that we won. Maybe there was 2, I can't remember. So yeah, that and the form from this season gives us, I guess, a bit of confidence going in. Hopefully we can carry on the momentum.
And shortest lap of the season here. What does that mean for strategy, for the traffic? I mean, we could go anywhere and we'd talk ad nauseum about the multi-class traffic with 4 different classes, but it did seem like it was something else here.
I didn't actually think it was too bad here. It was obviously, the cars were coming around quite quickly, particularly the GT3s and Cup cars. But because it's got a lot of straight lines, this track, so provided a lot of good opportunities for them to get past without having to send it into, like, say for example in another track, if you have like a tight complex where it's way more costly for them to send it, they would just drive past in the straights mostly.
And how about fuel consumption around here? I always imagined it to be somewhere with, like you mentioned, those long straights, but from the GTs and other things, it seems like the per hour fuel consumption was actually relatively moderate.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. We weren't able to make it to the hour because of the fuel restriction, 60 litres being the maximum. So we just accepted that early on and short fueled most of the pit stops, try and gain a little bit of time instead of trying to save up to the hour. I didn't think it was possible.
What about the black round things that keep your car connected to the road? I mean, a lot of front tyre changes for the TCR. How long did any of those rear tyres last?
To be honest, we changed the rears once in the middle of the race. We believe MSI took them the whole race, and we were considering doing that ourselves, but at the time we had a relatively big gap, so we didn't want to take the risk. But yeah, front tyres were free every pit stop, but the rears honestly held up really nicely, to be fair.
Well, I got off. Congratulations to you guys once again. Winners of 6 hours of Red Bull Ring in the TCR class. And it'll bring you pretty close to the championship lead there as well if I take a look at the numbers. Small class means you've got to get points every single time.
Yeah, exactly. I think it helps us today that Huisenfeld had a bit of a rough day. He got hit a couple of times. From our calculations, we're 1 point ahead of them, I think, so pretty tight at the moment.
Well, congratulations to you guys once again. Thanks for finding the time to talk to us, and roll on Monza.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
So that was Corentin Guinness and Kieran Harrison after a perfect run to the flag here in the TCR category in the 6 hours of the Red Bull Ring. We hope you enjoyed the coverage here of round 3 of the 24H Series Esports. We'll be back on the 13th of February for the 6 hours of Monza. Not one to miss, and we'll have all the action here on RaceSpot TV. But for myself, Peter Mackay, David Haynes and Lorenzo Bodder, good night and thanks for watching.